通池非常的全面，可以说能够适应各种各样的不同的 BP 情况。那对于他们的对手来说 ，MVKE 其实在这一次比赛里面也是在不断进化的过程。上单的 Kratos， 然后打野位的 Guri， 中路的 Kati， 以及下路是 Shogun 以及 Sulong。
也比较好奇今天。 到底 MVKE 会不会再进行一个换人呢？主要昨天的这个比赛面对到 NIP， 确实对他们来讲的话有些可惜。
哎，我觉得就是今天尽兴，对吧？是最重要的。毕竟目前来说的话，队伍已经丧失了最后的晋级希望。那在这一次的亚洲邀请赛上，最后给自己留下一个怎样的结尾，是
看看能不能在这个赛场之上继续去留出属于自己队伍的一些高光的时刻吧。
对，
或者说掏出自己
Hey everyone, how's it going?
巨统之力的那种阵容，或者说。
Not gonna lie, folks, I am very tired today. Lots of long days back to back. I didn't sleep very well last night, but should be some fun games here at ASI 25. Hope that Vikings connection works well, unlike yesterday. Yeah. That is kind of like a bit of a blemish on the tournament, but it is in the rule book that if there's connection issues, then they can't offer a remake. I just don't think they have the tech in place for it, sadly, which sucks. It sucks. First match of the day, though, is BFX versus Vikings. Where were you when Fearx was undefeated and Diablo got 4 out of 4 MVPs? That's true. That is true. Today might be a little bit lower energy, folks. I really am quite tired. These damn cardboard cutouts. Look, the cardboard cutouts are all well and good, but you know what we're here for. We are here for God War.
辅助 Kelly。同样欢迎 MVKE 战队上路 Kratos， 打野 Guri。
Should do that thing where I get myself a coffee. That'll probably be good.
Kati。 下路 Shogun， 辅助 Sulong。 期待两支战队的精彩发挥啊！在今天的第一场比赛。 两支队伍此前分别是2-0和0-2的大分，所以说对于他们来说，在这场比赛身上的压力和担子都没有那么重。
也看得出来今天这个选手的状态还蛮不错的。
The cricket always goes left. It's rigged. Hey, it does change. It does change occasionally.
亚洲邀请赛开始之前，大家就对于他们有比较高的一个期待值。
是啊，同样我们再一次看到了骚粉啊。
来，我们这场比赛
It predicted GAM and they were on the right yesterday.
预测嘉宾有请郭勇者登场，
有请我们的郭神。
郭神前面3天啊，预测神准，看看今天发挥如何。来了
Oh, God, shit. Quick out of the box there. Wow. Very rarely have I seen such a decisive God War. If I'm not mistaken, that's a Vikings prediction. Wow. War has decided. Guo Yongzhi has predicted the Vikings to win. Look, and if you're watching this for the first time, folks, don't question it. Don't question it. Just let it happen. GAM's mid laner is Ares, while Vikings top laner is Kratos. We were talking about that yesterday, actually. Also, GAM's AD carry is Artemis. So we have there's a number of Hellenic gods around them. There's also Kati and Taki between Teams Equal Worlds and Vikings. So like I get that with the whole the syllables kind of reverse. Hadn't noticed that one. I'm sorry, Fearx Enjoyer. I'm sorry. Is Godwell correct? Is he correct or lying?
而且非常的敢打。再看一下 MVKE 这边，就如果你的这个下路非常的稳定，然后跟辅助配合非常默契，打团也敢输出，就不会有 AD 位上的轮换了。因为如果你状态一直都保持好的话，怎么会有替补呢？我感觉是不会的。
两个人轮换的话，其实还是有多方面的原因，对吧？一方面可能是这个状态上有起伏，还有一方面可能英雄池也比较互补。这也说到两位来自 MVKE 的下路选手的话，他们的英雄池确实是不太相似的。那替补的 Style 选手在此前更多使用到的是希贝尔和塞纳两个英雄。首发登场的时候
Please don't lie, Godgor. Please, I beg of thee. We are all at the mercy of Godgor. Alright, we should get ourselves into draft now. Okay, so I'm going to stick around for draft. I'm going to get myself a coffee after that, and then we will get on our merry way, won't we? Okay, let's sit and think, shall we? Orianna's been obviously pretty big this tournament still, even though it's been nerfed. Rumble is a thing. Maybe Godgor is just waking up and is picking the wrong side in his sleep. No. Godgor knows exactly what he's doing. I trust Godgor. Rumble banned away, no surprise there. What are our other big mid laners left up? Oh, I said mid laners after saying Rumble. I know it's confusing. That's not what I meant. Rumble is not a mid laner. Rumble was a mid laner at points. Stuff like Rise, if you want to pull that out. There's Corki, which Vastion was saying was super broken. Jarvan's been really big. Rumble was also a jungler. Yeah. Rumble's been played everywhere but APC. Has been played in everywhere but bot lane. It was played in support for a fair while because of Epoch, in both solo lanes and then in jungle as well. Because of the Orianna, we talked about that earlier. Ooh, we get ourselves an LCK Kiana. Don't play that out too often, or at least they don't win with it too often. Nymaera, typically a good winning lane, bot lane, whilst also giving DPS options later. I wasn't sure if we'd see the same prio on Orianna. Orianna has been nerfed a fair amount now. It still looks like it's strong though. Braum locked in. Now do you Corki for BFX? Corki might be the thing. Rakan, by the way. Cool.
那后续瑞兹这个英雄是否要选择送上班位呢？还是说把皇子加里奥这样的 combo 也给搬一搬？我觉得目前对于 MVKE 来说，他们是希望自己在中路拿到一个偏支援型的英雄的，因为下路已经出大河，加上保护型的布隆辅助了。对。
I mean, look, guys, BFX are coming in as like pretty heavy favorites here.
想搬瑞兹加里奥，那这样的话，最后可能给到 MVKE 一个中路的支援选项是岩雀，对吧？现在就是岩雀、瑞兹、加里奥三个，你总不会办不完。
Now, what do you ban? Do you ban Corki for laning phase? Do you ban Xayah because you've gone for Braum Jarvan and you struggle to tap gap close? I guess when you have the Kiana on the other side, you'd rather ban more aggressive AD carries because Xayah can't follow up on Kiana that well. Maybe you ban away the Kai'Sa as well. Kai'Sa, I think, is maybe the option. You could go Lucian Rakan. It's not an awful... Well, it could be worse. You know.
妖姬去碰撞嘛？
对啊，感觉可以啊。妖姬前期打发条是没有压力的。你看昨天这个修梅克打小虎的发条，其实前期也是有压制，只是来到边线的时候不太好玩。
半飞机半卡莎。
Rise banned away, Kai'Sa banned away. No surprises there. Ooh, tell you what, LCK has been picking up GP a little bit more again. Just a little bit. Now that'll be different. You don't really want to play that into Braum though. Not the best into Braum. Oh come on, that would be so fun. Oh come on, please, pick something fun. I'm not sure it'd be good, but it would be very fun. Aww. I was so ready for a Samira. The last Samira which I was casting was Abel before he went on to become a streamer. I miss Abel. Abel was good. That being said, Samira or Yasuo would have been so bad into Jarvan Braum. Diving into melee of them is not good. It's not good. Alright, Vikings, what you got? Solo lanes left to pick. In terms of mid lane, no Ryze, no Galio. That cuts a lot of your better laning options. Could go Aurora, I guess. Oh, okay. Hui slightly outranges the Orianna, but I don't know. I feel like as soon as Ori hits 6, that ult combo becomes really scary. Udyr locked in for Kratos. BFX, so this is the last day of group stage for Asian Invitational. And the last pick of the Renekton gives you a fighting chance versus the Udyr early lane. Oh my god, if he'd picked Samira, it would have been like Abel, but with Die in front of it. Diablo. Ah. Clever. Clever, clever. Clever girl. Is Udyr strong lately? I wouldn't say strong, but has uses. You know, it's a tank with a laning phase. You're not the strongest tank, but you do push in waves better than almost any other tank. You know, by far, not even almost, but you are just the best lane pushing tank. Okay, so BFX have already qualified for the next round. Vikings are already out. Because Vikings both lost against Nongshim and NIP, which is really sad for them. It is really sad. Yeah, so they can't progress from the group stage. So this one is kind of just for the fun of it, I suppose. And maybe, I guess, technically seeding. I don't know, I'm not sure if that actually matters. Morning, everyone who's filing in for our first game of the day. I gotta go get myself a coffee. I'll be back in just a minute. 另一个半区你绝对进攻不到，那这样的话可能这个线你都拿不到。就如果说只是去在砸线的话，那发条可以直接把魔偶塞到脸上，它可以用血跟平原来压你。对。所以对于慧来说，其实前期的技能释放还是非常非常讲究的。而且本身前面没 CD， 然后耗蓝又高的情况下，其实会套线的能力没有那么强。就每一个技能也得等第一波回家去补自己的法强。是的，每一个技能都十分重要啊。维特拉也很懂啊。 坚定一下复苏之风，法师想补刀，其实那个双钩血猴真不好躲，而且有那种进阶版，斜放双钩血猴，你懂的，就怎能够用那个斜边的最顶端来蹭你，最远的距离让你被拉到。对，很多英雄都能用那个斜边的机制，大家最熟悉的就是剑魔的一个斜角2段劈。对。Very tired. 那对于这把来说的话，我觉得对线上，包括说皇子、郭瑞这边会不会有更多的动作？一级设计里面，其实布隆是比较强势的，但是偏保守。It seems underrated in a health stacking meta with a percent HP damage. Yeah, I mean, look, it is not a bad champion, folks. It has uses. He's like I said, he's in this strange kind of niche where he is. Oh, okay, so this is different. So guys, this is the Team WE swap, this is the Taeyun swap, where you change AD carry and top lane. I've heard people calling it the Viper swap, and I understand why, because it's the first time it's seen in the LCK. It was played a month before that by Taeyun, though, over in LPL, and also in scrims. W were the first team to do that, as Score, Katie Rolls' coach, told us about that. Player started E, by the way, missed the first part of the E, and Shogun has now just removed all his HP bar.
Yeah, and again, Nymaera at level 1 is actually notoriously very strong, because as long as you get to a Q passive stacked, you just get to run at people and do a lot of extended DPS, yeah.
BFX. I'm not gonna lie, folks, we're gonna be very chill today, because that's, first off, this series does not matter, but Vikings are already out. BFX are already in terms of playoffs. Or knockouts, technically, it's not really playoffs.
Why are Vikings in fashion now?
You know, sometimes you just gotta plunder Sam. Linda's Farm's lovely this time of year.
I didn't make a Linda's Farm joke on cast once.
How did that go?
Well, people went, oh my god, you made a Linda's Farm reference. Like, yeah. I did.
Yeah. What did Godgor say about this series? They did vote for Vikings, Godgor.
Well, currently Kratos is about to try and take on Diablo. I feel like having God versus the Devil, but from 2 different pantheons, is like just Records of Ragnarok.
Kellen is going for a wide old angle. It should be safe. Gonna E out if he needs to. So, yeah, lane swap detection is now off, and this is maybe one of the reasons why the Udyr was picked. Udyr is good in 1v2s. He's good in 1v1s for steady carries too, but in the first level of the lane, he can kind of throw his ult at the wave and always wave clear. That's why he was very good in lane swaps in the early 24 meta as well. Because Udyr's really good at not dying and wave clearing very well.
That's the one. Did like his Fimble Winters once upon a time. And his burn build. There have been some AP Udyr things where you like Leandries in the tank as well.
Yeah, that's true. Or Riftmaker occasionally.
That's true. That's true.
That's the thing.
Kind of forgot about that. Weirdly not enjoying Jin early. Jane! How you doing, Jane?
Wasn't Jane the character in Tarzan?
Yes.
Yeah. Jane Goodall, wasn't it based off of?
Basically. Who was, of course, you know...
The monkey scientist.
Yeah.
Friends of the primates.
Has now sadly passed away.
Yeah, rest in peace. Yeah, no, one of those people who seemed like a good person, I think. No, I actually have nothing else to say about Jane Goodall, sadly. I'm really not that familiar. However, yes, nice to honour their memory, I suppose. Okay, so we've got a bit of a... Yeah, had that swap come in for 3 minutes. Shogun's still laning up against the Renekton. Actually, Renekton picked up more farm than you do, which I wasn't expecting.
No, especially with that level 1 where we went, Yunara's just blasted you. How does this happen?
Yeah.
I think over the extended lane, the Jin's consistent trades have been a bit problematic, which is fair enough.
Also, if you trade heavily, then Jin's damage becomes really scary because it's an execute damage. Xilong might be in trouble here. It does have flash if it gets very bad.
Is it going to be very bad or just mildly annoying? It's just mildly annoying.
It's mildly annoying, so it's mildly annoying. Oh yeah, did you see the Doran's Blade changes which are coming out?
I know there are, so I don't actually know what they've done with them.
Yeah, so they're changing it away from a 3% lifesteal to heal for 2.5% of all damage done. Reduced by 33 to 33% for AoE and damage of time abilities.
That could mean some AP people who've got doing some silly things.
Yeah, yeah, I was about to say, like, hang on, isn't this just like a cannon buff or something? Yeah, oh wow, I just thought, yeah, cannon's got to be insane with that. Oh, wow. Yeah, and like a bunch of other people are just going to use it very well.
I can see Rise being alright with it, actually.
Yeah, but yeah, I want to see. I think the reason they made that change is that they want to make sure that, as Udyr does the whole proxying thing, Udyr's always been very good at that. I think they want to make sure that AD mages, like, you know, AD assassins like Zed or Talon or someone like Jace can also use it and not feel bad about it. Callan's gonna have the heal blind, but he'll be fine.
Which is actually probably very reasonable. It is nice for Zed, it is nice for Jace.
But then, it's going to be weird because most of the time they were always like longsword builders so they can get towards their first component first.
But you go back to the days of double Doran's, Al.
I mean, that's the thing. So, when we had the 1v1 side select, we did have a lot of Doran stacking back then. Hang on, might be a bit of a play up here. Remember, Braum is kind of scary here.
Yeah, there's a cultivation of spirit, Alex, and that means that they're going to they can't transcend themselves, only level 5, but they wish they could transcend themselves.
Sam, they're killing them.
Wuxia protagonist is doing murderous things.
Claire instead just walked up to the wave, tried to get some rage and died.
I'm so angry I died.
Yeah. I was like, wow, to transcend it, Sam, the Renekton's dying.
I was quoting Nymaera abilities. Like, see, I know the abilities of Nymaera as there's a Windborne Storm. Diablo needs to run across his captive audience. Unfortunately, Kratos is really not captive right now. He's currently being attacked by a large birdman. We know what Kratos does to people with winged feet. He kills them.
Flashing out, they're flashing out there. That was a little scary. I mean, whoa, now he's got the level 6. Kern's called. That is such a weird trade. That was one of those times where I just didn't expect the Udyr kind of just random slap to do so much damage. Now Raptor's coming down. Come on, folks. This is a 1v3. This is a little unfair.
He's still going to keep running away. Kratos doesn't run. He fights to the death. So this is a complete lie. While Raptor will show a supreme display of talent and flash away, the Cataclysm now going to go down. Does they have the Terror Ship? They do. So they get over the wall. But now look who's TP'd in. It's Braum, who hits them with the Winter's Bite. Nice KO.
Oh, the blind Braum Q as well. Damn. I mean,
my fist is the strongest muscle. Rob, stop this! No.
I'd like to think, you know, he does punch his shield so hard that ice comes off of it to actually deal damage. I was really impressed by Kratos there. Kratos did a ton of damage. I was, again, I have not seen who did that much, and I'm not sure Fearix have either, because they were not prepared for that amount of damage.
No, they were not.
Why do you recognize the name Shogun? Has he played in LPL earlier? No, but he was in Saigon Buffalo and was on the very cool team that went to MSI in 22. He got a pentakill at Worlds as well. Very cool.
I think at the time as well, he was going to Worlds and obviously had a fantastic showing, kind of went on to become a very good laner, but at the time he was actually one of the weaker bot lanes.
Yeah,
so it was kind of the making of him.
Yeah, that's true, because at that point it was kind of like, well, yeah, you know, like the best AD carry was clearly Artemis, like a couple of other, maybe, yeah, he was maybe like 3rd, 4th best AD carry within Vietnam at that point. Then he went to MSI and Worlds and was just so good. He was so good. He was seen as a weak point for the team. You're absolutely right. They were a top side-centric team back then. Shogun pops the ult, trying to get some wave clear. I think he might die anyway. That's an awful lot of point and click. Shogun! Wow, okay.
Oh my days, he gets away with it.
They did not point and click hard enough somehow. I am very surprised at that. Shogun escapes.
Unfortunately, this is League of Legends, not Monkey Island. There's only so much pointing and clicking allowed.
Okay, I appreciate that one. Man, you know I never played the Monkey Island games? I think I played similar, because there were a lot of kind of like low-res point-and-click adventure games at that point. Particularly educational games. They followed that formula quite a bit.
That's how I learned how to hide the bodies.
Which ones?
Well, they're hidden, I can't tell you. I'm just showing the
Well,
point.
no,
I learned well from this game, Alex.
Right, okay, okay, right. Well, cool. I didn't realize you picked up that skill set. That was a great dodge on the Rakan W. And then... That is a clutch shield. That is a very clutch shield.
Geelong did a really good job, though.
And now that means that Shogun's actually ahead of Jin and also has a cult. So he's going to be close enough to 1,000 gold.
Yeah, about 800 gold, won't it, realistically?
Yeah. No, Shogun's going to be a really good spot. So, Vikings, who are eliminated already, are up against the 2-0 BFX. This is their last series for both of them in the group stage. And Vikings have an early lead.
I'm going to put this out there as well. I feel it's somewhat inappropriate that we're mixing our time periods and cultures here. With Shogun's on a Vikings team, yeah.
Shogun is on a Viking team. Kratos is from, you know, ancient Greece, and they are Vikings. I was saying this is basically a For Honor lineup. You know the game For Honor, which had like samurai versus Vikings versus knights.
Yeah.
Now I can't remember if For Honor was actually a good game, but I remember it being a thing.
I don't remember.
Did anyone play For Honor in chat? Do you have opinions on the game? Because I just bluntly didn't.
I mean, basically, Age of Mythology is also this.
Well, that's Egyptian.
And Vikings and Greeks.
But Sam, where does the samurai come into it?
That's irrelevant. Why would you bring up samurai, Al?
Because it's the thing that we were talking
about.
Yeah,
you're gaslamping me.
I'm gaslamping you, right? Okay. Thank you. I didn't know that. Sorry, I just don't know the meaning of these words like gaslamping.
Yeah. I had some idiot call it gaslighting the other day, which is just, you know.
No, why would they call it that?
Come on.
They don't know the meaning of the word, Sam. One of my friends still plays For Honor sometimes. Do they, is it a good game? I seem to remember people being really hyped about it. I just can't remember if it was a well-managed game or not. First Dragon went
Was it honourable?
Well, I don't know. I didn't play it. That's why I'm asking.
Wow. I'm asking Chow.
Well, okay, well, it seemed like you're asking me.
I mean, theoretically, it could be both. I put it out into the ether.
Yeah, what's Schrodinger's question? I'm only asking the person who, you know.
Yeah, we've got Schrodinger's team in Weibo. Do we really need it in the question as well?
Are Vikings out already? Yeah, Vikings are out already because they lost both against Nongshim and versus NIP. The NIP loss was
rough.
There's a lot of controversy around it because their internet went out because there was a huge storm in Vietnam at the time. So obviously that sucks. It's not. It is technically in the tournament rulebook that if a gameplay changing thing happens because of an internet outage, they won't remake the game because I guess they don't have the ability to chrono break, and also it would screw the schedule if they added an extra game in. But it does suck, and it won't change the fact that it leaves a sour taste, I suppose, that a lot of Vietnamese fans kind of have to taste here. Toronto was alright, cool concept with decently high skill. Don't think Ubisoft promoted it well. Well, that's a Ubisoft classic.
Sounds like Ubisoft, yeah.
Yeah. I miss when Ubisoft actually made good games, and then something happened. I don't know what happened.
I still want to play Star Wars Outlaws. I just don't know. I'm just not paying full price for it. I heard they improved it fairly significantly.
Really? Because I heard that Star Wars Outlaws was kind of meh.
Yeah, well, so the issue was basically the stealth part of the game was not fantastic.
Right.
And they did improve it with some patches.
Which is crazy, because Ubisoft are very good at stealth stuff with Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
So Assassin's Creed Shadows has the unfortunate reality of living in a world where Ghost of Yotei released in the same year, and it's basically just a better concept. Oh, hang on a second, that's a pretty good dual angle. Yeah, that's even more than that. The flash dunk range, not quite.
We can't quite get that. Nice idea. Diablo survives there.
So close to getting that dunk in. Diablo, good escape from him.
Get custom plates too, and the Cull's about to cash in. Shogun's about to be a very rich man.
Yeah, what? He is a Shogun, so I respect it.
I don't know. I've seen some there's some quite poor Shoguns as well.
Yeah, probably. That's probably true, actually. So, funnily enough, so I played through Ghost of Yotei on stream over this last week, but before that I was playing Ghost of Tsushima. One of the fun things about that historical point in time for Ghost of Tsushima, which takes place around the 1200s, like 1250s or something like that, is when the Mongols invaded. You know, the samurai fought them off, but because it was a defensive war, the shogun couldn't offer kind of like any reward because they hadn't taken any land or any money or whatever, because it was a defensive fight, and it meant that he kind of had to deal with like a whole. That kind of led to the downfall of that era of that shogunate, because they were like, yeah, we actually can't pay you for, you know, the battling you've been doing.
That's unfortunate.
1274, not the 1250s. Thank you, appreciate you. And then I think the next one was 1281, then maybe.
Raptor, I think he might be in danger here. Can try for a supreme display of talent, perhaps. He's inside the Cataclysm, which is not great against the Kiana. Gets over the wall, nice escape, but can they do any damage back? Kati is low and does go down to an Ixtal.
Oh, clear!
Edge of Ixtal's the one. Clear gets out. Shogun just about kills Raptor, and they do turn this around relatively well, actually.
I mean, it's still a 2. I mean, Clear just did some ridiculous work there on the Renekton. Got into the backline, managed to get out somehow. 2 for 1. Silong flashed to tank the 4th shot of the Jin ultimate and died for it, but get yourself a support that does that for you.
Hey Alex.
Hello.
I've got a great parody game for you.
Yeah.
What about Ghost of Tsushima?
Ghost of Sashimi, as in sushi.
Yeah. And so you just have like a game about vengeance against fish.
Isn't that Dave the Diver?
Yeah, basically, yeah. Literally, yes.
Oh, by the way, that is an interaction with the Kiana ult, which you might not know. Kiana ultimate will stun you if you're stood in an element of her type, so that's kind of, that also includes river and brushes. So even though the ult didn't hit a wall, it still ends up stunning because you were stood in the river. It's super broken, and it ended up getting Kati killed.
Do you have to have it attached to your blade at the time, or is it just in general?
No. Just have to stood in the river on a brush, and it will stun you.
That's quite strong.
It is very strong. Weirdly. I mean, most of the time you still want to get it against the wall, because the wall is what gives you the extra damage off it. It's the wall explosion goes kind of hard. Vikings will win late game if they maintain gold. I'm just kind of worried that Braum can't save you from a great Kiana-Oriana combo.
Yeah, that could get quite nasty.
Yeah, I'm just kind of worried what happens if, you know, Rakan Shockwave kind of goes wild, and, you know, Wolf Shockwave will find them all. I believe that's how the call went, because, you know, Wolf made that play that one time.
Clayton's about to drop into the DMs. How dare you?
I love how Captain Flies has to defend that call every time it comes up, because like, yep, no, it's the shockwave which is the important bit. I'm like, yes, it did the damage. However, Wolf was very unhappy with them.
It's great fun. Clayton's a very good sport about it, actually. He has some good fun with it.
Yeah. I mean, look,
Flowers are good people.
Flowers is very cool, but I got to hang out with him a little bit around MSI 23. I don't know him that personally, but occasionally we trade some messages here. Kratos is going for a big old angle on the Udit. That's a dunk.
And here comes the quickness, try and turn this around. Good battle down tangle. Oh, the shockwave after is solid enough though, and they bring down the Oriana, regardless of the attempted defensive ult.
Yeah, it's like a confetti ult. It's like, wee, that looks
I'm
cool.
dead, hooray!
Hooray! I have died. This is you know, this is the funeral decorations. Oh, just about misses the ult there. Kati was looking for a good trade on Diablo. 3 growths for BFX means that their pushing potential is pretty strong. They do lose that turret, but they got first turret beforehand in the bot lane. They just get the full inner turret. That'd be an insane amount of gold to pick up for clearing just that one lane. I think that was cool. Good for him. Is Vikla still a good player? He had a in his first series versus Nongshim, had a pretty bad early game on a Talia, and then picked it up very well in late game. I don't remember the other game in that series. What was the other thing that he was playing? It was a 3-game series. I'm struggling to remember. Vikla's been fine. I would say he's struggled at points, but it's not been, you know, not been awful, obviously. Oh, he played an Ari game as well. He played an Ari game, right? Should remember that one. And he played a Rise game. So he's played Rise, Ari, Talia. What else did he play? I can't remember the second series. Vikla got better in playoffs, but before that he was pretty bad. Right, gotcha. You're gonna buy Yotze next Wednesday. You're so excited. It's a good game. It's a good game. I just finished my playthrough. The final boss took about 70 attempts. I beat the optional side boss in like 2 attempts. So I was like, oh yeah, I've got this nailed. I did not have it nailed. It was a long, tedious effort. It was a good game though. I would suggest playing it. But I will say, I did prefer Tsushima. I did prefer Tsushima. I think that's my first instincts coming out of it. Vikla has improved significantly and is objectively a valuable member of the team. Sets up very well for Diablo, who has the tendency to int randomly sometimes. I mean, obviously, the more I hear about Fearix, the more I hear about Diablo's fantastic. This team is just about Diablo. But of course, you have to have a supporting cast to support someone like that, right? And yeah, Vikla was very, very exciting in his debut year when he came up onto KT Rolster. KT Rolster was the big team where he kind of made his break on it. He was trading time with Arya, who came in from DFM on 21. So that was 2022 he debuted in. Is it as good as Tsushima? Look, in terms of... they're strong for different reasons, Blade. I think you're... Hang on a second. You might be a play here. Raptor does have a decent amount of damage. He has 2 items. Raptor could flash in to confirm something. Kratos trying to get that whole Udyr distance rolling, because as soon as you get out of melee range, you'll just, you know, continually run away. Udyr is really hard to catch, as, you know, D Gates would have you know. Brawlmalt goes wide. Diablo does have flash. That's some pretty fancy feat from Diablo there. W out, gets the ultimate down. Not sure about the curtain call. In fact, it's immediately cancelled. Diablo will close the curtains very quickly after opening them. Great sidestep on the Brawlmalt there. Oops. Raptor is actually pretty good too. I liked Raptor. God, when was it? Was it last year when I was watching him? I was a pretty big I enjoyed what Raptor was doing. Saw some comments in chat the other day that said that Raptor wasn't doing so well, but I can't remember the specifics of that. Herald just cancelled it. Oh, what? Okay, I missed that. Apparently the Herald cancelled the curtain call there. That was an interesting one. I missed that one. Yeah, okay, folks, okay, that should tell you how tired I am. I did just completely miss that Herald cancelled that. My bad. Yeah, okay, everyone in all 3 chats is letting me know that. Good job, everyone. Turns out that doing 12-hour streams for the last 3 days has been a bit taxing on the mental. Okay, Ascan's alive. Very close in gold, actually. 3 kills on the Nymaera. You know what? Shogun could carry this. Yeah, if you manage to flash out of Shockwave and or Kiana combo, I think Nymaera could carry this, you know. Kratos about to get 2 items, I think. He's pretty close to it. Yeah, he has Fimbulwinter now. Udyr's at a very big point of power with that. But Diablo is 17 years old? Wow. Crazy level of form for such a young player. Okay, Atkan started. Decent objective damage coming. Oh, God, still on Vikings! Of course, we need to know where Godguar's prediction is lying. Okay, BFX teleporting in. Is this a flip? This might just be a full flip. Clay going in. Atkan secured by Vikings. That's a massive Renekton. Oh my god, the Renekton Kiana damage is insane. Okay, you get the Atkan, but at what cost? Very good turnaround from Kati, which gets one back. Is that one back? Yeah, Diablo's coming over. I think Diablo might just kill him, folks. I think Diablo might just kill him. Kratos has a decent amount of HP. The fourth shot. It's a little bit scary. Raptor goes over for a bit of a combo. That's insanely good work from... Oh my god. The Axiomar gets him a second ult. The Axiomar gets him a second ult. So Raptor just had an insane ult. Gets, 4 assists and then ults at the end of the fight. Jeez, I love Axiomar when it's actually, a strong item. Oh, funny as hell. Axiomar value, folks. Who are my dark horses for Worlds this year? Well, who are your favorites, right? Favorite is Gen G. Would anyone... who else are favorites, quote unquote? I mean, I guess BLG are not dark horses. They're kind of like, they're contenders, so I wouldn't... Because dark horse to me is someone that, like, would be overlooked but could win at a dice roll. Or is dark horse just, like, not the favorites, but... I don't know. How do you define that? I don't... Unironically, CFO are not a bad team. I mean, yeah. Some people saying CFO in chat. CFO are not a bad team. Do I think they could be dark horses for Worlds? I don't know if I call them dark horses. Oh my god. He flashed in for the shockwave? And this is just an insane wombo. Is that a full 5-man Kiana roll? It is. That's a full 5-man Kiana roll. Jeez. Insane combo from Fearex. Top 2 teams in the world are Gen G and T1. I mean, T1 did go 5 games against Gen G, yeah. KT is a dark horse. I mean, in the same logic, IG would be a dark horse if KT are, but because they're just ridiculously inconsistent but have a high roll. Okay, I need to think about that a little more because I'm actually it's very hard. Hang on a second, clear over the wall. Let's get the E reset. We'll slice in, dice out. Oh, bloody hell, he just evaporates! That's meant to be a tank, by the way. That was meant to be a tank. He has died. Guri's dunked in and has died very, very quickly afterwards. Raptor has had an insane game. Shogun's flashing in. Nymaera damage. Gets the Brawn passive down. Oh, sidesteps the Gen W, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Damage is already done. BFX way too far ahead. Raptor's damage on this Kiana is utterly insane. So I will say people saying that T1 isn't close. Look, T1 did go 5 games versus Gen G. So I'm not going to say that they're not in the running. Of course they are, and I think they're a very good team, and I think that people should be afraid of them. Should be. Baron taken by BFX. If BDD took Victor's spot, I think BFX would be such a strong team. I think BDD taking almost anyone's spot in the world would make them a very strong team. Yeah, T1 and Summer weren't fantastic, but they did have a very, they did just, their most recent best of 5 was, the 5-game series versus Gen G, so, keep that into account. I mean, BLG might be dark. Yeah, maybe BLG count as dark horses. I don't know whether people would say they're too good to be considered a dark horse, but BLG have had so many issues over summer as well, despite winning the LPL. I mean, BLG. Yeah, I think BLG may be coming as dark horse territory. Exactly, Hans. It's hard to call a first seed of LPL dark horse, but I think LPL's in a little bit of a weird spot right now. Bro didn't watch what Dogdam did to Diablo. No, I wasn't watching as much LCK this year. No. Oh, sorry, did you mean in the first series of this tournament? Yeah, I mean, Dogdom had a pretty good series in the... losing my mind. Sorry, Jiwoo was in the first series, not Dogdom. Oh, what am I talking about? Top Esports is a dark horse that passes people underestimating the current level. I just don't trust Top Esports internationally. I just don't trust them internationally. H-League technically did have a 5-game series versus Genji at Road to MSI. Yeah, but then obviously in summer, I feel like Zeka is really not playing fantastically right now, and also Zeus in playoffs was just a little bit off too. Oh my god, that's some damage. Hang on, that's not bad from Vikings. Managed to take down the Jhin, so the AD carry's gone. Bot lane's both dead now. So that's 2 for 1. Guri died, finding the engage. Good damage from Vikla. That's 3 items. Shadow Flame in there. Right, I'll take some decent damage to clear. How you doing, Sam? Yeah, Sam and I had some... Anyway, we'll talk about that later. Kratos going in towards top side. Clear might get the kill here, but will Kratos... Well, is he going to have enough time to buy that damage? I don't think so. He'll run away from his top lane. And,
will become murky.
Yeah, he's obscured. Expedition 33.
Yeah. Obscured Expedition, that's fantastic. Clear obscured.
Just clear obscured. Yeah, did you know that Clear is actually up for Game of the Year this year, folks?
Yeah.
Clear Obscure.
Have you played Clear Obscure?
No, I haven't.
You really should. They're actually releasing some free DLC.
So I do, but I also need to play Hades 2. In fact,
yeah.
I think the next game I'll play on stream is Hades 2. Because I am a wow, that was an insane combo. Kati's doing so. You know, the Atakan fight, it was overshadowed by like a 5-man Kiana roll. But Kati did have a ton of good turnaround damage.
Did Vikings have a good Atakan fight? But it looks like they've owned it themselves, Atakan. So
No. They got the Atakan and lost all 5 members. Godguo is still... I mean, Godguo is still favoring Vikings.
For some reason, I heard Kiana and assumed Vikings were playing it, despite the Kiana very clearly being played by BFX.
Yep. Yeah, The Sims on stream. Yeah, but then I have to play 2,000 euros or whatever to get every single DLC for The Sims, you know.
It's quite a lot.
It's a ton. You know, there are some people which, you know, do make their whole lifestyles out of Sims. I mean, I guess people have done that for worse things, I suppose.
League of Legends.
Yeah, true. This has been a very good Kiana game, considering that LCK typically loses with this champion.
Very true.
It was something like, what was it, 0 and 7 in LCK, I think?
It was not fantastic. Which is wild to me, because I've seen it pop off at so many levels of play.
I think this Kati guy was in GAM at some point. Yes, he was. Was it last year or the year before? But yes, he was there for a year or 2, yeah. And Kati's probably been the best Vietnamese mid laner of this era. There's, well, apparently there's a new mid laner coming up for Team Secret Worlds, Dyer, who's apparently pretty good. And there's also a guy called, before that guy called Dia1, who was really, really good, but he was match facing, so he got banned. So
yeah, he and what felt like half the damn league.
No, he wasn't on GAM in 2020, he was on Team Flash in 2020, and he was there for 2020 and 21. I think he moved over to GAM in 22 or 23. Bloody hell, the damage.
Oh boy, yeah, buffers through some of the CC, has to flash out of the curtain call, right? During a tricky spot.
It was a good flag drag. Managed to buffer out of the CC. Pretty good from him. So there is Balance Soul coming up for BFX soon. Look, folks, BFX is 6,000 gold ahead. They do have an insanely fed Kiana who is 3,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, you've heard of SFX, Alex. And BFX. You heard of
BFX. What are the effects that they are doing? Because VFX is visual effects. SFX is sound effects. What's BFX?
It's
You're really thinking, I can tell.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think of something that's not just straight up crass.
Beating effects? Yeah,
see what I mean? I just said not something straight up crass.
I mean, it could be violence instead of the other thing you're thinking of.
I don't know what you're thinking. Get your mind out of the gutter.
I was thinking you were thinking of the other thing, Sam.
I wouldn't do that.
I would only assume.
I am a pure maiden.
Alright, shut up. Guri was on vision around the corner. They don't realize that there's the water up that wall. I guess that's where Guri engaged from before. Dragon Snow in under a minute. You can see the Vikings are very much kept into their own side of the map. Never forget GAM top esports. Yeah, we were talking about it the other day actually, because Tien was flashing the top esports logo at GAM as he beat them. It was kind of funny.
Gets attacked by a way. It's okay. Doesn't go on another expedition.
Right. Because, you know, he'd have to go on like another 32.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
I mean, technically it counts down, I know.
It does, but I say, strictly speaking, the other way around.
Yeah, but I find it funnier that way, you know. Who would even do 33 expeditions anywhere? You know, it's a lot of expeditions.
It is.
10 seconds till drag. Ooh, trying to catch out the giant.
Oh, that's a big shockwave, and Kratos is in the middle of making sure no one else is getting on over here. I think that might be a game winner. That
Yeah, they managed to kill the Nymaera. Nymaera was the win condition. Kellen forces the flash. Shockwave finds him after. That will at least be Dragon Soul, if not the game.
Shockwave finds none of them at all.
Sam, it hit 3 of them.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to think of cool lines to not be Captain.
No. And Kellen's quickness will find them all.
Yeah.
You know, every time a Ricardo Oriana play happens now, I'm just going to start shouting out the Ricardo instead. Just to fuel the fire, because I find that funny, Sam.
Yeah.
Ugh. Funnily enough for me, I've also had to do tax work recently too. It's taxes are a pain everywhere in the world. I hope you've not enjoyed, but I hope you've survived doing your taxes for your job. Barons are getting started, so BFX will get themselves Soul and they get themselves Barons. It's not the end of the game, but it's basically a victory lap after this point.
Do you think BFX will, in order to curry the favor of Godgore, change their logo to a grasshopper, become BGX?
I don't think they'll do that, but maybe they should. Oh, the Jin W hit. That was... I'm surprised that hit, but then again...
Z-axis things.
2.5D game. It doesn't actually... This game is not actually a 3D game, but it looks like it is.
It's fake 3D.
Yep, 2.5D. Whereas visually it's a 3D game, but in terms of the actual mechanics of the game, it's 2D at an angle. What if I made merch? I don't know who would buy it. Problem is, like, making merch is a problem because you need to sell enough to actually make it a worthwhile investment. It would be very cool if I did, but maybe a plan for the future. What I need to do is just make my own version of that one, like, Sakura hoodie I have to pull over. That's kind of like the iconic hoodie I have. Anyway, BFX are walking in with the Baron. They'll, maybe it's Baron effects, Sam. Maybe it's Baron effects. Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. Oh, we figured it out. Thank you, Alex.
BFX stands for Baron effects. They're going to crush through the mid lane inhibitor turret. That should be dead pretty quickly.
They're going to go into a cataclysm and then flag and drag out. Unfortunately, the curtains are getting called on them, and it's a lot of fabric, and they don't really know what to do about it. They'll blow up a Rakan, but unfortunately, Jin is on a triple kill. They actually might be looking for something a little bit more. Shockwave just wide. Diablo looking for at least the Jin Penta, maybe the whole damn thing. How aggressively do BFX want to hunt for those extra kills over the end of the game? Currently, it looks like they're more interested in the Nexus turret, but here comes that fountain dive. Looking for more value. There is the Oriana stealing it, and now, unfortunately...
It had timed out. It had timed out.
I don't care. It's the principle of the thing.
BFX will take first game. And, yeah, in a series which... This only really matters technically for seeding. BFX... I think, folks... Oh, yeah, but for those of you who are worried about, you know, the intelligence of our Godgore Grasshopper, remember, folks, Godgore is never wrong. It's either correct or lying. And sadly, he was lying this game. Morality. I don't know if we really understand the morality of our Godgore Grasshopper God.
Yeah, he is a capricious god.
Monkey. Anything else about that game?
What is it? I wonder what Viking's logo is. It's just a Viking, but with the horns, I wonder whether it was an insect thing as well. Yeah. But no, it's a very plump-looking Viking, which is great.
I hate living in Southeast Asia because I see these insanely cool merch drops, but then I see the price at $35 US, and that can triple my livelihood. I mean, like, a hoodie is like $60, $70, more than that sometimes, which is kind of insane. Yeah, and that's without like shipping as well, if it comes from the US, particularly.
It's one of the big issues in a lot of ways with export cultures in some ways, when your currency is kind of lower and you're often trading out a lot because other people want to buy from you because it's cheaper to buy from you. It means actually buying from those people, like the States or Europe and stuff, can be very, very pricey because just like percentage-wise of your income is like, what is like 5% of my income might be 30+% of someone else. It's really rough.
That's the first game. We're out of Red Bull.
Get hydrated, by the way, Ned.
Yeah, I do need. I have the last bit of my coffee. Oh, I had a really good Musume run the other day.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I was thinking about missing this Champions Meet, but I had one which was convinced me to try it now. I got a Saiyan Sky run with Mile S, Turf S, Groundwork 3 green skills, which is like, that's the meta right now. 1200 speed, about 900 power, about 400 width. So like, it's a good run, Sam. It's a good run.
Or is this the Achakan incident?
Yeah, this was the 5-man Kiara.
Oh,
Sam,
no.
he got so many assists that he got a second ult at the end of the fight from Axiomar.
Oh, no. That is like actually the dream.
It genuinely is. Genuinely is.
As Raptor over the wall. Yeah, he can literally just go over and go for a second one, can't he? Oh my god, he can. That's ridiculous. You'll hate this, Alex, but
Yeah.
it sort of amused and horrified me. Is horse sashimi is a thing in Japan.
Is it?
Yeah.
I mean, horse meat is a thing in France too. It is. I mean, it does make sense, particularly in any kind of like horse-based culture, that you use all of the horse.
Yes.
I mean, some cultures see it as respectful.
Yeah, of course.
See it as respectful.
The disrespectful thing is they started serving it with a little toothpick with a picture of Harurara on it.
No, no, don't tell me that. Oh, why did you say that?
No. And I just saw it and went, you cannot be serious.
That is
You cannot be serious.
God. Why would you tell me that? I could have lived my whole life not knowing that.
Well, I didn't send you the reel. I nearly sent you the reel.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Sam, can I have another coffee?
You can, yeah. Actually, I've not touched this one. Do you want this one?
Oh. Well, it's good because some people need high iron and horse has it. Oh, that's very cool. So, no, that's a separate reference. Okay, so folks,
can I send you the real, Corey? If I find it again, yes, I'll send it you.
Is DK GAM next? Which one is next, actually? Let me check. We've got this one first. Obviously, we've got this one first. Then we have DK GAM next, and NIP Nongshim to end the day. And NIP Nongshim, I think that the winner of that goes through. So I'm pretty sure the next two series, winner goes through, just based on series score. 然后想要保住修杠的云阿娜，但是在几波团战里面都是被找到位置了。那当然可能这也跟自己 Yo, Unicorns the Love Sexy Edition went from 0-3 to 4-3.
Yeah, the thing that's really sad for me though is it meant the Partisans didn't make it.
Oh really?
And they were the pool 14 that went to 3-0 and couldn't quite do it.
Oh
and it
no!
was really close against Unicorns. I'm not joking.
I remember
they were winning
Partisan
game
as well.
3.
I've cast Partisan a couple of times.
It's like Accidents team and stuff.
Yeah, I remember casting them back on Lucent.
Yeah.
By the way, folks, this is the first game which Diablo has not got MVP that BFX have won. He's been MVP, I believe, in all 4 of their wins. Raptor robbed. How is Raptor not MVP, actually? Raptor was insane. I thought Raptor was by far the best player that game.
同时，这也是他在本次赛事里的第1次 MVP 啊，也希望他能再接再厉。今天的 BFX 确实表现的跟他们前面
Hey, we need to do that thing where we run adverts.
非常的稳健，步步
Do
为
we?
营，靠团战
Yeah, probably do.
胜利啊。
I'm gonna get you that coffee.
Huh? Thank you.
You're welcome.
We need to get some more like ground coffee.
Yeah.
看到本局最后是3
Got
票
some
给到
from
中
the
单，然后
place,
1票
some
打野
bird
1票
place.
下路的 MVP 选票啊，也看看一会儿来到第2局以后。 对于 MVKE 来说有哪些调整？因为我发现2支 LCP 的队伍很有意思，他们在有优先选边权的时候，都喜欢选
Alex.
Hello.
就是落败的时候也有可能会选择到
What is that?
Steam Deck in a bath.
给他们的这个打野
Yeah, wait.
打野的
Okay.
会拿到一些自己比较称。
Oh my god. Someone sent Gaben a picture of them playing a Steam Deck in the bath. And Gaben emailed back saying, don't drop it. He actually replied. I will pause to check Montes. I will. Ground coffee, Montes. Ground coffee. Not browned coffee. Thanks for the follows, by the way. For those of you who did stop by earlier.
职业选手1年的汗水与泪水都在失去全球总决赛资格的那一刻终结。但从今天起，这样的遗憾将不会重演。
军中无戏言。
不必等到太阳升起再忘掉一切，今年未尽的征途就在当下续写。8支棋差1招的战队，数十名热血难凉的少年，当然还有在他们背后默默抉择美味的教练。曾经他们在峡谷拼搏，渴望着夺冠。后来，他们是各自赛区卖票的销冠，而如今，艰难匍匐的前行者们将再次集结，只为证明那一句话：5强6强也比再加强。这是一个荣耀与屈辱并存的手擂台，你想成为拿破仑中伦，还是沦为失败地中地？
巨难受，带的刚刚摇起来了。
这是一场赢了也不能复活的复活赛，但输了真的会被淘汰。尽管不能给你一次此生仅有的机会。但亚洲邀请赛也是世界赛，让我们一起踏上这条未尽之路。
Also, hey Kazel, how's it going? DK versus GAM is the one I'm looking forward to today. Yeah, I think it should be. I think it should be a fun one, honestly. Like, yeah, I mean, GAM are the first Vietnamese team to beat an LPL team in a best of series, which is very, very cool. Like, genuinely a historic result. Oh, I just like this stuff. Stream? Where you at, stream? What's my favorite color? I used to have red as my favorite color. I think I like cool blues now. I like cool blues. I saw Levy posting on Facebook yesterday saying Vikings lost because of shitty internet, so now this frog in my hot pot must pay the price. What? Oh, Styles coming in, right? Yeah. So it looks like. So, by the way, Vikings do this pretty much every game. They'll play one game of Shogun, one game of Style.
然后第二把换 Style 上来
，Style 在下面先观察一下，我先看看对手是什么样，
什么个路数，
然后带着情报、带着信息再上来跟兄弟们分享一下。对。
哦，么？
另外一边的话，我觉得 BFX 就是以不变应万变了。
Drop it like a top.
上把的 MVP Vic 了。
It's an image of him eating a frog leg, right?
来说的话，这场比赛确实还是需要去把自己的精气神给提升一些，对吧？时间有点早，对于大家来说，咱们的郭师傅倒是不累，他上把我感觉左爬右爬是非常活跃，但是上把预测有点累了。
对，这回得稍微栖息一会儿了。
他是感觉就是这个 MVKE 有点辜负自己了。
看到两边选手的镜头之下。 即便第一场落败之后啊，其实像是 MVKE 的队员们神情还是相对来讲比较放松的。
How many teams advance from each group? 2. It's 2, Barnabas. So top 2 go through from each group, bottom 2 are eliminated. So then we'll have a 4-team double elimination bracket. So we have... hang on a second. Are Weibo guaranteed top seed? I think they are because they're head-to-head versus D plus gear. That's so funny. So Weibo are first seed from Group A regardless. How has this happened? Oh god.
Are on stage again, that's exciting.
Yay. Godgo is back on stage too.
Yes, it should
Still been on stage. Alright, Vikings BFX game 2, I gotta do that thing where I remove the social so you can see the bands from there.
Yeah, but people could just remember them. There's the other thing.
I couldn't remember them, Sam.
Oh, can you not remember the U, dear Alex?
Sam, it's been a long week.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. GAM have got to do it, the funniest thing. It would be very funny if somehow GAM knocked out Damwon. Would be very, very funny. Nico Bandaway, what are the big champions that we're missing so far? I guess we might...
Malphite's pretty big. He's a mountain, quite large. They go for a monkey instead. Not quite as large, Alex.
I just don't know how to respond to this anymore. I just don't know how to respond to this.
Probably has said.
What are you thinking about? What are we thinking about? Rise first pick.
Could be done.
Galio's still up 2 for mid lane. I'm actually struggling to remember what first picks are in this meta. I mean, Rumble's the easy one. But like, I think previously I'd be like, oh, this is definitely the first pick. Like Orianna obviously was in previous metas, and it's still powerful now, but I don't think it's first pick worthy.
I've seen quite a lot of Ori first pick still.
In this tournament, less so. Because we've seen Rise first pick, we've seen LeBlanc first pick over it. As well.
Rise, LeBlanc, Ori, a little bit of Rumble still. Am I seeing any AD carries where they do that?
No, not right now. I think with Yunara being nerfed, and also Varus being nerfed heavily, I think we're seeing bot lane being left to the second part of draft more and more often. Because it's better, because power pick bot lanes aren't good enough to pick over your top side of the map. So you'd rather get a counter pick bot lane and win something through that. I think.
Yeah, I think we see Kai'Sa Nico now. Oh, we would have seen Kai'Sa Nico, but they banned the Nico, so they're just going to blind Blitzcrank, as you do.
Okay. Right. So what do you do as BFX against that? Now, I mean, I say what do you do? There's plenty of options. I mean, Kellen could just slam the Elise. Elise is really good versus Blitzcrank. We saw that from Lehens a little bit earlier on in the tournament.
You outrange him, you can dodge his hook. Once you've dodged his hook, you can jump to him. It's a bad time for Blitzcrank in general.
Ornn's there for disengage. And Vikings, this may well be their last game of the tournament, so why not have some fun with it, you know?
Very true. They've had some fun picks here. I think the other thing you could first pick, by the way, is a lot of those skirmishing junglers. Xin Zhao's, Jarvan's big first pick options right now as well. And speaking of that, we've not really got an AD skirmisher in Valkyrie because, of course, Raptors picked up the Lee Sin and it's going to ban away things like the Xin Zhao. Jarvan and Kiana already gone. I think a Neferi might be a sensible ban here as well on that marker as well. What else is really left? You are running a little thin on the ground for AD scam, especially with the Wukong and the Vi and the Xin Zhao. Are they just going to ban up 3.5 junglers? Because Ambessa, as we all know, is a notorious jungle flex.
Yeah. Ambessa, a big jungle champion, right? Corki banned away because it does quite well against the Kai'Sa. What else do you ban now? I mean, you could ban Ezreal, maybe? I think Ezreal. Trying to think, because you want something that can survive the Blitzcrank hook. You could ban Sivir.
What exactly gets locked down? I will say I did watch Melodic go 0 and like 2 and 10 Lee Sin top yesterday. So.
Oh yeah, didn't he get like temporarily suspended because it like auto detected him quote unquote inting? Yeah. So they had to delay the series so they could unlock his account on Tournament Realm because he played so poorly.
Yeah, it was there was some. The thing is, he was kind of bouncing it, if you know what I mean. Like, he was actually up in gold for quite a lot of it regardless. But there was some very ill-advised dives where he went under turret and then died.
Might get Lucian here, maybe. Lucian's not bad versus the Blitzcrank. It's a good call, Blade, actually. It's not bad, though. lock in these Leona. That means, I mean...
It's Kati. Do you want to see some AD mids? Could bring back the Lucian mid out of meta?
No, I meant for BFX, because they don't have a bot lane, Sam.
Oh, I know, but you could have locked a Lucian mid because it's Kati.
Why?
Because it's Kati.
Why? He doesn't play that much of it.
He used to, didn't he?
That's not what I would consider to be his big thing. I thought it would have been DO1.
I mean,
Kindred has been brought in for Curry, by the way. That's actually much more
That is much
interesting.
more exciting, yeah.
Galio Kindred. Well, I mean, you don't actually... The funny thing here is, Vikings have 0 engage again. They did this yesterday versus NIP. They just have 0 engage. They have a Blitzcrank and that's it.
Are we debating a misfortune?
It's not bad here now, actually. I mean, there's no cancels. The only cancel you have is a Blitzcrank.
I mean, there's Galio ult, I suppose.
Yeah, but how are you getting that in range? Someone has to deliver you in there.
Kai'Sa ult.
Yeah, but...
There you go, Alex. Come on now.
No, sometimes... No, I'm not. No, I'm not wasting brain cells on this. I'm not wasting brain cells on
It
this.
just sounds like I won the argument, doesn't it? I have offered a clear and logical answer to your statement.
Would it make you happy if you did, Sam?
No, it wouldn't. What would make me happy is you admitting failure and my superiority in this moment.
Chat. This is what I deal with every day at night.
Being wrong, yeah, it's true. It's a difficult match. I'm trying to be serious and deliberately annoying, and so far I'm just laughing instead.
Let's get into game. And swiftly move on from this. Wouldn't Trundle have been better than Kindred here?
It's less fun.
I mean, technically yes, because it's better versus Ornn. But also, I mean, I don't know, a bunch of things would have been better, because they have been left with, again, 0 engage.
Yeah, but what you can do is press R when Misfortune presses R and get taken down to 10% HP but not die. And of course,
Oh, it's Kindred, right?
yeah.
Well, what happens if you get damaged first, and then she ults as your ult ends?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's also a possibility. You're right. There's also a possibility where the fact that you still did 90% of someone's HP bar would prove problematic once the Lamb's Respite ends.
Damn, you're very clever, Sam.
I know, I'm just...
We were talking earlier about who we think Dark Horse teams for Worlds are, because I actually find it quite hard to say...
Not Team Liquid, they're not here anymore, are they? They don't have, they're the ones with the horse logo.
Yeah, but they would also but their logo's like a light horse, because it's in white and blue.
True, yeah.
But I'm finding it quite hard to actually determine who are favourites to then decide who are Dark Horses, because Genji I think are favourites, and I mean, you have to say T1 because they went 5 games against Genji and was very, very close. I think you have to say that they are probably in there, despite them being a 4th seed and having a bad summer. I think they have to be in there.
Yeah.
H-Lee didn't look fantastic in playoffs, but are still, at least in finals and stuff, so I think Genji were clearly the better team than them, obviously. But I suppose they're also in there. I mean, maybe... The thing is, though, I'm trying to judge... It feels a little unfair to call BLG quote-unquote Dark Horse because they are still LPL champions.
Yeah, I think...
So I guess they're contenders / top cut.
Yeah, I'd say BLG are contenders top cut. I think you're then looking at a group of teams, which is probably something like HLE, Top Esports, Anyone's Legends. And if you really wanted to go, like, if we see... summer regular season IG, and if they beat T1, the moment if IG make it the main stage,
put it this way. I think whoever makes it through from the look, the easy answer is whoever makes it through the play-ins match is like in contention. If IG beats T1, they'll have some time to scale up, and that team does have a very high ceiling. But like they need to recover form
because they're summer playoffs.
Their early games are really rocky, and Rookie wasn't on great form. It's like he needs to recover that, otherwise they're just not going to be contenders.
And Wei was getting done in by any jungler with a decent plan.
But I mean, jungling is a team sport, but yeah. Top Esports are genuinely quite a fun team. I mean, again, Top Esports, they just have to somehow overcome like the international holdups that they've had, because that team just... I mean, I believed in them at first and I thought they'd break the curse, but that obviously didn't happen. Bot lane and jungle kind of did not function in the way that they wanted to.
I mean, legitimately, it was something ridiculous. Like JackeyLove had the worst KDA of any player in the tournament, not
Which
just
sucks.
AD carry. Not just AD carry. It was just atrocious, the amount of death, which you can't have as an AD carry. You just can't. You know that KDA isn't the be-all and end-all and is often used as a bit of a fake stat, but you know sometimes it is quite indicative of performance.
I think he was dying. I think at the first part of the tournament he died something like five times a game on average, something like that.
Which is just
like, look, we know that Jakilov was very good, and I think regular season Jakilov, I think, was on. Well, he was the MVP.
Indeed.
He got his first regular season MVP. Playoff. I mean, he did make it through to a 5-game finals. Top esports. I mean, that's the other thing too. You can say, oh, well, BLG, they're clearly, first seed of LPL. Top esports did go 5 games against them in finals, and they could have very much won that. Anything interesting happening in this early game? Well, we did have the Taeyun swap again.
And actually got the Blitzcrank up. So it's actually just a straight-up lane swap, interestingly, now.
Oh, it's 3 minutes out beyond that now.
Had to Bellows Breath that one. I think Clear might have wanted to Bellows Breath the other direction, but did get the Brittle proc off that. But that's a rough start now for the side of Clear. Kratos here on the Rumble has decided that he's got the power of gods and anime on his side.
Top esports were exhausted at first stand. Also, I think what really didn't help was the fact that they were actually very good at the lane swap meta of Winter Split, and then that got removed at first stand, which really rocked them in their preparations. Their early game, which was very, very good before that, was not nearly as good.
And those small margins make a big difference against the best teams in the world. It just does.
So Kratos flashing away, but it's still going to get hit by his end play. Raptor comes through, lands the Q, and that is a dead Rumble.
Vikings, give me this wave, my soul is yours!
I know it's a very memed upon moment, because it's an older game, so maybe some people forget it now. There's that one moment where Kratos has to, like, button mash to let go of his daughter in the Fields of Elysium.
Yeah.
A lot of people are like, oh my god, you're doing a quick time event for, like, letting go of your daughter. Like, it is worth noting, that is a harder quick time event than killing the gods. It is which honestly I think is really, really cool. What that showcases that it is harder for Kratos to let go of his daughter and his family than actually kill deities. Which is honestly, that's some really cool symbolism. I like that.
But the core tragedy, of course, is the fact he does.
Yeah.
And there's some, actually, for me, I actually think that games 2 and 3 completely undercut the message of game 1 still.
The old PS games.
Yeah. Because obviously the game 1 is effectively a self-contained Greek tragedy, like in the literary sense, from a play perspective, whereas games 2 and 3 kind of undercut.
Kellen's been everywhere here.
He has been. In fact, so has Shulong, but that's still going to be a lot of value. Now actually decent charge into the wall, and Kratos gets knocked up.
And I have to say, I have really enjoyed the more recent God of War games too.
Yeah.
I think on an emotional level, it's very intelligent. The warrior becoming a father, it's a very interesting one. Raptor doesn't have level 6.
Godfist Lee Sin versus Rumble. Is this an unfortunate matchup for Lee Sin?
Kratos is losing this one.
Yeah, but he survives.
That is true though. You did pick Godfist Lee Sin into the God Killer.
I do's fist.
Yeah. There's a bloke on TikTok and short content and stuff who I think he's I don't know if he's a psychologist, but he has like psychological education training. And he kind of like breaks down a lot of God of War and also stuff like Red Dead Redemption and how like emotionally well written they are. It's very cool. Oh, Flash Forward Kellen didn't have the flash himself. Flash Forward Zenith played earlier. Gets caught out. Is it enough damage? No one's coming to help him. He actually might make this out alive, you know?
This is crazy value.
There was no one coming to help him. He just walks out by himself.
Where's Kindred marks at? Got 1 mark.
He has 1 on Lee Sin if he does come to the play. Diablo is on weak side of the map. Support teleport. So Kellen survives. Goes back, teleports back in, takes a load of damage off the Styles. Shilong Hex flashes over the wall.
Looking for the rocket punch, gets it, and there's the last auto, but there's a barrier burn. It's not enough, and Diablo survives. Kellen with the Shield of Daybreak slow. Out comes the mounting Dread, but the Dread's just not all that frightening right now. Hang on, Kati's coming on over. They've round walked in, but that means that Kati's in a 1v3. Oh! Void Seeker!
Diablo goes down. He was so close to living because he had Vamp Scepter. The Vamp Scepter saved him in that fight. I was like, oh, he's going to die in the last tick of the burn. No, the Vamp Scepter actually saved him before that. Damn, that was so clutch. That was very close. So that's... Vikings another solid early game versus BFX, which I thought that with Kellen being everywhere, that BFX would have maybe gotten more out of this early game, but, Vikings are holding their own.
Why? The question I need to ask is actually there's a core of the Forge God happening on top of Kratos, and unfortunately for Kratos, he did have to deal with Hephaestus, and that was a very tragic moment in God of War 3.
Oh god, they picked the Forge God into him too!
I know.
Truly... And crazy decision making. I mean, who else? I mean, you'd have to pick what else, like Aurelian Soul. You also really like godlike entities. Anyway, that's someone just stood around the corner.
They don't know he's in there.
Look, they know that someone is there because they were checking the brushes. They just didn't check the alcove.
Alcove gaming.
But that means that Vikler can now flash forward and get a root. Oh god, he doesn't have cleanse. Oh, that is actually very underwhelming. I thought that would have led to something. All of Targon? Not well. The aspects are kind of weird. Like the aspects aren't really good. Oh, by the way, yeah. So I mean, this is the play just before this. The Vamp Scepter saves his life because he goes down to such low HP. Vamp Scepter ends up saving his life. I'm pretty sure the auto attacks there would have made the difference with the lifesteal. Yeah, as Sam was alluding to before, as the snipe comes through. So, oh, he almost blocks it. Close. Callan's dead, by the way. And that's a hook.
Killing is horn. Vikler now needs to try and run away, but there's still the ability to killer instinct forward. Style does have flash. We'll try and proc it. Last auto just out of range, and he burned the flash for that as well. Style EY.
What? Style E.
That's what his name is.
Shut up, Sam. Torn in mid lane. Oh, it goes into the hook!
Bad Shulong will ensure that Diablo has to bullet time the wave in rage.
Oh man, that was a great combo. Like, damn, Vikings are 4-1 in the early game, 1.5k up. Guri has 2 marks. Does he have a 3rd one coming up soon? Oh, he does have a mark on Raptor if it does go into a bigger fight. That could actually be a problem. Guri does have ult.
Guri's got a decent amount of work done. Don't see what. I think what the name was, Rune. He's actually running, wasn't sure whether it was Conqueror or not, but either way, let's get a decent chunk there. Gets to survive. Phage value very high there. At least in consistency, a bit of a nightmare for Kindred.
Just backtracking a little bit. Mount Targon is effectively the lore of the Eldar Phoenix Lords from Warhammer 40,000.
It's true.
Because in Warhammer 40,000, the Eldar, which are an ancient empire, which is, you know, their soldiers, their specialized soldiers are called aspect warriors. Where have we heard aspect before? And their leaders are called Phoenix Lords. And what happens to them is they take on like the true epitome of the aspect of their aspect warriors. And if they die, they can be resurrected in the armor and someone else takes on the aspect, which is exactly what happens with the aspects in Mount Targon. Also, interestingly enough, a Games Workshop writer, who are the company which make Warhammer and Warhammer 40,000, joined Riot around about the time the Mount Targon lore rework came in. So that's my conspiracy.
That's it. Hero's entrance. Boom. Looking to jump on forwards, and Raptor has to go ooh and leave. Ooh. You do it better than me.
I have practiced from time to time.
That doesn't surprise me.
Galliot was actually used fairly effectively there. And you know what? I was saying Vikings basically have 0 engage. They're doing quite well at finding picks for having basically 0
relatively
engage.
Good target access, I suppose.
Do they?
I mean, Equalize is very long range.
Yo, that's your engage.
Forwards, and you just have to hit the skill shots is the answer. They can't kill Diablo though.
Diablo also has ult.
Yeah, I think Stylee might be in trouble.
Style1E, you mean? Oh!
He used the wrong way. He tried to bounce it through Shulong, wasn't
he just clicked the wrong target.
I wasn't sure if he was just out of range and needed to bounce it off.
No, the Kaiser was actually slightly closer. Oh man, that was... Okay, that was a bit ambitious from Style1E, from Style and Sealong. Diablo had both summoners up there. So realistically not going to get a kill. I guess getting the summoners out of Diablo is kind of big, because now suddenly Karti, when his next flash comes up, can just fly in and try and get a flash torn onto him.
That he can. Well, there's still a 20 CS lead actually, Diablo, who is laning very well on this misfortune so far. In comes the Zenith Blade, and Kratos will go absolutely not. Eat Flame Spitter, nerd. And on top side, bit of a dive and turn. Clear eats a fair chunk, but they won't end up getting anywhere near the kill. Trinity Force is complete for Guri, and we'll note he's also got 3 marks, so 1 off the big time. Namely Mark 4.
Raptor's still on the bot side. Sealong does not have that many teammates nearby. There is a Kratos, though.
There is a Kratos. Do you need any more teammates when you've got the God of an animate? I don't kill him until there's a kick! Kratos through his teammate.
Very close to landing the hook there, by the way. That would have been really quite worrying. Sealong, by the way, still, I mean, folks, oh my god, guys, we're 12 minutes in, and Kellen and Sealong have only just hit level 6.
That's kind of crazy, actually.
What? Aren't they meant to do that at like 7 minutes sometimes?
That's kind of wild. That is kind of wild.
I mean, when you've got the support which rushes the most XP is Delight. Delight on HLE will get like level 6 for the first kind of grubs fight sometimes. Occasionally, like you'll leech some extra waves to get level 6 for that. That was a big thing which happened at Worlds 21 as well. When Damwon beat T1 in World semifinals was partly because Beryl was soaking XP from mid-waves as Maokai support to get Maokai out for Herald fights.
Which was massive.
Super cool. Oh yeah, Vietnam does have a team at Worlds. Team Secret Worlds is a Vietnamese team. So there is a Vietnamese team at Worlds.
And they're a good team.
Yeah, they're fun. Apparently they are very feast or famine, according to Bastion, which is
very true of Vietnam in general, to be fair, what they've played over the years. Style eat bullet time, and that's nice, John.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm not the biggest believer of Misfortune in the current meta. It feels like it's quite hard for her to get value later in the game. But as a controlling pick, which kind of just keeps someone locked in lane or keeps them low HP and keeps auto-pushing, pretty good still.
I think I mind the Misfortune less when your team comp isn't obligated to have the Misfortune ult be a killer ult. Like, it's like when actually the Misfortune ult is a way to win a team fight rather than the way to win a team fight. I think it's too easy to interrupt. I think it's you're not as lane dominant as you once were, so actually your value out of lane doesn't kind of help that one out either. So
that's a very good way to phrase it. I like that.
And actually, when you've got the Rise, when you've got the Lee Sin, it's not a bad position for it, to be fair. And I think the other thing is then you can start using your bullet time for poke, for control over the mid lane wave, and that actually is keeping Style down quite a lot of CS and control here as well.
Yeah. And Style being fed is quite important to Vikings. He is ahead in terms of gold, but he could be a lot more fed if he'd actually gotten more access to farm and stuff. Prediction, I mean, BFX are coming in as heavy favorites, despite the fact that Vikings did go very, very close with NIP. Most of the LCK teams will be, at least on paper, favored at the start of a matchup. And currently in this game, Vikings, their comp's pretty hard to play, especially in 5v5 later on. Later on, even if you do find a quick pick, it does feel, you know, a good Solar Flare, a good Call of the Forge God, buys a lot of space for BFX to kind of rearrange themselves and counter-engage. Sam, you organising your Magic deck while you're casting?
Yeah.
What's happening in your Magic deck
So
right now?
I've got a...
Is this your Mono Black Sephiroth one?
No, it's not. I've done that one. That one's done.
Cool.
This is the other one I was kind of half built and haven't quite yet.
What is the other one?
So I've got Nymaera Hope of Spirit, which is Enchantment Saga deck.
Okay.
So all your summons. So it's a summon deck.
Oh, Yuna, not Yunara.
Yeah, no, did I say Yunara?
You said Yunara. I was like,
League of Legends.
Is that like a Planeswalker or something?
I was playing
Diablo doesn't have Flash for now.
He does a fair amount of dodging. That's not bad going. Bloodthirster value's good. Equalizer on top, and Diablo is still alive. Oh my god, he had the barrier shield to work with as well. Clear finally trying to go down. Flash and Guri will get that one. They don't kill the Misfortune. The bullet time to clear the wave is solid enough. Will likely die for the trade of the wave, but does so. Realm Warping now under the turret to punish the dive onto the Misfortune. Lamb's Respite comes on through from Kindred and stops any further follow-ups. It ends up being a 2-for-1, I guess. Is it even that? It might just be a 2-for-none, actually, in favour of Vikings, but the turret stands.
It was a 2-for-1 because I think Shilong died amongst that.
Yes, he did. He's just respawned by the looks
Diablo
of it, yeah.
choosing to throw the ult, clearing the wave, meaning that the mid lane turret stands afterwards. By the way, first turret still hasn't been taken like 16 minutes into the game, which is quite late for most of these games. Vikings, though, credit to them, really managing to punish Diablo just as his flash was coming back off cooldown, so he couldn't use it to escape. And we'll see that again in the replay. Diablo's a little bit separated from the team, doesn't have the flash just yet. It's a good disengage attempt, though, from BFX. Managed to slam everything onto the Blitzcrank and get him out of position. Diablo does survive, and yeah, this is the problem that Vikings are going to have later into the game. They don't quite have enough CC to finish off things cleanly, so they have to really scrap for one fights.
Do have a fair amount of damage and just raw, like, I can just keep running at you with flashes, I suppose. And when you've got Kai'Sa and Kindred, who've got quite a lot of mobility, the Rumble with the Equalizer, you can just say, screw it, I don't need CC when I can just burn you alive. It's a bit of an IG strat, that, though. They tend to go more towards significant mobility in their champions to enable that.
Dragon's up, so BFX will be looking for their third one, which should be, you know, a threat of a soul later into the game. Diablo does have his flash. That's the biggest cooldown available, and on the other side, Vikings have 0 flashes available to them. Vic looking to take top lane turret. That would be second turret of the game, because Vikings took the bot lane. No, bot lane? No, they took top lane turret at some point, right? Okay. As we angle towards the dragon.
Dragon inventory for the Kindred, so it's actually hitting quite hard at this spike. It's about the biggest spike this build on Kindred gets in a lot of ways, because you can stall out here for a very long time if you don't keep rolling.
Hang on too long. Hex flashing forwards.
Oh my days, strut value too big. Just base move speed on Misfortune if you've got hands.
Happy feet, happy feet. Yeah, Guri's not on a bad point of power right now. But yes, after the Dirk, it does feel like you really do start to fall. Because one thing about Collector is that you don't get any extra lethality from completing the full Collector item.
No.
You stick on like 12 lethality. That's it, which is not the best thing ever.
It is a very nice build.
Oh, hook over the wall, gets onto Kellen, it's onto the Leona, pretty tanky.
He is, and then comes the hero's entrance. Style immediately ults to very little avail. Nice enough, gets him into a potential position, but now we can't get around the
I don't like that at all.
Hit by the Sonic Wave, but again, it looked kind of fun, but didn't lead to anything, and now you're down a big ult. Make that 3.
You're literally only playing around Blitzcrank hooks now. You have no, I mean, you have an equalizer. I don't know, Vikings, this is the problem with their comp.
Well, at time comes on down, will zone Vikings off a little bit. The equalizer does come on down, doesn't really get that much value either. Watch Kellen on the flank, look to get onto Style, and that means it's a bit of a dangerous position for the Kaiser. They're going to jump on forward. BFX, maybe that's the angle. Vikler with the Realm Warp into the backline, begin to throw down some Spell Flux and some overloads, and continue to melt their health bars. Fantastic fight for BFX, and I hate to say we called it, but we called it.
They don't have enough engage. They use their ultimates pretty ineffectively before this, and it ends up being a 5-for-1 plus the third dragon for BFX, who pull very far ahead in this game now. And that wasn't even, you know, a fantastic bullet time or anything. It was just closing the distance, and Vikler and Diablo just kind of putting out a ton of damage. Raptor, very clean fight from him again. I think Raptor was very hard done by to not get MVP in game 1, so maybe you can fight for that this time around. Equalizer's okay, but not even then, it's not even really what they want there. It takes them a little while to get into the fight. The Realm Warp is surprisingly very good here. Spell Flux goes wild here, by the way. Vikler threatening so much AoE damage, splits up the team as they try and get away from the, what's it call it? The Spell Flux, that's the one. As, yeah, and Lee Sin really starts to thrive in those kind of fights. Kindred ult bugged. I mean, Guri didn't pull the trigger, right? Well, it's not on cooldown. God has chosen BFX now. Has defected. No, not chosen death. It's defected. Chosen BFX.
Well, that's slightly more disappointing, isn't it?
Well, not for BFX, it's not.
That's true.
BFX stands for bug effects.
Of course it does.
That you might think that's a fox. No.
That's a grasshopper.
It's a grasshopper with you know, very, I don't know, very big ears.
Why, what big ears you have.
All the better to hear predictions with.
Did you just drop it all?
Huh?
Did you drop it all the better to hear predictions with?
Yes, Sab, wow. I did.
Wow.
Sab, you just said, what big ears you have. That is the big bad wolf thingy.
Yeah, it's true.
Where do you think that comes from?
I actually don't remember saying that, by the way. I think I just said that.
Yeah.
My mouth went without my brain's permission.
I said, well, it's got very big ears. You said, what big ears you have? So I said, all the better to hear predictions with. That was the okay, we've now just replay by play. Something which we said, like, about 30 seconds
Can we break this down with the telestrator now?
Sure. There's probably a Herald we can do that with at some point.
True.
Vikings, I don't know. I don't think they can really approach much areas of the map now. They're down 2k, trading out bot lane turret as it stands. They have 2 grubs. Galio's going to start taking that. Atakan's started.
Okay. Atakan down to half. Shulong goes for the hook. It's onto the Ornn. They can probably kill him off, but their flash will keep him safe for now. Watch Kratos with a potential equalizer angle. Raptor will safeguard, keep Diablo safe, but he's hit by another Void Seeker. The Mounting Dread was also stacking on the
Battle Herald. Battle Herald. Style!
It's started on the backside. That's how you get the Galio in. See, I told you. That's how it works. The problem is he's going to potentially die. That Lance 5 times out.
God.
And you may have mentioned that you just group up in Lance 5 for bullet time to murder you all.
What did Style just do? Kaiser just moved to the backline 1v5.
His mod's telling him no.
I can't.
But his body's telling him yeah.
I can't. I mean, Vikings, I know you're out of the tournament already, but come on.
Kaiser Jenkins.
Jesus, man. That is ridiculous. Driving into the interior here.
Oh, wow. I'm in awe of just what I've just witnessed.
Yeah, in awe of the size of that lab. Oh, I can't believe it. That is just ridiculous.
Well, I did say that this was like admittedly very facetiously, but this was going to be the best way to get your CC in there, was just Kaiser ult in and bring the Galio to your enemies, which in fairness was cool for about 2 seconds until you took so much damage getting over there that it became very problematic. That yes, you were in a land respite, but Diablo didn't die, and then there was the great issue of the Battle Herald into Misfortunal. Also, credit to Diablo, who avoided all of the CC by getting into the Herald, getting out of the Herald, bullet timing across everyone who gets out of the land respite.
Guys,
that's very nice.
It's just a Diablo diff. That's just a Diablo diff for that one. I mean, that's insane. Like, we did see the Herald being dropped, and I was thinking, it's probably a Battle Herald. For it to then have that much value, insane.
Saves him from Kaiser and Galio, and then everyone's piled forward in a land respite for him to bullet time. I mean, it's
that is
just
so funny. Yeah, where were you when Diablo rode into battle on the Battle Herald?
Just Diabled all over him.
Just Diabled all over the man. Do you ride Heralds? Oh, I Diablo from time to time.
Oh, no. Diablo, no.
Huh?
That's just Diablo. No.
Oh, no, yeah.
He said, see, there was...
I get that now.
I can be your angle
What
or
is
your
that?
Diablo.
Wait, what? Why? Okay.
Guri, he's to flash. Vikla will try and run warp away.
Diablo does have flash. You might be able to. Oh, Kratos.
No! Vikla's gonna show him the meaning of damage as we'll get a shielded around onto Vikla, but I don't know how easy the damage will be. As actually the Rune Prison comes on and has to try and ult forwards, but it's not a one-person Icathian Rain, and that means that the spread damage keeps Vikla well and truly alive, who's also insanely fed this game. Diablo just blows up the Blitzcrank. Guri is now in a 1v1 with Kellen, which I think he's actually going to lose here, potentially.
Yeah, I don't know. Just Collector versus Steel Caps Eclipse Leona is not the most fun experience. While all this is happening, by the way, BFX are going to maybe kill an inhib. Okay, nice cue of the all. Nice job, Clip.
And they'll turn back towards the dragon. That's all as well.
That Soul, I would have thought that would have actually been an inhib, but I guess not. Death time is not long enough. Cloud Soul now earned, which means it's even harder for Vikings to land the engage, and BFX massive advantage. Been a short game so far, 24 minutes. BFX, pretty good at League of Legends sometimes, aren't they? Fun team. I'm enjoying this team. I think Diablo's been really fun to watch. And you know what? Raptor between Kiana and then the Lee Sin here, he's had a good series as well. Been enjoying watching his play. So 9,000 gold ahead. Almost still in the red buff there. Not quite able to do so. Raptor will secure enemy red buff. And Raptor will say, nope, this jungle is mine now. I will take that farm. It's not yours. Go away. Try again next respawn. So Clear needs to work on his headbutts. Did he miss another one? I'm not going to lie, I haven't been paying that close attention to the Ornn gameplay.
That's true. Ornn has been, for all that it's a god versus Kratos, it's not really been Kratos' day, has it? Fun fact as well. The word democracy actually has its roots in Kratos. It's Demokratos. Kratos, of course, was the Greek god. Was it Chaos?
Yes.
Yeah. And that's what Kratos was the god of. Not the God of War option. And now we've had a lot of damage.
Oh, that's
a nasty knockup. Flash, searing charge into the wall. Lee Sin gets the Kindred, and unfortunately death comes for us all. Even Kindred, Catty, about to get jumped on as well, and will die to the Lee Sin, who may be blind, but ain't missing those. It's obvious even to the blind monk.
I have enjoyed watching Vikings at this tournament. They'll walk away, you know, with some hard feelings about the NIP series, and I do absolutely understand that. I have enjoyed watching Vikings, and I will remember this team fondly from ASI. BFX will knock them out of the tournament, and they will move on.
GG.
Well, okay, Vikings were already knocked out technically, but our last game here rather for Vikings. But no, honestly, I think they've done themselves proud, Vikings. I've been happy to watch them. They've given some memorable results. I've enjoyed watching Vikings. And then next series, GAM DK.
That's gonna be fun.
Kinda huge.
That's gonna be fun.
NIP robbed Vikings. Well, technically the Storm robbed them. It wasn't, like, at the end of the day, it wasn't NIP's fault that they disconnected, right? It sucks, and obviously NIP was the team that benefited from it. Will later stages have players in the arena? No, this is all online. NIP will win today. AD gap too big. Jiru has been a little bit rough actually for Nongshim.
战胜 MVKE， 并且在伤害列表上面 ，Diablo 打出了全场最高的28000。哇，这把
Very good game from Diablo again.
发挥非常出色。而且刚刚提到的 MVKE， 我觉得也可以借着这个话题真的聊一下2个点，一个是他们在这次赛事里面给我们展现出的精神面貌，包括他们是一支很有特色的队伍，他们以野合著称。还有一个点就是他们在这次赛事里面不断的进化。 从第一天可能打得有点摸不着头脑，到后面越来越有章法，包括到今天2局比赛里面2把的换线，我觉得也是他们在不断尝试和学习新的东西。
而且昨天确实也都差一点点吧，就能够战胜
NIP，
对 NIP，
没错，
来自于LPL 的队伍嘛。
那这局比赛最后我的 MVP 选票会投给到 Diablo 选手的女枪
，2票女枪啊。
这把其实还是通过前中期的换线，让 MVKE 取得到一些优势的，并且他们这个前10分钟已经非常明确了，就是围绕着下路来打。但进入到游戏中期啊，我感觉在团战里面往往就是差最后一口气。
这 MVKE 打这种小碰撞还挺厉害的。那可能就优势仅存于游戏的衔接。 打到后面的时候，你可以明显感觉到他们的这个团战有点着急了。这就是我个人比较好奇的一波，为什么千珏一直没有把大招开出来？因为打到这会儿的时候，两边的这个经济还没有查得特别的开。加里奥溢过去的位置想要去嘲讽人，但跟队伍之间其实有点脱节，因为旁边的这个雷欧娜是能够限制到卡莎的进场的。
Oh, it's Roman's birthday today. The G2 painting god himself. Oh, that ult into the backline from Style was just ridiculous, man.
女枪坐上先锋，然后直接在里面拐了个弯，打了控制出来，落在安全的位置。这一波 Diablo 进虚空碉堡了。
You think GAM can upset D+? I mean, depends on how D+ plays, right? They're a team which is very inconsistent themselves. Yeah, I think GAM are good enough to have a chance. Yeah, Viking win next split if they renamed to Thor, Balder, Loki, Odin, and Freya. Hello. There are some very cool Norse names. Also, a lot of Norse names work their way into Lord of the Rings too. Like Gandalf is in Norse mythology. I'm pretty sure that's a name there. Also, I'm pretty sure that Aragorn is also a Norse name. There are a lot of Norse names which work their way into Lord of the Rings.
Yes, because it's very heavily inspired by Norse mythology, right? That's their take on, particularly the elves are very Norse elves rather than Celtic ones.
There's that, and also
dwarves as well.
Rohan is an interesting one because Rohan is effectively Tolkien. Tolkien was very upset that Britain didn't really have that same kind of old mythology in the way that Norse did in the same style. So he kind of made the Rohan Horsemasters like his view of what effectively a British take on Norse mythology would be in that kind of mythos of kind of roaming warrior horse culture.
I mean, what we effectively had was Arthurian legend, right? That's
we had, yeah, and then
isn't
also
really myth in the same way.
There was druidic stuff, but that kind of got stumped out with that got stomped out over time. Really, you know, Celtic presence within the British Isles really was brained away over time. Still kind of is. What's my favorite pro in-game name of all time? That's a good question. I mean, anything with godlike names in it are very cool.
There have been some truly awful names out there.
Baby Eater.
Baby Eater was an excellent one.
Baby Eater was very bad.
Sneaky Castro was pretty poor. Yeah. I know Don Jake did a thread where people were calling out the various awful ones.
Favorite in-game name of all time. I wanted to do a video series on this actually, because there are some really, really good ones. I mean, I think, you want strong imagery with it, right?
I mean, You Should Know Me was just excellent.
You Should Know Me was excellent. You Should Know Me was excellent. Stuff like Faker and Knight roll off the tongue and there's strong imagery with it. That's very strong. anything which is named after like god or mythology, that's very cool too. So, you know, yeah. GBM ganked by mom? Hell yeah. Yeah. No, not God V, more like, you know, like Zeus or Thor or Thanatos or stuff like that. Like, actual things where you can, like, reference mythology in a non-cringe way. Okay, it's always gonna be a little bit cringe, but, like, in a way which actually relates to it.
There's a certain grandeur to bringing it up, at least.
Yeah. Steel was a good name for a jungler.
It was.
Vacant Knight is like a first grader learning English. The thing is, if you're good enough, then it kind of justifies it, right? If you're a very good player with a good name, then it kind of backs up how simple. Sometimes simple is effective.
Yeah, and I feel like there's something about particularly LPL and LCK names where they just pick cool words.
Well, so Knight wanted to choose Knight as in like the time of day, and then that name was taken on the server, so he just put like a random letter, chose K, and it just so happened to be
one that meant sense anyway. But yeah, because I think sometimes you get really, like, weirdly, the Western names are often the ones which, like, use the language the worse.
Yeah.
Because this is how we end up with players like Scary Jerry, which is just an excellent name, to be fair. But it doesn't exactly bring up grandeur, does it?
Viper and Deft are really good. Yeah, a lot of animal names are pretty cool. Because again, I like ones which have like strong imagery attached to them, so you can kind of like, yeah.
Agreed. I mean, Ruler alone is a wonderful.
Oh, Ruler again is
also having Ruler and Crown as a pairing was just excellent.
Ruler and Crown was insane. Uzi was also very good. Yeah, Uzi for an AD carry, that kicked ass. That
was excellent.
Yeah. The Shy, look, I'm not gonna lie. The Shy is a fine name, but it's not like an excellent name.
The Shy is a great name because of what he became as a player, right? I think there's a certain tongue-in-cheekness about Rookie. The fact, so allegedly he wanted to rename to Veteran, but there's already a veteran in the scene, so he couldn't rename over.
Yeah. Who else?
我觉得确实对于 Raptor 选手来说，可能在经历了这场胜利之后，他又要马上投入到全新的备赛当中了，因为进入到明天的淘汰赛阶段，相信。
Oh, We Will Fail It. You know, funnily enough, I actually know We Will Fail It. I message him every so often. Had a coaching session with him once, ages ago when I was like way before I was in esports. Lemon Nation, yeah, I do remember that. Flame was very good.
Balls.
Flame was good.
那到底谁能够成为 BFX 对手，挺进到淘汰赛，我们就敬请期待 DK 对上 GAM 的这一场 BO3 较量，一会儿见。
Caps is good because how he got it. How did he get Caps as a name actually?
Ray's quite a good name.
这一战，千万粉丝将见证亚洲邀请赛的绚烂。
Does Sam know the story behind Ball's name? I actually don't know that story.
I don't actually know the story behind Ball's name. I know the one behind Sneaky's name, which is just ridiculous.
Nemesis is actually a very good name. Nemesis is a great name. Also, funnily enough, Nemesis is my favorite roller coaster in the world at Alton Towers in the UK.
Wasn't that being
it was refurbished eventually, yeah, but it's still like the same ride, I'm pretty sure. Oh, Lemon Nation. Yeah, he had his banana confiscated on stage because he wasn't allowed a banana. Wait, did he get caps just because he just copied what was on the caps lock key? Balls was playing with his cousin who had balls with a capital I to try players with. Have you ever seen two balls to like get what? Did that get around chat bans or something?
That's incredible.
Oh, he looked at the caps lock key because he was trying to think of a name, and then he just typed out. That's kind of funny. Yeah, someone mentioned it in the other chat zone.
Incredibly Rasmus coded.
No, Nemesis is a very good name. I like Nemesis a lot. Honestly, Reckless is a good name too. I would have preferred if it was written like, you know, the correct way, I suppose. But
Crown Shot is a good name. I think Crowny's got less aura, but is a bit more personal.
Do I think Riot will invest more into this tournament? I don't know. It really depends on the return on investment, right? I don't know what their metrics are for what is a successful tournament out here. Reckless is a good name, which is kind of crazy given, like, Reckless doesn't play recklessly, right? He's actually a very reserved player over his history. Very consistent, but he was typically more reserved, right?
Yep.
Super's a good name in fairness. I like Super. Go Super. Hey, Edward.
Okay, what a great name. Self-report, Edward.
Oh yeah. I did give you your signature over to Sam, by the way.
That was very sweet, by the way, guys. I appreciate you doing that. But, little bit of the fanboy.
So for those of you who are in the other chats, or if you're on YouTube or on Onivia, Edward from like Gambit Moscow 5 is in Twitch chat saying Ghostly Pepper is a very good name. Which I mean, who are we to argue?
Right.
Who are we to argue? You know.
What's the story behind that name, by the way? Because I know Gosu was a regular like appellation to it.
Well, Ghosty means pro, right?
Is it pro? Is that what it meant?
Ghosty's pro, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know where the pepper came from.
Spicy.
Who else? I like River's name. River's a good name.
River was a good one.
Yeah.
You remember when River was baby?
Yeah. I do remember that. Jackie Love is pretty badass. It flows very well, Jackie Love. Tip Jackie Love. 3-syllable names are not always the easiest ones to make roll off the tongue, but Jackie Love is good.
Yeah. Showmaker is actually quite a good one.
Showmaker is exceptional, actually. Yeah. Tarzan is goated for a jungler. That's true. Tarzan for a jungler does actually go super hard.
I think Canyon has become goated because of what Canyon has become to mean, between obviously Jungle Gas and Canyon and all that kind of thing. But again, that's more that the player has made.
Yeah, the question is it a good name or has the player made it a good name? There are some different versions of that, right? Name change to Shoemaker? Yeah. What do you mean you were Team Jacob, not Team Edward?
Oh man.
You should make a tier list based on how you like the player's name. The problem is people will get really upset about that.
It's true.
Yeah. Viper is a very cool name. Yeah. Viper's very cool.
Again, especially for an AD carry where there's a certain amount of like hockey carriness required.
Thoughts on the name Lust Boy?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Lust Boy was so good for a while. Showmaker almost used Showtime as an IGN. That also would have been cool, but it doesn't flow as well. Viper work really fits him because he flash forwards in team fights a lot. Yeah, I mean, there was also Viper in top lane who played Riven, right, was super aggressive. So actually, both the players I remember with that name were...
also, Viper was a Yasuo AD carry player and was doing horrible things with that back in the day. Lime Cutie Pie was, I mean, absolutely the god himself.
Yeah. Anyone else that really sticks out? Those are the ones which come to mind, but there are a lot of good names out there, obviously. Oh man, JDG got blasted in this fight. Scout is fine. I like Scout is fine. I'm not gonna. There are players with bad names, and Scout is not one of them, right?
But it's a middling name.
Yeah, could be worse.
I think Upset is quite entertaining as a name as well.
Xiao Huangran, who's named after the minions from Despicable Me. Oh yeah, of course, the greatest name of all time.
That is excellent.
I do kind of want to... I mean, all of the Greek god names like Thanatos, Zeus, like, they work really well. Artemis, they're very cool.
You do have to play worthy of the name, though.
I Will Dominate... The thing is that I Will Dominate, it's a little bit early 2000. I Will Dominate made the name kind of cool.
But it's of a particular era of gaming, right? Where people were putting numbers in the name. And
yeah. But like, he's kind of like, he's made the name cool.
I mean, if you're going between different esports as well, Ogre 1, Ogre 2.
Oh, that was awesome.
So it was a great pairing. We had the brothers playing with that, and they were some of the greatest players of all time.
For those of you who've never like introduced themselves to like the Halo competitive scene, the two greatest players of the Halo Combat Evolved era, so the first like Halo game, were Ogre 1 and Ogre 2, and they were brothers. So then you had to face off against the Ogres. Ogre 2 is the greatest Halo player of all time, and he is a rare sort. He won a world championship in every Halo game, I think up to Halo 4 or 5. In every single one. Which is ridiculous. He is one of the most like accomplished esports players of all time. Genuinely, such a great player.
And I think it's also very true then of StarCraft when you get these incredibly cool individual names.
Oh yeah, like Flash and Boxer.
Was Savior the one who got in trouble?
Savior was,
Yeah.
Innovation was a great
Innovation,
name too. Of course, Innovation, what, is that brother of Gimushi, right?
Yeah, his cousin or something, yes.
Yeah. Bung renaming to ruler? Yeah, that was a pretty big one. Yeah.
Emperor was the AD carry for G2 for a while.
That's true. Emperor was good, yeah.
I mean, Shogun goes pretty damn hard.
No, yeah, it was brother, not cousin, Sam.
Brother.
Yeah.
Okay. And then that's right, Faker's related by family.
Yeah, like distant cousin,
yes.
yeah.
Sorry, I do apologize.
No way Ogre 2 is the better Ogre. Immersion ruined. You have to beat Ogre 1 to earn the right to face Ogre 2. You know what? Blank was a pretty good name too. Blank was pretty cool. That's like just a good one-syllable name. It was the Open English Dictionary and pick a name Korean StarCraft era. I mean, yes, but also sometimes. Oh my god, I kept completely whiffed that out. I forgot that. I mean, it did lead to some banger names like you. It did lead to a couple of them. I'm not gonna say all of them are great. Sometimes it's kind of just we only remember the good ones. But hey, at least we got some good ones out of it. No one's gonna bring up PP God. Well, that was a given, you know, PP God.
Same deal. Getting PP God versus Hung on a regular basis was just phenomenal.
Yeah.
What is PP God doing now? He got dropped this year, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Vanity. Yeah. I think they dropped. Well, they dropped almost all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Morgan is cool because it's an actual name, but then I'm of mixed opinions on real names because then you have players like Steve. Steve, which was kind of wonderful. Kind of, what are you naming yourself?
Even
son?
his teacher calls him Zion Spartan, guys.
Apollo was a good name too.
Apollo was a good name. Also because his real name was Apollo.
Yeah.
Apollo Price. Same people like Drake.
Oh yeah, Arrow. Arrow was a sick name. Yeah, for an AD carry it was.
Yeah,
Archer
for sure. As well.
Archer and Arrow. I'm so sad that Archer left LGL and never did really that much after. Because he was genuinely very good.
Score was pretty solid.
Alex H is an also actual name. Yeah, that's true. That is true. But Alex H was kind of base. Because, you know, Alex is a pretty good name.
Also helped that Alex was just a really good player. I miss his Kha'Zix mid. And his Evelyn mid for that matter. Man was a bit of an innovator.
Oh, he was good.
Actually works right now, apparently.
Breathe is weird as heck. I like Breathe. I think Breathe is okay. It's, you know, I wouldn't say it's crazy, but I think it's good.
Breathe is kind of fine.
I'm annoyed that Sniper isn't an ADC. That is true, but Sniper is a very good name. Chaos was cool. Yeah, Chaos is like just on the limit of, was it kind of like early 2000s, lots of random symbols and X's and numbers and stuff. That one was actually pretty good. Chaos I actually quite like. Yeah, I like that. Coolest for top laner goes to Broken Blade. Broken Blade is pretty hard, actually. Aiming is also a pretty good name for an AD carry. Yeah.
What about my 15th favorite?
King is decent. Hey, did you know he won Worlds 22 Finals MVP?
No, I didn't.
How could I forget Sixpack? Is that at?
He's a great content creator. Sixpack. He's a lovely guy, actually. I've worked with him
yeah.
before. He was on NLC. He was at NLC.
Copenhagen Wolves is a badass team name. There were a couple of players on that team which had quite poorly aged names. There was a mid laner who was very famous at Yasuo who... Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Prey. Oh, Prey. Prey was insane.
I mentioned that one earlier.
Oh, I missed that. But, like, so, one of my favorite moments in a cast I ever had was when we had a cross-map arrow in LPL playoffs one time. I said, oh, no, it wasn't that. It was in, it was when I was casting University League, so no one had heard this one. Like, oh, man, it was a great casting moment, which none of you would have heard of, which is really sad. We had a cross-map Ash arrow, and I said, how did he manage that? He put his hands together and prayed. That's great. It's awesome.
Very good.
Yeah. Honestly, Prey is cool either way it's played. I actually don't know. I didn't know there was a player called Caveman, actually. Okay, I've got a little bit of coffee left. Bang is a great one for ADC. I'm gonna go quickly take a break.
Go for it.
Ta-da!
人将痛失生涯大满贯的机会。这一战，千万粉丝将见证亚洲邀请赛的绚烂。有人说，职业选手1年的汗水与泪水都在失去全球总决赛资格的那一刻终结。但从今天起，这样的遗憾将不会重演。
军中无戏言。
不必等到太阳升起再忘掉一切，今年未尽的征途就在当下续写。8支棋差1招的战队，数十名热血难凉的少年，当然还有在他们背后默默抉择美味的教练。曾经他们在峡谷拼搏，渴望着夺冠；后来他们是各自赛区卖票的销冠，而如今艰难匍匐的前行者们将再次集结，只为证明那一句话：5强6强也比再加强。这是一个荣耀与屈辱并存的守擂台，想成为拿不过伦中伦，还是沦为失败地中地？
巨难受，带的刚刚摇起来了。
这是一场赢了也不能复活的复活赛，但输了真的会被淘汰。尽管不能给你一次此生仅有的机会，但亚洲邀请赛也是世界赛，让我们一起踏上这条未尽之路。
好的，各位，欢迎继续收看的我们的这个2025年的亚洲邀请赛的直播现场。大家好，我是陈富二。
大家好，我是王松。
是的，看完上场比赛，对吧？那我们即将要迎来的就是来自于 DK 跟 GAM 的生死之战了。在这个小组别里面呢，目前2支战队都是同为1-1的积分，也就简单来说，谁赢谁直接晋级。
败者时辰。
对，那你觉得怎么说 ？DK 目前的这个状态会输给 GAM 吗？会整个大的吗？
不能吧？
感觉不能。
不能吧？
好，那在此也是跟大家同步一下啊，本次赛事由虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播联合主办，感谢西安 WE 主场的全程制作。
应该不能，
应该不能，
应该不能吧？
我主要感觉就是许哥的那种选角，在第1天好像有点奏效，但是第2天依旧是这么选的情况下打不出来了。
因为我感觉是啊，昨天 JDG 输 GM 的画面是，我觉得是有点就是自己可能没有准备好内容。
对，
但 DK 应该不至于也这样吧？
行，那我们就跟随我们的小组赛积分排名，再来关注一下这一次的小组赛啊。微博目前是积2分，已经确定一个晋级的名额，而第2支晋级的队伍，刚刚也提到了，也会将在第2名的 DK 跟第3名的 GAM 里面，这一场比赛的角逐谁赢谁进。是，已经确认淘汰了
，MVKE 也已经确认淘汰了，然后同时下半场也是生死战
，NIP 跟农心
啊，这也是生死战，谁赢谁进。对的。
这场比赛的话，更多
How are you all doing, folks?
这个 DK 全员的状态能不能调整回来
What I'm gonna go through because I like them and want to see K-Draw molding. That would be quite funny. Would be quite enjoying. It would be quite funny. I mean, there is some truth to that. If DK lose to GAM, they have no one to blame but themselves. Is the honest answer.
在昨天的失利之后，这个队伍需要吸收的教训还是比较多的啊。
同样看一下 GAM 这边上路的 Kiaya 打野 Levi， 中路 Aris， 下路 Artemis， 还有这个辅助的 Elio。
昨天微博赢下 DK 的思路倒是我觉得 GM 可以借鉴一下啊，因为 DK 还是在很规整的打资源回合，但是微博的处理是我选择打家阵容，我到点就打家，哪怕我前3条资源全部都放，资源先进给你都无妨，对我只要保证我不停的打家，不断的进攻，我也会有画面去赢。
但这几天的这个比赛看起来，其实 GAM 的这个状态，我觉得拉的也挺满的，尤其是他们队内选手，就里外他的这个野合玩的也还挺不错。
哎，看完今天上一场比赛，大家也有感觉，就是来自于前 VCS 赛区的队伍，他们前中期的节奏是真的不差的。
是的，那也是在正赛开打之前，先来关注一下2支战队的登场仪式。
哎。
We're getting in there, Showmaker. Look at his wonderful little face. Aiming. In sport. Beryl. Ending your year by losing to GAM would be so on brand for DK in 2025. It genuinely would be though. Gimgoon's age did not age well. The new gen did him dirty. Yeah, it's true. Especially because obviously Gooner used to be, or a Goon used to be like a mook, right? Like a hired Goon.
辅助 Barrier 常说的 CK 辅助的新生代天才，应该是中生代天才啊，上一代的。
们有请他们今天要面对到的对手，来自于 GAM。
害怕。
上路 Kiaya，
我觉得这个兄弟算是 L 四对赛就很强力的上单档位了。打野
Levi，
危险的兵长。
中路 Iris， 也是战神阿瑞斯的谐音梗。
AD Artemis， 两个都是取自
同样也是神
啊。
辅助16。
同样的松弛感，一眼切过来就看到了。
是的，看到里外这边，就昨天里外遭到齐亚娜确实发挥也还可以，未开团也非常的果断。
Look at that smile, they're having fun.
他们这支战队在风格上属于是 LCK 赛区更像我们 LPL 或者说隔壁的 LCK 赛区的一支队伍了。
怎么敢老绿这个角落打光这么暗呢？
旁边不透光
啊。
迫不及待看到许哥的表情了呀！
得等一下、
许哥今天摄像头呢？
等一等，别急，总会到的。就看 DK 的比赛，一定会有这画面来也。秀。
其实你关注 DK 的比赛，不看到 Showmaker 的脸，感觉总少了点什么东西。
是。啊，同样的，我们说不看 Showmaker 少点什么，那我们看亚洲邀请赛，不看到那位神，是不是也感觉少点什么呢？
麦哥，
来也。郭神。 这个是我们亚洲邀请赛必须得品的一环啊！
是的，
但今天感觉郭神的预测有一点儿，就第一把其实是有点偏的。看看这把怎么说？郭永来袭，
郭永
Who's he deciding? That's looking DK favored immediate choice for D plus Kia.
这是这几天他做选择做的最快的一次。
他出来特别快。
对。
He should. Guiyongxi's decision is pretty final there, guys. That's pretty final.
今天状态将会直接拉满呢，要拿到这个属于自己的宝贵的晋级的名额。像我们看完第一天他打京东的那个状态，都会觉得他在小组里面其实是没什么太大的阻碍的啊。
所以这里我们要考虑一个问题了，究竟是京东状态欠佳，还是
微博状态爆表吗？
对，还是微博状态爆表？对。 现在 DK 我觉得是一个怎么说呢，有点像沦为计量单位的感觉。但目前来讲，昨天的比赛打完，其实在我们的 A 组是完成了一个小循环的，
都已经有那种就是 A 是 B，B 是 C 的感觉了，
转起来了已经。
Which team, past present, has the best logo? Ooh, good question. There have been some pretty good logos over time. I think GAM's got a pretty cool logo, I'm not gonna lie.
但昨天的比赛里面，我们也看到妖姬这个英雄，他的弊端是存在的。他虽然说吃到了装备红利，但不是一个我觉得真的可以那么早就一拳。
I do enjoy their logo.
不知道今天 DK 会如何调整。
4场比赛 ，Showmaker 拿了2把的妖姬，1把玛莎，1把蛇女。 今天看一下要不要在面对对方，哎，这个中路的名字是战神 Iris 的情况之下，掏出自己比较自信的那种英雄。
现在有个数是瑞斯这个英雄，
Into draft we go.
胜率有点高的离谱。
GAM versus D plus Kia. Azir, Nico, and Aurora. Banned away. Nocturne, Kiana by D plus Kia. Don't want to deal with that silliness. They really don't. Which I think is probably fair. It's probably fair.
MVKE 跟 GM 的时候都会选择搬梦魇，但现在是 MVKE 的梦魇版已经被摘出来了，
对，
但感觉 GM 的还没被摘出来。
我感觉他这种搬法有点想选妖姬加盲僧啊，
又要妖姬盲僧吗？红色
波比搬了呀，那搬波比的意味就很明显，就是要拿那种。
I need to probably move these socials as well.
但 GM 搬掉兔子之后就是常规
妖姬盲僧3楼出个长压的。
Just get to turn that down a bit. That's probably better. There we go. You should go away. Right, now we can see. Is that Garen? Okay, she's being hovered. Okay. Well, first pick Rumble again.
在目前比赛的胜率也是比较高的，但较多的胜场是由微博提供的啊。
也有瑞兹哎 ，DK Showmaker 怎么说
Oriana's a potential response. Oriana Jarvan possibility here for Showmaker and Lucid.
但这里就是
So you're in a similar position to me, right, Jester, as a possibility. Wukong, also very strong with the Orianna. But I think giving up a spicy hot pot combo of Jarvan Rumble would also kind of suck, and it is a good pairing with you. But Lucid probably prefers the Wukong on the whole. But have you heard the IG scrim rumors against the LCK going around the Chinese socials? I hear IG are doing very well, was what Viper was saying in scrims. But I hadn't heard anything else. What are there additional rumors ultimately? Neferi for Levi? Because Levi is also a very strong Lee Sin, very strong Vi. Famously an AP jungle enjoyer, was running things like Shyvana just yesterday. Posture check, yeah, I can do that. I've checked it, it's not very good.
这个版本刷得快，确实能做事
啊。巨魔是第一圈也会刷得很快，而且3级能够给到猴子。
快 to Leo Worlds，
中路的瑞斯得先出
啊，这个英雄是跑不掉的。现在就是这里应该是礼拜的想。
Scrim Goat always disappoint. You're not wrong, El Presidento. It does happen. Scrim bucks are not stage bucks.
再慢慢再想一想，别急。
There's the rise.
打到猴子
IG will not disappoint me. TFC with that. They aren't like PRX. IG are my true goats again. TFC, you're setting yourself up for heartache, I fear. There's Rise and Jarvan. That's a pretty strong top side already. Very strong team fighting. The AoE alone is pretty brutal, and I think you side lane well on top of it all. So I'm a big fan of that first three. Able to do both things well. Rise has a fairly okay matchup into the Orianna, one of the few people that can stand up to her in lane. And I think the Orianna should still get the early-ish lane control, because there's very few things in terms of mages that match the Orianna. You have to go towards things like the LeBlanc to kind of trade in different ways. And Besset for Shu, not exactly a surprise.
但 C5 昨天的狼母不是被抓爆了吗？
对位吧，主要是那个打的不是兰博。
打的是挖机，
对，打是挖机，
然后一点用都没有。
Don't know about having your best player on J4. Yeah, but Levi can get things rolling with this. I agree, it can be potentially a bit of a tricky one. Is it Ares or Ares? But GAM, by the way. What's the pronunciation on that one? I mean, PRX didn't do too bad, all things considered. It could have been worse. But yes, I can understand some disappointment in not winning. Zaya getting banned alongside the Corki, so safe early laners. The Corki, Zaya of course a bit more team fighty, but the safety is still strong. Would be a bit annoying for your Wukong Ori combo to manage.
换句话来讲的话，你这个皇子是很难限制到的。
我在想 DK 的5楼班是不是布隆？因为布隆加侠2班的话，卡莎加泰坦会很厉害。
IG and my true gates have everything ready for the 14th. Hell yeah. I think RS, not sure. RS, okay, got you. Thank you. I appreciate you, Tree.
像是他要往维鲁斯那边靠哦。先出的是维鲁斯的话是这样的。
You're not a fan of the Greek names? Artemis is great. Got us to the hunt. Solid icon to have. Alluded to. I think RS, he'd be RS then, yeah. RS. Second set of bans still continuing here. We've got double it, well, triple AD carry bans. Jin well is way away from Artemis. I think that's probably his most iconic champion, actually. He's a massive Jin enjoyer. That was Rakan. It is Rakan. Okay.
如果右边这里出的是一个卡莎的话，左边可能会是个女枪，这个线女枪是很优的，
而且皇子女枪兰博很有画面。
但也有个问题就是安倍萨加猴子女枪不一定好放大，它这是只限优线不赢团的一个选择。但是对线确实能给到很大的压力。
万物不知选什么，来手牛吧。
We're locking in now. AD carry support. Probably AD carry, I think. You've got enough of an idea about what's going on. You can then leave support up to last pick. Are we Lucianing? We are Lucianing for aiming.
来个卢锡安。
那这里是要卢锡安布隆。
Big skirmish comp now from DK. Lots of mobility, lots of upfront burst. Whoever gets caught out by the Wukong Ori combo will likely get blasted, and then they just decide, fine then, we will Caitlyn Braum this. Not as much shove as something like a Caitlyn Karma. You are playing more for the kill combos here, off the Braum passive. Braum passive into trap headshot. 90 caliber net headshot is pretty much lights out. Seen a little bit more engaged supports with the Lucian, particularly the Leona.
Rel will be the decision here. Enchanter, which I guess would be potentially at risk of just getting popped by that combo if you did get caught, and that's likely to happen at least 1 point. So again, playing a melee engaged champion into Braum does somewhat suck, it must be said. I think I prefer GAM's draft here on the whole. Better split pushing, very good team fighting. I think the Lucian might have a tough time in lane here with the matchup as it stands. Good skirmishing from D+K here. And if they do get ahead, their ability to just pop one person with all the ults is pretty strong. But I think I just like the D+K comp, and I go, I think you win side lanes. I think your AoE team fighting is very strong. Like your skirmishing is still solid. The Lucian will not have the easiest time in lane. That's a pretty core part of your skirmishing power, even if D+K will be better at that part of the game. Not unplayable for D+K. I just look at this and I kind of see more angles on the whole. And I do stream, yes. If you follow me at Initialise casts. Thank you for asking, Max. I'm Nymaera's older brother. I cast with him quite regularly.
那年是卢锡安加南枪加凯南3个长手在上路肆虐。
好，那就看一下两边这个阵容选完之后，谁能够拿到前中期野区上的优势了。GAM 这个阵容同样也是希望能够靠着上下2条路啊，去创造更多的现优，让皇子有地方可 gank。
但这把中路也能抓，而且你可以看到 RC 带了迅捷了，这把大概率又是350瑞兹。
Well, there's our runes. Anything super surprising there? Phase rush for both mid laners. That shouldn't shock you. That looks pretty normal to me. If GAM win, tell Nymaera to dress up the GAM girl, please. Oh, see what can be done. He is one of the GAM girls.
第一条小龙土龙，还是常规的站位啊，这蓝色方都已经养成习惯了。 来到1分多钟的时候，中野抱团。
Been demolishing. Apparently, IG have been demolishing Genji and actually like 5-2 and 6-1s in scrims, according to Kitty. Damn, damn. I mean, we've always known IG actually have been pretty well respected within the LPL. They just played very poorly in playoffs.
当星矢出来之后，朗姆就没有不好打的英雄了。
果然，这里也是做了一个换线的处理。卢锡安一个人往上路站。
卢锡安站上，
Righty then, time to put the social slideshow back on. Boom.
先点个2箱，
不知道点的是什么。
骸骨已经消失了。
Remind me to like, follow, subscribe for those of you who haven't not done the shill yet, but please do come enjoy our gameplay and who we are as people by supporting us via your wallets.
I should have done that thing where I got a coffee, but I didn't.
Alright, do you want to do that for you now?
Sure, we have a Taeyun swap, says she was bot lane, her name is top.
Yeah. My personal read right now is GAM basically got Rumble, Jarvan, and Ryze as their first 3. And I'm going, well, that's a disgusting top side.
Yeah.
And then they 4th pick Lucian to D+ here. And then they go, cool, well, we will Caitlyn Braum this. And you have to. And then they've run Rel into that. So it's melee support into Braum, and Caitlyn, which should bully the Lucian out in lane early. So I think good early lanes, better team fighting, better side lanes. Skirmishing's a bit more mixed, but I like GAM's draft.
I like GAM's draft as long as Ambessa doesn't hit an important target that we're not.
Very fair.
If you get like Ambessa, Orianna, or Rel... Look, I actually think both comps are very good. I think the problem is, if DK do manage to ping someone with a good ult,
it can be really scary.
Either Rel or Ambessa, or even just the Flash Cyclone. Like, maybe Rumble or Caitlyn just explode, maybe. But this is a competitive draft. Like, there are teams for both teams to win. I mean, GAM have very long-range engage, where you have the hot pot coming in from just a mile away. You can have Realm following up on that. You can have the Ice in the Hole too. For DK, yeah, if they manage to thread the needle, get their good ults on target, then they definitely have enough damage to pick off the first target.
Yeah, my worry is like, there's a reason why they Taeyun swap, because they need to get out of the Caitlyn lane for the Lucian route, which will suck. But I worried for the Lucian early lane. I worry for the fact that I think side laning Ryze and Rumble will probably be better overall than Ambassador Orianna. Not that Ambassador's a bad side laner.
Rumble's pretty... Yeah, so Orianna's pretty... Hang on, going for a dive here. Braum Pastor's getting stacked up. Xiwu has been dying so much on sides. It is a 1-for-1. Xiwu has teleport as well. Caitlyn gets the kill. Not the worst that it could be for Xiwu. Xiwu, the last time he played Ambassador, actually, when they lost to Weibo, he got dunked on side lanes, actually. Dive on the other side, as is customary. One top laner gets dived. So does the other one. Kai gets a little bit of damage down. He's very much going to die, and he will not be able to trade back a kill in his own side of the map.
Here, actually.
Yeah, I think they come out a little bit ahead from that. Obviously, kill going to both AD carries is important. First kill for Caitlyn has funded the Dirk, and we have a quick pause now. Reminder that because GAM are playing from Vietnam, sometimes the internet's based on the weather there right now. Because there was a storm in the last few days. I don't know whether that's changed things. It might be a peripheral issue instead if he's holding his headphones like that. Anyway, we'll see what exactly it is. Quick pause and we'll get back into it.
14号打的就是20版。对，14就是20版本了，所以20版本这样的越塔情况不会再出现。也是有版本打到现在的这个末期，都已经知道前面要怎么样越塔，而且这几天的比赛看起来，就是你前面短手的上单跟长手的 AD 互换，打到个3级、4级，然后辅助镜像的去到那个上线那个半区，所以说就直接越了名牌。上单这个版本是比较没有人权的。 太容易被越了，但这种是死局必死的。
Lucian Pro is quite surprising considering he got nerfed back to his previous dash cooldown back to when he was never picked. I think just his early lane is still very strong. There's a lot of good pairings for him, and having a mobile AD carry right now, especially in a fearless meta, is quite important because you can't pick it twice. So I mean, what are the safe AD carries you have? Mosiah has a ult, but she's not always mobile. You have Lucian. You have Corki, Kai'Sa, Ezreal. There aren't that many, you know. Maybe a couple more than that, but going through a full series, Lucian having a strong early lane, good mid-game spike, pretty good, pretty good. And reminder, the winner of this series goes through, loser here is out, for those of you who didn't catch the context of this. Only issue is that Xiwu has been pretty bad at playing tanks. I have to say I don't know enough about the recent gameplay of Damwon to fully comment on that, and to cast too much LPL basically. Xiwu, start of the year, and midway through it was awesome at Ambassador, one of the better Ambassador players in the LCK. That being said, last time he played versus Weibo, was really hurt by just getting dove over and over, had to play from behind. I think he ended up being something like 5k behind or something by the end of the game.
你看似它是一个反击风暴，但其实感觉它是一个可以给你回个100-200血的治疗术。对，因为会有200-300的伤害打不到你身上。对。
Let's move my mic around a little bit.
还有个眩晕啊，对方。
Anything interesting happening on the map? Lane swap right now. Lucian Rel top side. Rumble laning into it. Bot side got the Caitlyn Braum pushing in. Caitlyn being even in lane. Don't love that for GAM. Artemis has always been a big Caitlyn player. Tried to get the free trap there. Didn't quite get it. Very hard to hit a cap trap unassisted as Caitlyn. With the arm time. Ooh, Kiai's getting zoned out of this wave, which is a bit annoying. Does do some decent damage back. He's going to try and dive Xiwu on the other side of that. Okay, Xiwu does not have ultimate yet. Has level 5, has flash. Oh, Braum Passer comes through. Fly Drag comes through as well. And Xiwu will get the Repudiate. Artemis gets out of tower range. Uses the barrier. Q misses. They're waiting for the next cooldowns to come through. No flash on him now. No teammates are coming in. Xiwu very likely going to die here. Who takes aggro? Levi. Well, is it going to be another 1-for-1? It is. Xiwu 1-for-1 in both dives so far. Will not be able to protect the tower though. The standard does drop down from Levi for the extra attack speed, I believe, towards the end of that. With 3 plates being taken topside. Caitlyn, headshot obviously applies to that turret as well. Nasty amount of gold being given over. Tristana seems like an alternative to me. Yeah, I've seen a couple of people playing Tristana. I think it's a little hard to play through lane. Hang on a second, 3 people on topside. Kiai flashing away now. Aiming taken very low though, and that means that they don't have the damage to stick around, I don't think. With aiming so low, so Kiai will be able to pick up that wave. 500 gold difference between top laners, by the way, because she did pick up 2 kills now in dives.
然后呢，下路现在朗姆
teleports out of our supports. Beryl immediately using his down to bot lane from the spellbook.
就是你得稍微做一点在塔下的时候能生存的装备
啊。他这把这个选择是焚天。
Beryl does have flash. Artemis doesn't have barrier. Maybe could have gone for a bit of a nasty trade there. Any bit of CC lands and Shiva can follow up with the ult, which is scary. Don't think it's hard to force the Caitlyn ult actually now at this point with Ral Ambessa being so threatening.
两边辅助扭打一下。
Tier being stacked up on both mid laners.
也都没有过早的围绕这条小龙做文章哦，自己的野区东西有点多，都在刷蓝区。
I wish the Ruination event was better. League for so many years. I just thinking about Lucian. That's why I'm thinking about Ruination. League for so many years really struggled to get players onto the same champions onto the same page narratively, having like a world-ending threat. Which made a lot of sense, right? Viego's threat and the Black Mist did make a lot of sense. It was a good way to actually tie a lot of characters which had never interacted with each other before. That was good, because League at the end of the day is a lot of very self-contained stories. Not all of them have to interact with other vast other parts of the world. But then Ruination sucked. But the premise of it was fine.
这里 AD 对碰起来的话，还是会女警更痛一些啊，打人。快到7级了，身上带个巨石短笔。
看两边打野谁先到了，现在。
Quite worried. Oh, nice Knight's Caliber net there. Slows down aiming means... Oh, flash in from Beryl. Heal and flash used by the other bot lane. Levi getting engaged onto, that's a very dead job. And dunks in. Lucid is now stuck in the Cataclysm. What's happening in River? Shit, Lucid gonna die? Could be flash followed with that. Oh, no, he's not gonna die. He's just gonna kill Ares instead. Alright. Lucid just gets a double kill there. Did he get some help from Showmaker? I guess so. It must have been the shockwave coming through. So Levi and Ares getting a little bit diffed there by mid-jungle of DK.
然后这样的话，下路组换中，加上上一轮赢团的后续 ，Lucy 的是有空吃虫的，对，至少是2重。
Artemis smurfing. Yeah, sorry, I was too focused on the mid. Let's watch from the replay what happened there. So I missed a little bit which happened with the bot lane at that point. So this is the jungle fight. We saw this. Oh, am I not going to see the bot lane thing? I guess that was on screen. Yeah, Artemis playing well on the Caitlyn so far, on the whole. I like Artemis. Artemis has forever been a very good Vietnamese AD carry. There was a long time where Artemis really could have been on GAM, but he was on other teams. Like he was on Cerberus when Cerberus were very good in the VCS, for those that remember that team. GAM were weirdly a team which didn't have a very strong bot lane for a lot of their career. They were playing around jungle top a lot of it. And then they brought in Artemis recently, and that's really given them an extra lane to play through in a way which they didn't always have. GAM's bot lane was not their focus of their team before. And it can be now, it can be. Lucid 2 kills, that's scary. Yeah, I'm a little bit afraid that the Ambassador and the Wukong both have 2 kills now. What do you guys have the most banned champion worlds? I think I had Rumble as most banned. I think I had Rumble as most banned. I think I had most played as Alistar, most banned as Rumble. Artemis and Doggo are both genuinely underrated ADCs to me, but both have been on scuffed teams often. Well, Doggo, I mean, obviously Doggo's from a different, technically a different part of the region. They're both LCP, but I mean, Doggo was on, he was on a couple of good LMS/PCS teams. Then he really, oh yeah, he was on, Doggo was on BLG for a bit, right? As well. And he wasn't bad on BLG. He actually ended up kind of trading spots with Uzi, who came out of he came out of semi-retirement for that team, and then Doggo ended up being the AD carry they actually played with. But then Doggo, I don't know, hang on a second, there's a flash potential from Showmaker if Ares walks up. I mean, Ares could just die here to a QW. Doesn't he? Does die? My dude, so easy for Showmaker. Ares had no right walking up there. He was trying to bait him into walk into Levi, but he should have, Levy rather, he should have really waited. Ah, easy kill for Showmaker. Gets out safely too. Ooh, flash out of the public execution. Barrel's coming down, but I wish you were not following. Can't really get the damage down there. Doggo looked like prime Uzi for a couple of games at MSI. Doggo was also excellent when he subbed into PSG Talon back in Worlds 2020, I want to say it was. Because Unified couldn't play. Was that the year or was it 21? Ah, which one was it? Might have been 2020. Dragon started by GAM. MSI 21. That's the one. MSI 21, not Worlds. Yes, because Unified couldn't play. I can't remember if it was health or visa issues. One of the two. I wish I could get that notification off the screen, but I can't. It's really annoying. Old AHQ when they weren't super crazy. Beyond was middle of the pack. Yeah, Beyond Gaming was a thing, yeah, for sure. Oh, BYG had frickin' Maoan who leaked draft strats for, well, some simple draft strats for publicly available Insta titties. He was like, oh yeah, we're gonna pick Silas Oriana. Someone, so he was leaking like betting. Oh man, what an idiot. It was for health reasons at MSI 21 that Unified couldn't play. Unified's one of those players who I wish had had a little bit more time in the spotlight, because Unified Kaiwing were actually a very good bot lane for a while around that era. I think a lot of people overlook some different iterations of PSG Talon because they didn't quite make it. They were actually a very good team. Very good team. Look, I mean, it was for publicly available pictures, which were available on Instagram. I'm just saying, why would you throw your career around? I mean, people have done stupid things before. Oh, whatever. It was a weird time, that Worlds. Ares now going towards bot side. Ooh, teleporting in, not even using the Realm Warp. Lucid does have flash. Probably going towards Q instead. He doesn't have a flash now and will die. Shiwu out of the equation. Ares gets himself a kill. He's been playing pretty well so far. I mean, okay, no, I say that. He did just walk up and just randomly die topside. Okay, at the tournament, he's been playing pretty well, GAM. I'm just trying to get that free. Crap down again. Does the Braum passive hits? Flash away from the Braum ults. Doggo's Aphelios? Doggo's Aphelios is sick, yeah, good point. Doggo's Tristana and Aphelios are probably the ones which I remember the most. His Ezreal's pretty good too. Who won the last series? It was Fearex that won the last series. Turrets equalized by GAM taking the bot one. DK took the top one a little earlier. Feats of strength over towards DK. Reminder that loser of this series is out. Appreciate all the follows, by the way. Sam and I have been streaming LPL the entire year because there's no official broadcast anymore, and we figured, you know, why not just keep doing it for whatever games we can. You underestimate the down badness of a League player? Yeah, occasionally. We're talking about the Maoan.
Oh, yeah, for the publicly available Insta-titties. Oh, I went off on this guy on a podcast with Karamoza.
Oh, yeah, it was just so dumb. Oh, man. Anyway, because where that conversation came up from was talking about Doggo and how good he was, because we were talking about how, like, a couple of AD carries, kind of like Artemis and a few others have been actually very good at points, and how Doggo was really good, but then Doggo actually had some bad teams, and then we're remembering back to BYG. That was the whole train of thought, basically. Anyway, for those of you who weren't around at MSI, like not MSI, Worlds, was it Worlds 21, that one? I think it was.
What's happened since I've gone, by the way?
Couple of scraps back and forth.
Ares strong.
Kaelin is strong, but also, I mean, it's not crazy far ahead of gold. Ares has had some bad, some good. Was very low HP. Walked up towards top tower where Showmaker just QW and ulted and killed him. That was less good.
Ares.
I know, but I prefer saying Ares because Ares and Artemis on the same team. It's better, like Sam. It's better branding. We are doing the favor of service.
Right.
The player
I see. Ares, no, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'm now with you.
Can you see the bracket anywhere? I think on Leaguepedia you can see it.
Yeah, if you look on your keyboard and you hit shift.
Aiming.
I think he's dead. There comes the Braum passive. Concussive blows are stacked. Artemis being trying to be donated the kill. Can't quite get in range in time, but nonetheless it will die. Herald was taken while that was happening. But again, DK, I think, already had the beats of strength.
They did, yes.
So that doesn't really mean all that much.
And now they get to keep DK away from the lane turret too. So they can keep chunking that down. They have have one grub, not more than that. Lucia has Flash and Cyclones. They have some fight potential. Kiaya, Shiwu both have teleports.
I think I'd be a little nervous. Here come the teleports. The Magnustorm back is good. And that means Jarvan just dies. Cataclysm was already burned. Ares now in danger. Shiwu gets burned low, but not quite down. Will actually end up surviving, as unfortunately Kiaya does not bad from Artemis, though, who's using the bush to stack up headshots. Artemis, goddess of the hunt, continues to fire out the modern day bow and arrow. A flash command attack finally brings her low. The door comes up, but too little too late, and Showmaker decides to put an end and commit some deicide.
We can still find him, though. He's not 4-0. Another assist for that one. Picks up a ton of damage at the end. Scrappy fight in the mid lane. DK come out of that just about on head, though. Ahead, though. Aiming was caught out before this, of course. We didn't actually... Aiming didn't get to affect that at all. This guy was dead for the entirety of it, so it ends up... What is this? Is this actually just a full 5v4?
It's effectively a 4-for-4.
5v4, talking about the fight numbers, not the actual amount of kills. In terms of... Look, this is technically a 5v4 with both teleports coming in.
Yeah. That's the one, and then of course, you saw Kiaya trying to get the burn down, Shield doesn't quite get it, and then this got very deep, because reminder, guys, Caitlyn stacks passive fast as long as she's in a bush.
Yeah, you need 6 stacks or something, but when you're in bushes, you get double stacks, 2 stacks per auto. Very, very close. The 90 caliber net. Oh, he auto attacks. You know what? I actually think Showmaker might have died if Artemis had not attacked the ward, but attacked him, because he had the headshot loaded up with the 90 caliber net. That's just like one small net misclick. Maybe. Not sure.
Still, the Caitlyn's now 1,000 gold ahead. There's the win con for GAM potentially.
Yeah, but Oriana's now 2k.
Yeah, that was my worries. Then you look at the mid jungle. That Wukong is 1,000 gold up. The Oriana's 2,000 gold up. Cyclone plus Shockwave is some very nasty inclement weather.
1,000 gold in jungle.
Good
Shockwave. Showmaker is just bullying out the sidelines, and this is one of the things which I was saying before. You were talking about how GAM had good... Ryze is dead. Siwu has solo killed Ares.
He has indeed, and that's a pretty big one. I was expecting the Ryze to be a bit scary, and they've just blown up that 1,000 gold lead Caitlyn, because the Wukong, who is 1,000 gold up himself, now picks up an extra 600 gold by murdering the bot lane.
The wheels are starting to come off now, and this is actually one of the worries about playing against an Oriana, because I know earlier in the game you're saying actually GAM has very good side lanes. I think Oriana is quite underrated as a side laner right now, because she can actually just QW poke you down and wave clear very effectively. I look at Rumble and Ryze, very effective. Aiming's getting dived onto. He's not going to die. It's a good attempt. Aiming does live, though.
But I will say Levi was doing that one a little bit alone, shall we say?
He was. There was no follow-up there. Everyone else is pretty much dead. GAM now 6k behind-ish. Dragon is available. This is the solo kill which came out topside. Phase Rush was used. Shiwu gets the gap close, and Ares didn't have the flash anyway.
Yeah, it does get a decent amount of damage, but of course there's still Eclipse Shields. There's still a lot of Dracan stepping, and some Cunning Swipes and some Lacerates will do the Rise.
Showmaker now has a 10-stack measure. It's the best item in the game, of course. Buy your book, folks. Visit your local occult library.
I mean, between Seraphs and Roa, this Oriana's going to be a nightmare to bring
If you think that your local library doesn't have one, just, you know, go and just... They do. Just keep pestering them for the local Magi's. There should be a Shockwave on top side, Flash Wave and Kiaya.
Yeah, Kiaya also doesn't have a first item, by the way.
Huh?
Doesn't have a first item still, by
the way. That's pretty bad.
just a little note, guys.
Yeah, I hadn't quite noticed that. I mean, she was at 2 items because he skipped boots to get to them quicker, but wow, Kiaya.
Yeah.
That's a lot of gold to be down.
Yeah.
I wonder what each player would write in their book. You know, fairy tales, you know, their diary.
It's just like me,
their shopping list.
Burns.
Elliot does have W. Doesn't do enough, though. Heal, I don't think he even heals, he just straight up dies. Okay, there's so many picks coming through from down roll now. D+ are just consistently picking off members. God! He's still staying with the Marine.
He's decided, he started initially with a very, very firm vote for D+ here. So, it clearly is trying to bless GAM here.
Guo bless. We need a Guo bless emote now. And maybe Guo curse.
Blessed be the Guo believer.
Blessed be the grasshoppers.
Blessed be the cheesemakers.
I said this fun fact the other day, but did you know, chat, that grasshoppers are 5 times older than grass? Yep. What did they do before that? I mean, imagine being the first grasshopper to discover grass. It would.
Oh my God,
it would change everything. It would change everything. Guo is just lying. Exactly. Guo is never wrong. He's either correct or lying. That's gonna start it up. I don't really think you can test this. She was on a great angle here, but he is a little bit separated from the team.
Just a little. Elio's coming over, but again, this Braum is not especially tanky. He overcomes Levi. This might go become a flip, but Levi is stunned up well enough by Beryl. On the other side, Ares is trading out with Shu, who is doing a lot of work. Out comes the Sundering Slam, the gunning swipe. Redemption's going to come on forward. Will heal up the two solo laners a little bit. Beryl and Elio not having a fantastic tete-a-tete as Shu comes in to mediate. Those trap lines are pretty nasty, but it's the clones that end up taking more damage, and I think GAM would have liked Lucid survives the ace in the hole with a Redemption topping up the HP he loses.
So it ends up being just outscone for nothing. A little bit of chunk after that, but nothing else.
Like some chunky.
Like some chunk. Modo. You say it double. Their money. Modo. Say it again. Modo. That song weirdly got very popular on TikTok recently.
It did, didn't it?
Yeah, was it Will.i.am that did that song? I think
it feels like it probably was, yeah.
There was a point where Madagascar was genuinely like
everywhere.
It was everywhere. I feel like we have somewhat. Hang on, there's no public execution, which completely misses. He's been now put off of death row for a little bit, maybe.
Maurice, they're coming for me. Let me leave.
Stop him. He has scissors and hand cream.
Have you seen any of the TikToks where like Maurice sort of loses it and starts threatening King Julian's feet?
What?
Have you not seen these videos? Like,
maybe.
I feel like it's like DannyPhantom.exe.
I feel like we are on very different parts of the internet for that one.
It's like, well, you know, what's that kind of the Joker music where like the strings start getting more and more concerning in the background?
Well, isn't that? I thought that was the Homelander theme.
It might well be the Homelander theme. That will make sense.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's Homelander's.
No,
thing.
it's not that one.
Okay, I don't know.
It's the slightly discordant strings.
Sam, okay, I don't know that then, Sam. I don't know.
Because you know when you've seen like that Joker, Batman, Low Pony.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, that is just from The Dark Knight.
Yeah, it is exactly. Yeah. You know that string sample.
Funnily enough, that uses a particular trick in physics to make it sound really unnerving. Shu getting caught out in side lane in a 2v1. Does have flash to get out of the Cataclysm.
Quite a lot of mobility courtesy of the passive and the ability to do the Drake count.
Okay, so the physics trick, which they use to make it sound really unnerving, is they just keep sliding all of the notes up and up and up, so one goes out of the range of your hearing and one comes up into the range of your hearing. So it just seems like it's continually going up. She was going to stop the back. Does he die for it?
He might do, but it's going to allow them to keep shoving through mid, so his life potentially for inhibitor. All the while, they are going to get rid of Artemis, which is a pretty nice pickup in the mid lane. Good trade from D plus Kia.
Okay, Shiru says, alright, I will die to stop the back, so you can go take the inhib. Maybe a worthwhile trade there, I think. If it did, I mean, I suppose if Kaya had made it back alongside Levi, he wouldn't have been able to find that. D plus Kia, breaking the base.
Go back towards top side, push that wave in, look to reset, get some gold, and it's looking pretty dire here for GAM, I fear.
I think ever since that fight in the mid lane, the wheels have somewhat come off. Yeah, it was so close to Artemis picking up even Showmaker there as well. Very, very close. And this is why everyone loves GAM. Like, even if you are a third-party viewer with no attachment, even if your team is playing against GAM, people find GAM entertaining. So this is the fight that we missed in the mid lane. Wow, they used the Wukong as a ball delivery system. That's pretty rare. We've seen some fun ball delivery systems in this one. We saw a Kai'Sa one earlier in the tournament as well, which was really, really fun, where Kai'Sa just shockwaved them into it. Fantastic.
I've always found Wukong to be an underrated ball delivery system because he can be invisible for large portions of it. And he's got loads of ways to get over walls. He can add his own CC chains in.
I do think he needs flash a lot of the time. And look, if you need flash to really be a good ball delivery system, I don't think you're actually a very good ball delivery system. Yeah, you can be good, but it's not quite the same. Like, Lee Sin technically could be an Orianna ball carrier, but it's not fantastic, right? It's just a little inconsistent to reach the targets you want.
I don't know. I feel like Wukong's better is not as flash reliant as some. Being warrior trickster, and I think you are reliant on getting a good angle with your invis being off vision, to be fair. But yes.
Yeah, because the W doesn't last as long as sometimes you think. Okay, so this is now, what, still 9,000 gold lead for DK, bunch of items. They got a stopwatch onto Showmaker as well, so even harder to kill him off. And this Jarvan is just not a threat. He's even gone towards cooldown boots to try and have quicker second flag drag up, and that's just not helping him be tanky enough to survive the dive.
New Starax maybe, but at this point you're looking at this Orianna and going, yeah, well, that's a lot of Magi stacks, and all of it, that's triple defensive items as well. Like, how on earth do you kill this Orianna in good order?
It is the StarCraft. Is it the StarCraft logic? Where it's like when you're ahead, build defensive. When you're behind, build damage. Well, he's ahead, so he builds the extra bit of defenses and paid off for it. That being said, the problem with League is that sometimes you have to kind of see what's coming next to then build appropriately. Like, you can't foresee that. Oh, at 25 minutes, we're going to be really far ahead, so I'm going to build Saros Row. Because you need time to stack them up. Baron's going to get started by TK. I don't really think they can test. They don't have the vision. They can't really approach that safely. There is also potential of a shockwave threatening them if they go towards it.
Baron started and very swiftly finished. D+K decides to commit a little bit of no-ball title stealing. Levi actually managed to find his way pretty close to the pit there in a way I wasn't expecting. That shockwave back though. Showmaker taking no mercy, aiming at least gets one, but I think Kiai will be trading there. Ares needs to leave. It's a triple kill to Showmaker. And it'll all be rounded out by aiming, picking up another. Everyone from GAM falls, and D+K offer GAM losses after they come and contest the Baron. Resignation letters accepted.
D+K clean snowball after they got ahead. A couple of worries in the early game. GAM did get some decent skirmishes, but GAM will lose in a fairly quick game as the snowball got really too much to deal with, and D+K will end with a 7-0-7 mid lane performance from Showmaker on the Orianna. Reminder, winner goes through, loser goes out in terms of the best of 3 today, so GAM lose one more game and your tournament ends here.
So the answer is don't lose. Simple as that. Simple as that.
其实这把 DK 我觉得很好了，避开了 GAM 的强势点，因为 GAM 这个队伍他抢的是前期的进攻跟小规模，但你可以注意到这把有大量的时间 ，DK 是把重点倾斜在了兄妹在边路的前推跟吃塔上的。是的，就你会发现这把兄妹特别的肥，他等级领先特别的多。你可以看到经济领先是从15分钟开始大幅扩大，就面对 GAM 打到最后的时候12000。这 GAM 最喜欢什么画面？就是你陪我打乱架，然后我们两边一直打，不死不休，狂打。 然后 GAM 笑息了，其实感觉转折点就是那波在河道的左边的这个草丛里面 ，GAM 也想跟对面接的情况之下，然后秀没可秀了啊。其实那波是必然，真正转折点是那波放上推上，就那波是决策上的转折点，因为那波打完之后，你会发现秀没可的经济已经彻底领先了。是的，我感觉就是今天的 GAM 是被运死了，真的是被 DK 给运死了在前期。这把的话 ，MVP 我会给到秀没可，啊，没问题了，给到秀没可，这个没有任何疑惑啊。
I wish that one day a VCS team could take a game off of an LCK team. Have they ever taken it? So they did. So funnily enough, they did. I remember this because I was watching it during a 9 AM lecture when I was in uni. 2019, Low-Key Esports took game 1 off of Down 1 Kia. Sorry, off of Down 1. Back in play-ins. In play-ins 2019, Low-Key took game 1 of a best of 5 off of Down 1. Yeah, it was they played Tristana bot, and they got a ton of resets. It's a very good game. Very fun. Yeah, but Low-Key were a Vietnamese team. So. I can't remember if they've ever done it again. Can't remember if they've... Oh, so close from Artemis escaping that. Fun thing what Shua did there, by the way, was use the auto-attack animation as CC. If someone's attacking in a cadence, right? And they kind of get into a rhythm, you can predict their auto-attack and use it as like a little bit of CC because they have to stand still for their auto-attack. Is this LPL's year to win Worlds? I mean, it was very close last year, and I didn't expect LPL to contest crazy hard last Worlds, because I thought, well, you know, BLG were, you know, they were clearly worse than Gen G at MSI. T1 were ramping up. BLG had a lot of issues heading in towards World Finals because after the group stage it looked a little bit discoordinated. Their objective play was a little bit over the place, and they were quite coin flippy. They still made it a Game 5 World Finals. I mean, so they have the potential. They have the potential. If you have a high roll, I think, you know, you've got 4 teams from the LPL where actually do have a high upper ceiling if they hit it, but you need one of them to consistently hit that ceiling as well.
The issue with the LPL teams is not the ceilings, it's the floors.
Yeah, and the consistency of it, yeah. But like, IG were fantastic before playoffs. I mean, we don't know what this team looks like internationally, because IG haven't been internationally for a very long time. Try to make it first MVP. BLG, very different team than they were last year because of the jungle changes. It has changed their macro and the way that they play early game and a bunch of other things. But obviously they have some incredible snowball potential, some incredible laning potential. Top esports are probably the most measured of the teams. They will play more slow and methodical like an LCK team. Anyone's Legend, they need to get their act together in terms of their strategy, but they are a very cerebral team. They can force very fun macro decisions on you. I need to see JDG out already. Yeah, JDG never found chemistry. Not the right, well, they didn't find the right chemistry.
Yeah, they did, it just turned out to be inert.
同步一下 GAM 下场比赛选择红色方
啊，经典选择，
可能是属于 LCP 赛局的特色了。那我们稍事休息一下，一会儿回来看一下双方的第二局较量。
这一回，那个男人将痛失生涯大满贯的机会。
Where's Cadril? I don't know. What? Okay, I'm not gonna like give up. Why do you think we know where Cadril is? Like, look, I like Mark, and I do occasionally do some work with him, whatever. I don't actually talk to Cadril that often. I don't know what he does on his stream and stuff. Often we're streaming too much to like catch up with his stream too, you know? Is Cadril going live? I have no idea. I don't know. He was streaming some of the other bits of the event. Yeah.
Cadril going live?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Do you know?
I mean, he's got EMEA Master stuff to do, right? And they have had some rough games recently, so it would make sense if he's got to, you know, focus on the team.
My suggestion is check his Twitter.
That's true. Yeah. Well, or his Discord. I don't know. I mean, I don't know when he does updates, but yeah. Yeah, I hope that Mark's doing well, but I don't know what his stream schedule's at like. Also, hi, if Cadril's not live, if there are any rats in chat, obviously feel free to say hi and XDD to your heart's content. I'm actually not sure if you have XDD in the chat.
Oh, we've got Cloud Strife in chat. Wow, how's Tifa?
How do you feel about eco activism?
Yeah.
We'll put on some ads, but look, didn't do that.
Sorry to hear about. Oh my god. That probably gets close to spoiler territory. We probably won't say that.
Yeah, I do actually. I think I do want to play through the Final Fantasy VII remake.
They're really good.
It's very
really good.
One of my very favorite games of all time is Crisis Core. Crisis Core is emotionally just a wonderfully paced game. I think. Really like that game. Considering it was, you know, it's released quite a while ago. It's held up very well. I love this little grasshopper, man. This little grasshopper is just wonderful.
Excellent.
Crisis Core is amazing indeed. Yeah, I think it's fantastic. It's really good. The soundtrack, top notch. Yeah, I know, it's just a fun game, especially given that it was on PSP as well, which was... I think PSP was an underrated system. Did very well in Japan, not so well worldwide. Oh, man, it has been a long few days, folks. It's only game one, guys. Yeah, true. GAM comeback, anyone? GAM time? Even though this tournament means quite little, I guess, in some degree, I do really... I've enjoyed this quite a lot. It's been fun. Oh, thanks for the follows, by the way. Hope you're all doing okay in chat.
There he is.
Still on GAM's side. Whoa.
He's trying to escape.
Oh my god. Maybe that's why. Maybe Guo sees a secret third option of escape.
Yeah. Yes. The grasshopper win.
Any new music I'm keen for? God, I haven't really thought about upcoming release schedule.
Wisp released a new album.
Oh, Wisp,
which has been quite good. So if you like your Deftones-y type songs,
they should give the winner a paper cutout of the World's Trophy.
That would be
wonderful
so
idea. That is a wonderful idea. Fantastic.
Oh my days.
Fantastic. Love that. That's a great idea.
而且整场比赛看下来的话，其实DK 整个队伍全员的状态都保持得非常的好。
Quick shout out to myself, of course. You know in LEC when we handed like the ticket to MSI and the ticket to Worlds out to players this year? That was my idea. It was my idea. Shox was the one that kind of riffed on it and was like, yeah, I actually know a place where we can get it printed out. But I was the one that designed the gold. I came up with the golden ticket idea for LEC this year. Just because, you know, people who do creative ideas on broadcast, they don't always get the props. Not always. I'm giving myself in this time. Well done. Yeah. I'm proud of you.
是的，然后双 C 的话，其实像是 aiming 在频频的面对对方皇子的针对。
I was waiting for the World's Anthem, was wondering why it was being late or if I was being paranoid. Then I saw the message why it was delayed. Oh, the World's song. Yeah. I mean, that whole topic is... I mean, realistically, I do understand why Riot did remove Bwipo from the World's Anthem video. I understand that. But also, if it's bad enough to remove him from the video, why is he not banned or suspended?
I get that he doesn't. He doesn't feel like he's potentially worthy of being a.
Like, put it this way, I think that what he said was worse than, say, when Sven Skarum was banned for 3 games in Worlds in 2014.
Yeah.
Okay, they're not comparable all the time, right? But like, I think that, or rather, like, if Sven Skarum could be banned for that, it opens the door to being suspended. I mean, I know that's over a decade ago now. But I guess yeah, I don't know. And you shouldn't really compare stuff like that, I suppose you kind of have. I suppose you do have to kind of... What other precedent do we have? What other precedent do we have, you know? But yeah, I am surprised that there hasn't been more from... Because there was... So FlyQuest suspended him internally, right? Was there actually like a Riot side thing to it? Surprised at that. Because consistency is key, right? You have to apply the rules consistently, otherwise it doesn't feel like they're rules. True, Katari, yeah. I do have a lot of pics of me holding that goddamn giant cardboard ticket to MSI. Yeah, I don't know what FlyQuest's gonna do, because Bwipo has completely tanked his brand. You know, he was always a little bit of a firebrand, saying quite out there statements and stuff, and you know, picking fights at points, but like in a fairly engaging way for a while. But now it's like, okay, FlyQuest as an org have been a team which have been very environmentally minded, they've been very positive minded. Having Bwipo kind of like juxtaposed with that is it definitely goes against the FlyQuest kind of brand, which is, I don't know, I don't know how they reconcile that, honestly. How have the games been so far? First series was pretty BFX favored. It was fun, but it was pretty BFX favored. Game 1 was fun, scrappy skirmishes until one big mid lane fight kind of saw Showmaker just get 1 million gold and just kind of snowballed in the game. I think all of our games have been fairly snowballing after one big fight. Raptor had a good series earlier, you know?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. Yeah, Jay. So I know that Bwipo did get the suspension and the reduction in the pay thing, but that was from FlyQuest. So it was an internal reprimand, an internal punishment, rather than anything done on Riot's side, which I would have. Yeah. I'm somewhat surprised that there wasn't anything from the tournament organizer perspective. But anyway, we'll get into draft for the second game of this one. I think we've covered that topic now from our perspective, I guess. Yeah. See if there's anything else from it. Oh yeah, Nocturne banned away from GAM. Levi's had that banned away from him an awful lot.
这我觉得也是，应该是 LCP 赛区的一些队伍跟 LCK 队伍的区别吧。CK 是能选蓝，一定会选蓝的。
Zir permanently banned away as well. We were seeing a lot of LeBlanc bans against Damwon, although Showmaker had that one game versus Weibo where he was just punished time and time again by the LeBlanc, Kaiser, and Besser. Vi banned away from GAM. Actually, with the Vi banned, I do wonder whether they can first pick LeBlanc now because the point and click is down.
Yeah, and actually the Nox is also quite good into LeBlanc as well, so I can see the angle. And it is Showmaker who does enjoy the LeBlanc when he gets the opportunity.
Yeah.
Though when they lost to Weibo Gaming, the LeBlanc, despite getting an early solo kill onto Shao, who did not end up being as valuable as I think Showmaker was hoping.
It was the 1-for-1 under that mid lane turret, wasn't it? It's very cool. Yeah. The solo kill, but like gave up his death there too. It was like, okay, good early lane, but what do you do after that? Because the comp was really good at point and clicking later. So yeah, with the point and click removed, does remove some things.
What are you pointing at?
The LeBlanc. And then clicking on the LeBlanc.
Probably do that right now.
Yeah, maybe. Showmaker's been having some fun this tournament, though. Played the Malzahar, of course, against JDG.
Somewhere out there, Cadril shudders.
Was Cadril live for that day? I think he was, actually. Aurora banned away last by GAM. Wow, is it really that high?
Is it Corki angle?
The thing about the Corki is that it stops stuff like the Kai'Sa being as potent, because Corki does win lane versus the Kai'Sa, and then matches are quite well later, where Kai'Sa can't really assassinate the Corki, because the Corki actually threatens to burst you back. A lot of the time, anyway. So what do? There's Nico available. Like, you could go Kai'Sa Nico anyway, and just say, screw it. We'll go for the full dive comp. Yeah, Nico's the easy one. Now what do you do after that? You can go Sivir, you can go Kai'Sa. There you go, Kai'Sa Nico, easy. So yeah, I know that lane's strong. I mean, I don't have that great a pulse on the drafts at this tournament, not really.
飞机匈奴也没有特别怕的英雄，有可能会对到飞机跟杰斯互相对尾。
他打不了会，飞机打不了会，打不了维克托，他打不了那种长手的消耗金法师，因为现在没有那个修生命。
Ooh, Lucidly Sin? I'll take that. Fun champion. Tien played it against him the other day and was kind of insane. Lucid is a very good Lee Sin though. Played it versus JDG, I believe, and played very well. What do you reckon, Lee Sin, LeBlanc?
That would make some sense to me.
I think they played that versus JDG and it kind of went crazy.
That would make some sense to me.
Time for a psychotic pick from Beryl? Hell yeah. Wait, what can get worse than the Ram's support? Questions. Showmaker is... Oh, could he use his World's TF skin? Hell, that'd be fun. Fiora support incoming. So funnily enough, there is a really fun Fiora Trundle bot lane where Trundle pillars their own Fiora to activate the riposte and get an instant stun on demand. Very, very fun. Karma though. We saw the Karma Corki from Vikings yesterday. Was it Vikings yesterday? I think it was. It was. And then the Shyvana comes out from GAM. Ram's support is okay. He will tell you himself he's okay. Many times I struggled to get him to say anything else, actually. Levi is always a player of AP farming junglers, by the way. For those of you who know him for his LeBlanc or his Lee Sin, not his LeBlanc, his Wukong, Nocturne, Lee Sin. They are very good champions. I've always thought as Levi as an AP farming jungler guy. I think of his Shyvana, I think of his Karthus. That's where I think he was best, like, over the last few years, really. He really shined on those champions. There
you go, get rid of those. Couple of those champions, important ones to get rid of.
LeBlanc and TF taken away from Showmaker.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Ari now. It's a little less reliable. Maybe you could go towards that. Could go Lissandra Lee Sin. That was always a good combo before. Kind of struggles versus Shyvana poking you out, though, I have to say. Siren exited away from Care. Yo, that'd be fun. That'd be really fun. So GAM have to blind pick one of their solo laners in.
Debating the Vladimir, which would be good fun. We did see a little bit of that from Kiaya before.
When did we see it?
I feel like it's... Oh, no, I'm thinking Mere Masters. I was looking through top laner. Was my bad one. I was thinking through things people have played this split.
Right.
They've gone towards the Yorick instead. Though I do remember Kiaya having some fun picks in his back pocket. So.
The Yorick pretty good versus Lee Sin, because you always have so many random just ads around you that Lee Sin can't land clean Qs a lot of the time. It's not a huge amount of CC on the other side too to stop him. Oh, Showmaker Zoe. Really? That would be so special. Oh, we get Showmaker Zoe?
Baby.
Showmaker might be the best Zoe player of all time.
BDD?
He is up there. He's up. I'm just remembering the 2020 and 21 Worlds runs that Showmaker had. He was so good at this.
Yeah.
He's definitely... Okay, look, I'm not going to say definitively the best, because there is competition, but he is definitely up there.
That's a hover on a Yasuo.
Yeah, it is.
And you've got a Nico.
You do? Oh, come on. Let's do something fun. Come on.
Jackson, there's no way we're seeing a Zeri. There's no way.
Oh, now that's kind of big.
That can potentially reflect Zoe poke, which can be quite funny.
I actually don't know how Mel works into Zoe, because a lot of the skill shots are kind of obvious, but a lot of the time I think she's just popped out of range by the time it reflects back. So it's going to be the Galio. Because Galio can just wave clear, play safe, often put the ult onto someone as well. Also, if you ever get to dive onto the Zoe, the Galio ult follows up and Zoe dies.
Yeah, and Zoe can't... If Zoe is portal and you're sat on top of her portal, it's a bad time. It's the reason why you see a lot of Leona into Zoe, because it was very easy to pick where the Zoe was going to go. Yeah, Showmaker back on the Zoe. You've got a lot of nasty pick and burst from DK, but it's a lot of skirmishing, a lot of early power. Not the cleanest team fighting if it's from an even state, though.
Yeah, DK a bit of a fragile team comp, which does make it a little bit worrying if Elio gets a really good Nico engage. Zoe's not great at hard engage. She can really struggle if people manage to close the distance onto her. One of the reasons why we haven't seen Zoe as much ever since like the Vi meta of 2022 came through. Like really 21 was the last hurrah of Zoe in Pro. Very rarely see her now. Occasionally do. Ever since the changes to her splash damage to the Q means that her wave play is actually much more significant. She can clear backline from very early into the game. Can't remember exactly, but very, very quickly. So yeah, bit of a classic there from Showmaker. I haven't seen this one in a long time.
It's been a hot minute.
In fact, let me just check when he last played it. Maybe he played it a little bit more recently. But I didn't see it if he did.
Zoe.
He played it in. He did play it in Implants. He played it once. Okay, he did play it in. He played it versus Theorex. In fact, in teams of the tournament. Cool.
Did he win with it?
He did. He went 6-1 and 7.
Damn. When was that?
This like last playoffs.
Last playoffs.
Yeah, so it happened like last month. But that's the one game he played of it this season.
We did see a little bit of Zoe in LCK playoffs, in fairness. BDT, of course, with that very famous.
Who won draft? I mean,
I think GAM's is probably a little bit more of a coherent draft. Probably.
I think the Nico really hurts DK.
Yeah.
If Nico gets a good engage, it really hurts. So I will say, look, if the game is slow and the engages aren't clean, I think it's better for DK. If it's Nico finding key targets, I think it's GAM. So it's competitive enough.
Yeah, and I look at D plus Kieran and go, look, if you can just riff off the power of your early skirmishing, because like every single one of your champions can just fight early with Karma, backing them up to do silly things, and just rely on individual prowess, you'll be just fine. Your pick is still really nasty. But I think if it does come down straight 5v5s, even in the mid game, Galio, Nico with Shyvana throwing insane poke out can get pretty tricky.
I want to see how Showmaker's going to play the lane. Gary's getting the pokes there from starting E. Galio often does win a lot of the more higher range matchups by just starting E, getting the slap onto them. Galio passive, very, very strong early levels.
So, of course, you've got to be able to use it. Of course, Zoe, Forresty, does like to play and poke you from a little ways away. With a good early counter-strike.
It is worth noting that before you get level 6, Zoe can get punished by gear jumping on it. Especially if you're a little bit tanky, you can shrug off the a little bit of damage. Getting hit by the bubble basically loses your trade, but you can play outside of that quite well. In fact, there are some ways where if you dash towards Zoe, and you get hit by the sleep, and you get your taunts, you can do actually quite well at kind of tanking the bubble with the taunt, and then get them to proc the sleep with an auto attack because they're still taunted into it. It means that you take a lot less damage. That can be quite powerful. Showmaker going for the airy build as well. We occasionally see the electrocute Zoe. In fact, I think that's more common nowadays, but I think that when you're against a tankier laner and against stuff like the Yorick in a side lane too, I think that the airy adds up the damage over time a little bit more effectively.
Likely. Shove now on that bot side. Out comes the boss bomb. Bit of a chunk. She will leap striking forwards. Not quite there with the empower reset.
Has Doran's shield. Got the HP regen in. Q under turret. I mean, Ki should have enough HP now. That's pretty good.
I get caught inside the Dark Procession. Will have to use the leap strike out on top of the
good steal.
board, and there is that steal on the blue buff. You're absolutely right. DK trying to leverage as much as they can. They are really playing with fire here. To some success, it must be said.
Across all leagues, 13 games across all leagues, and I guess in tier 1. Damn, and yeah, so, oh, hang on, blocking out on that Q with the, that's a lot of damage from here. Actually, might be able to kill with flash Q if there's a little bit more poke in.
I think she's going to have the back on this one. A little bit unfortunate for them.
So, when Yorick first came into meta, often Yorick was winning against the Jax matchup. Across the year, I think Jax players have gotten better at playing the matchup. Yeah. I think also Yorick got hit a couple of times in nerfs too, but still, Yorick is still worth considering. Particularly in LPL, it felt like Jax was actually becoming quite a considerate threat.
Yeah, it really does feel that way. Really does feel that way.
Oh wow, 13 games across all regions, including Tier 2. Jesus, yeah, Zoe has really not been played that much this year. That being said, again, for the reasons we mentioned before, Zoe is Zoe has just been struggling to deal with a lot of dive. I mean, there's been a lot of Nocturne Vi around for the last however long.
She also just lost a lot of her wave control. Like, she just had, like, no wave control.
Also, her items were not fantastic, really.
True. Yeah, a lot of the...
Oh, sorry, Shyvana. Shyvana 13 against Shyvana, right, okay. Zoe, again, pretty rarely played, though. Miss Night Zoe. Night Zoe, Xiaohu Zoe is also very good. Yeah.
Scouts, for that matter.
Look, on a personal level, I don't like Zoe. I really don't like playing against Zoe. She's really annoying to lane against. And she's just... It feels like some of her gameplay is just so ridiculously hard to deal with. But very flashy seeing the big damage number go up.
Under the sleepy double bubble allows for a very nice Sonic Wave resonating strike combo. Ares is left wishing he had a few more S's in his name. Aiming.
Ooh, jumping forwards. Corki does pretty well. Has the level over the Kai, so the fast bomb doing crazy damage there.
Rank 2 in it, so it does just sting that little bit more.
So one of the big changes that happened to Corki a little while ago now was that they increased the missile speed of Frostbomb. If you remember back to about Season 3 when Corki was always in bot lane all the time, very regular pick. That's a melee minion. The Frostbomb was almost instant. It was very hard to dodge, very high damage. It meant that when SKT in 2013, when you had the Piglet Pumandu bot lane, they would play Corki Zyra because it was so easy to hit just Corki Q, Zyra Q, or Ezreal Q, and you would just lose half your HP in lane. They kind of invented poke laning back then. Wasn't as much of a thing before then. Shiwu taking more damage than I think he wanted to there, actually.
But trying to go for the proxy and get punished by Kiai. Does end up forcing Kiai to drop a minion or two, though, because of that.
He is 10 CS ahead. That's credit to him. Shiwu doesn't have teleport, but hey, getting a decent proxy there. Kiai gonna hold the wave. Can he stop the recall? Ooh, he can. Shiwu cancels it himself.
I'm not sure whether he needed to, actually, but he will still get to reset off that wave. We'll slowly bounce back, so we should still be able to get back to lane and be okay with it.
I hope Zoe wins. I'm a Zoe main, and she's just so fun. People get so trolled by the bubble sound, punch the microphone, and have elbowed it, and her voice lines are so cute, like when she sings about chocolate cake. LOL! She's just super random, but also smarter than she looks, just like me.
Oh, how adorable.
It's great.
How adorable.
One of them is CFO versus Hawks. Don't know. I don't know why LCP counts as tier 1 because it is a tier 1 region. It is. There are no minor regions anymore. If it qualifies to Worlds, you are a tier 1 region. So there is LCP, Americas, EU, and then obviously Korea and China. But I mean, and if you look, I think CFO at first stand gave a really good showing of what the LCP can do as a region. You know, they took down top esports. They were looking really good. At that tournament. I think that CFO have been a really good team. Didn't they take T1 to 5 games at MSI as well? So yeah, I think that, look, I understand, you know, for many years, the LMS/the LCP was a little cut below for a while, besides the Flash Wolves in their golden era, really. But I think, at this point, you have to start considering LCP on a similar, I'm not going to say same, or it could be above or below, but I would say, you know, they're a similar level to, say, Americas and EU.
Yeah, exactly. They are a major region.
That means CBLOL is now tier 1. Technically, with LTA South, yes, technically they're part of the Americas as a tier 1 region. Yeah, that's the way that it works. Yeah.
Part of the idea anyway. Being quite as successful as I think they were hoping for with all that stuff.
Ooh, ult popped in topside by Shiwu. Trading pretty hard against Kiai here.
Does get a fairly good chunk there with the counter strike, leap strike potential options as well. Won't decide to go forward. Levi is here with that ability to bring down a descending dragon. It's kind of funny because they jump into the air in order to descend. Like the
one of the funniest things way back before Shyvana had like a mini rework was that we're still waiting for the actual Shyvana rework, by the way. We've been waiting for like 3 years now. Shyvana used to have an interruptible ult, so if you just like CC'd her mid-air, you just stop the dragon's descent. It's unstoppable now, goes in towards Lucid.
Looking for that flame breath, can't quite find it. Ends up being a bit of a wasted ult there, I think, from Levi. Well, out come the grubs being started by GAM. Should pick up at least a little bit of time left with Levi as this dragon. Trying to get some value here while they're in.
Oh, Lucid
to the backside with a wonderful insect. Kiai now in danger, caught within his own dark procession, trying to use that as an escape angle to run away. But Levi now in danger, and Lucid just styles on him. Flash and fall from Beryl, looks to get another bit of inner flame going on down. It's another for Lucid, who's now 2-0. Flashing forward to Showmaker, looking to get value out of the spell thief. Goes and pulls out the paddle star. Artemis trading up with aiming. In comes the Galio, looking to find an angle. Flash away from DK, but already the Nico is dead. They at least keep Artemis alive, but everyone else gets fumbled in the mid lane.
Yeah, finally get ourselves some kills on the board. It was a pretty slow game. DK managed to get themselves a load of kills, even if they don't get the grubs. It's 3 grubs to GAM, but Lucid and Showmaker particularly show the power of the Lee Sin and the Zoe when the game becomes about those standoff around objectives. You see here, right, GAM aren't hard engaging onto the Zoe or onto the Lee Sin, and it means that they can fish for skill shots, fish for stuff like the Lee Sin Q, which ends up catching Kiaya, gets kicked back into the team, and the Yorick really isn't much of a threat after that point. Showmaker unthreatened as well, gets to keep spamming through passives, Qs, and Es, and it opens up a lot of extra damage, which GAM couldn't shut down early enough. They need to make sure they don't do this kind of just fencing, standoff, sparring around the objectives. That doesn't work well for them.
That'll be it. They get a hell of a lot of work done there. 3-0 for Lee Sin's gone for the Eclipse, by the way. No Sun to Sky, raw damage.
In fairness, Lee Sin does occasionally flex between the two of them, and in a game like this, it means you can genuinely start to try and assassinate even someone like the Shyvana a little bit later on. Shiwu taking the gold lead, well, taking the matchup to Kiaya here. Gotta say, it's gold lead doesn't actually have one up in that top lane. Neither of the top lane is getting involved in kills, despite the mess there. Lucid again.
Oh! Eclipse value does its work, and they managed to murder another member. Dragon's Rage required, but that is a very dead level 5 DP.
Yeah, Lucid Lee Sin. Pretty good, folks. It's pretty good. Lucid. Gonna go in for another kill here. Flash away from Artemis, ulting back in. Not able to get the kill, but will survive for now.
But for how much longer? There's the Valkyrie into the kill. Gets the empowered auto off the Shin, and easily done. 5-0 now for D+ Kier. They went for the early skirmish comp, and they are snowballing just fine.
And if it's anything to go like game 1, really, DK, once they start getting that lead, just roll over games. GAM, they fought well in game 1 this time. They gave up those kills. Hang on, the extended bubble range not popped through here. Levi does have ult. That's actually putting a decent amount of damage back towards Shiwu.
Showmaker might look for it, but decides against it. I think he was trying to bait out Levi to burn the ult. Doesn't. Levi now still here with the Dragon's Dance Descent. Can theoretically interrupt that reset from Shiwu as well, but doesn't want to overshove. Looking pretty tough here for GAM. Courtesy of D+ Kier, snowball. Oh, nice bubble. But
you can't follow up on it. Sadly, can't follow up on it. That's one of the other problems about Zoe, is that feels like you can't follow up a lot of your pick attempts nowadays. But that's why the game needs to be a little bit slower. You need to be kind of given a bit of time around an objective. I will say, though, down 1 back in around about 2020 to 21, I think they're the greatest poke team of all time. They're a little bit away from that era now, right? It's a very different team, you know, with Nogari and then Khan, of course, in 21 as well. Of course, when Canyon was on the team and really peaked Canyon as well. Canyon Showmaker was a duo which kind of brought fear to the entire world. When they were playing stuff like the Zoe back then, it did feel like they were just a level ahead of everyone else of that era.
I wonder whether there's an angle, and I'm going to put this one out. SKT in Season 6, because they used to run no engage pure poke. And like no one else could do what they were doing, because everyone else is really struggling to do it.
I wouldn't say that
they were one of the few who were getting Jace to work really, really well.
Hang on, Shiwu going towards Kiara as well, looking for the solo kill, and we'll get it easily. Kiara didn't have the first item. Well, it's not like Shiwu did either, but Shiwu really winning this matchup out. We did say that Jax players started to win against the Yorick as the year went on.
Indeed, got some really good value there. Yorick posts some of those nerfs, and Jax posts some of his buffs, feeling pretty nice. Lucid now bot side again. Ares might unfortunately be introduced to the war that is Lee Sin's foot in his face, but that will be Beryl getting chunked out by Levi, who will make sure the dragon descends, and Lucid saves another fight. Excellent
I think they can stay here. Lucid is really strong, folks. I wonder whether he can start jumping in.
No way.
Maybe not. I think Levi's going to start clearing out the way with the ease. They sticking around for now. I think this has taken too long. I think that potentially GAM could have brought other members to the play at this point. I know I say that. DK, they are still keeping Lucid behind turret. They were thinking about it right up until the very end there, and they'll finally call off the play.
Just enough wave clear there. Spirit Shojin value on the city. Shyvana's pretty strong.
So the thing about the Season 6 SKT, just to go back towards that, I wouldn't necessarily say, and honestly the zero engage thing, I would have said that was more about Season 5, when it was the Civic Karma with the Maokai top lane. That was the zero engage at that point. Because in Season 6, you started to get more of, say, like Echo Trundle top lane.
Duke putting a lot of time into Jace, and you had like the Jace Nidalee.
That is true. Blanks Nidalee was the thing there for sure. But I would actually have to look back at that. I'm not going to say you're wrong here, because I can't remember enough of those comps. But when I think about it, I think more about Faker and Orianna at that point, or it was Orianna Syndra, right? When you think about that Season 6 BFX semi-finals versus Rocks Tigers. What a great series that was, by the way. If you didn't watch back then, it was an awesome series. But yeah, I think that down one, look back to 2020 to 2021, some of their games where they were standing off around the objectives, it just felt like they would take a small mistake, space a little better, and get a key skill shot which would end the game. Canyon, Nidalee, Showmaker, Zoe, you name it. So good at those champions.
Oh yes. He could carry jungle meta as well, where you could get the Nidalee to do some fairly horrifying things.
Yeah, for sure. Oh my god, yeah. Remember when it was like the Morgana jungle as well for Canyon? Nasty. Yeah, that was a good time. And of course, even then you had stuff like Nogri and stuff like on the Jace too. He's one of the best players of that of all time.
Indeed. Away we go towards clearing up some of these wards. Shu should bring down that turret and does so. Second turret for D+Kia, who are continuing to snowball very aggressively up, about 5,000 gold now.
And it's spread across every single role.
Yeah.
Now, normally I don't like that, but given that it's a significant lead across every single role, it means that they can fight, say, 2 items to 1.5 on the other team across every single role.
Yeah.
That's where you really want to start finding your big fights, when there's a big item discrepancy. Levi's had to be wave clearing through bot lane an awful lot here for Port
Ares can't do it. That's the problem. Then you look at the fact that the Zoe's now 30 CS up as a result, has got the upgraded Lucidity boots, has got the Luden's Companion. Looking particularly fun here. I think we're waiting on probably an next half item completion, and D+Kia are going to start really hurting again.
For sure, for sure. I think particularly once you get towards Showmaker, Horizon Focus, that's where, which I assume will be the second item, tends to be for just the stat stick right now. That's when I think one bubble or one like this can be kind of scary. Ow! Yeah, that's before the second item, folks. Zoe things.
Yes, it is. A lot of work there. Top side, Shu just jumping forward, trying to help do some damage to the Maiden. Levi now looking top. I think they'll have an idea that's happening. It's a decent little fight there. Shu will leap strike away. Levi will not Dragon's Descent, but it does mean that because Levi is top side, they can shove through mid with Showmaker. Lucid now here as well. Dragon's Descent being forced. Elio on a potential flank angle, looking for the Pop Blossom. Trying to Valkyrie away, is aiming to take a bit of damage, but just not enough. They don't have the DPS. Artemis goes on in, looking for that kill. Will get it. In comes the Galliot, looking for a little bit more. Beryl will flash away and survive. All the while top side though, it's a 2-for-none in favor of D+Kia.
So across the map, 2-for-1 with aiming dying in mid lane. Top jungle dying to Shiwu and Lucid though. 3-0 on the Jax, 4-0 on Lucid. Another bubble landing. Showmaker, good damage here.
Ignite afterwards with the Spell Thieves allows for that extra empowered auto. Shielded Ram for a bit of additional tankiness, does give you some more resist while you're channeling it. Has stolen a flash, so can look to really extend the range here. Standing next to the walls like that next to Zoe, I'm not sure I would do that, folks.
Yeah, so this is the replay of the top lane, as Lucid really strong, gets a double E for the AoE damage there. Shiwu starts to jump in, and even though Levi gets the Dragon's Descent into it, it's just so much damage from this duo, who are ahead of their opposing numbers.
I think Lucid's a little unlucky that the giant Shyvana didn't connect with the Auric there. That was nearly a very clean combo, just about a pixel shy on getting the additional damage.
Also, just a comment over in Anivia's chat as well. Wonder why no PCS were invited. It's because it was the 4th and 5th seeds from the LCP, which just so happened to be 2 Vietnamese teams. If it had been GAM qualifying and say, I don't know, PSG not going or something like that, it would have been them instead. It just so happened to be this was the way the seeds worked out. LCP is a combined region, and sometimes you'll get one part of that region and then parts of another. Shiwu getting engaged onto maybe.
Levi going to get some damage down. Shu potentially jump over the wall here. Does have that ability to potentially use the wall, but just gets blown up, but not before. Of course, the Karma assist comes on in, and that's pretty good value. Shu just wins it.
Wait. That wasn't even the Karma assist. It was the Assault Karma kill.
Yeah, with the redemption, I kind of blanked on that. I would take it a little less.
The redemption and the Karma coming through. She was still alive, getting some extra healing.
It will surely fall to the Winter War and does, but that will allow them at least to get the turret top. So the problem is, look at mid lane. They are heralding into an inhibitor.
Oh, the game is completely falling apart. GAM trying to get fights onto Shiwu is so fed on the Jax. Only needs a little bit of help to turn things around. Looks like the Herald will charge in towards mid lane. Showmaker will tank it up to make sure the tower shot doesn't kill the Herald. Double charge from that objective as GAM really starting to bleed out in gold.
That they are. In comes the Sonic Wave. Can look for potentially a resonating strike afterwards. does so. Nice pickup from Lucid. They can now look for the inhibitor. On top of everything else, this game is over.
Who do you even pick as MVP? It's got to be between Lucid and Shiwu, right? It's one of the two. Lucid was maybe more active early, but Shiwu's had some awesome Jax plays too.
I think probably Lucid. He's done more across the map, but I think she would have been a viable option too. Hex played second, by the way, for the Jax.
Right, damn. And Godguo has defected once more. He's given up on their GAM dreams. Sorry, Marines. D plus K is the Grasshopper's chosen now. A reminder that the last game of the day, folks, is Nongshim versus... who's our last team in that group? Nongshim versus NIP for our last team, which will make it through to the knockouts of this tournament. We'll have a 4-team double elimination bracket happening from beyond today. This is our last day of groups. Each team will have played by the end of it 3 best-of-3s. Godguo, why are you doing this to me? Far be it from us to judge the morality, the motivations of Godguo.
Well, Grasshopper has chosen D plus Kia. Revel in its blessing. She will leap strike forwards. Comes the magic
Ooh, fake out.
Has some fun with it. Lands the Sonic Wave. Flash, rocket belt in from the side of Elio to get a pop blossom angle, which is pretty decent aiming though. Flashes over the wall. They don't get the kill. And now Lucy goes into the back line. Immediately safeguard out. Showmaker with the flash looking for his own angle. Hasn't really had as much value since the mid game. It's a good trouble bubble that gets a big old chunk but no kills. That might do it. Sonic Wave just wide. Artemis and Elio survive the burst but don't get much more aside from their lives.
Yes, the rocket belt. I was thinking it'd be the Horizon focus, but the rocket belt gives an extra threat of burst and different angle for the bubble. 2 inhibitors likely to fall now in GAM. I don't know if they can... I mean, they'll defend the base. The game won't end here, but they can't save either inhibitor. 20 minutes, both inhibitors. Guys, Atakan has only just spawned.
This has been a demolition. It does feel like in some ways it's made it a lot harder to win by 20 minutes with the current state of the game. Nice chunk onto Uriz, who's going to take a lot of damage. Out comes the Sleepy Trouble bubble well. Of a volleyball. Lucid now looking for potential angle over the wall. Won't quite do it.
Well, this is a problem, in case that wasn't obvious, because the further back towards your base that you get pushed, the more value Zoe has, because she has more ability to just kind of like keep throwing bubbles at you while you're in a smaller section of the map. She was teleported off side. There are 3 members of GAM there. I just don't think we can do anything about them. It's got the upgraded Tabby. Can't even remember what they're called now, but the upgraded armor boots. Atakan started on the other side. Why not? And with only 13 petals taken aside, I actually reckon there's got to be a couple around the map, right? So, damn one, we'll take that. Probably get a load of petals from the one switch across the map. Levi has greeted for a Scuttle Crab and will likely lose his ult. As a result, a lot of damage. The blast gun comes through. Levi does have flash. I don't think it's going to save him, and indeed it won't. Atakan taken as Levi dies on the other side of the map.
That he does. Good value secured.
20 petals picked up by DK from the Atakan. So up to, they went from 13 to 36, 23 up there. And with Levi dead, I think that might be the end of GAM's tournament, sadly.
I think it may well be. This game was decided by some flair. Some showtime from Showmaker and crew. It has been a fun one for them. They pick a lot of fun, explosive champions and explode the health bars. GAM will make one last valiant effort. Into the breach they go, but they are charging into the loaded guns of D plus Kia, who will execute them in short order. They bring down Shiwu at the very least, but it has not been an easy feat to do so.
Levi's back alive, and GAM did actually take one without losing anyone so far, but now Lucid is here. Wasn't it the initial fight? DK in currently 4v5. But they are so strong and their siege is so powerful.
Showmaker looking for the bubble door. They walk across, but it's the clone that does so. It's not the end of the world. Trying to claim through as the minions come pouring on in. GAM, it's Nazi zombies. They're playing that game. It's the wrong one. Doing so much work here, trying to kill them all down. That will be the turret falling. Unfortunately for them, it's the wrong game mode. They'll get blown up here as the Nexus will get collapsed upon.
DK do have a lot of low health bars. Can they finish the Nexus itself? I'm not sure with the poke from aiming. I think they can do. Bubble will certainly help Levi jumping forwards, but it'll only be to his doom.
Goodbye, Nexus. Goodbye, GAM. It's a rough one. Man, I have missed seeing the Zoes. I've missed seeing the Jaxes. I've missed seeing some of this fun stuff here. It's rough.
2-0 for DK, quick series. We're quickly through our series today. 4 games so far. DK will move on. GAM out of the tournament.
Man, I like GAM. They had some fun stuff here, but this just game, they got snowballed through lane. It was tough to see.
The last series of the day, Nongshim versus NIP for our last spot in playoffs. And DK did lose to Weibo the other day. Was definitely a downswing in form from them as Weibo crushed them. It was not a close series. Much better bounce back from today.
Just look at the damage numbers there. You were talking about Shiwu being a potential MVP candidate. That is nasty. That's nasty.
You're telling me LCP has 3 seeds at Worlds? Yes, it does. CFO, PSG, and Team Secret Worlds are the teams which are going there. And honestly, given how CFO performed earlier in the year, and how they performed at MSI as well, look, I think that CFO are a very good team. Hopefully the other teams can match that. The LCP is a major region. I think they deserve it, and I hope that they get a chance to show their depth and strength outside of just CFO.
The top teams from LCP are genuinely really good.
Yeah. Well, I think CFO are at the same level as, say, FlyQuest G2. I think they've shown that across the year. The question is, what happens when you send PSG, who were very inconsistent, only really turned it on at the end with in playoffs run for them. They struggled beyond that point. I am interested to see if the rest of the teams can match a performance like CFO had, but yeah. EU NA have been losing to LCP in best of 3 since 23. Yeah, they have. PSG knocked FlyQuest out of MSI last year, and they had a very close best of 3 against them, or best of 5 against them at Worlds. Trying to remember if, because GAM also knocked out MVKE got lost a series to one of them too as well, right, at Worlds last year, right?
There's something like that, isn't there?
Yeah, I believe that felt like a thing which was true. Someone lost to them last year in 24 Swiss stage. Yeah, GAM knocked out Mad Lions Koi. Yeah, they beat them in that series.
Was that last year?
Yeah, in 24 Swiss stage. Yeah, they did. There we go. What is this competition? Is it related to Worlds? No, it's not. This is the best of the rest. This is the teams which just about missed out on Worlds qualification between LPL, LCK, and LCP. So this is 5th and 6th seed from both LPL and LCK, and then 5th, 6th, 7th seeds from LPL, LCK, and then it is 4th and 5th seeds from LCP. So 8 teams total, 4 teams in a group. Play some best of 3s against each other, top 2 advance, and then we have a 4-team double elimination bracket, which is best of 3 until finals, which is best of 5. Fellas, thoughts on the online stuff so far? Can we see it apply to LCS, LEC to get more games while reducing costs? You can't do that between Europe and A because of ping, I don't think, because you can't put a server in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean to have it equalized between
unless you just literally have a Riot oil rig with a server on, just deal with everyone having the same kind of crappy ping for the tournament.
Yeah, you'd have to still travel for it, and that is still a lot of cost. That would still be, if you have to travel for the event, that would still be an event which will take tens of thousands to run, which I don't know what costs you deem as acceptable, but yeah. I mean, I'd like to see it happen. But yeah, I think that Battle of the Atlantic was an awesome tournament idea, but it never really took off. I think that Rift Rivals failing as a product was one of the saddest days in
yeah, it was a really cool tournament.
It was a great way to get rivalries built up. It was a great way for casters to start making the name too. A lot of casters made their name in Rift Rivals.
Big time, actually. Yeah. We tried a little bit of that with something else as well, wasn't there? We attempted a little bit. When we tried to do the we'd like cast a game from ERL to have in the LEC break screen that never really took off.
Oh yeah, the ERL showdown or whatever it was. Yeah,
which was kind of fun.
So basically once a week, Sam and I would do an English cast of a game in ERLs, which would then be played during the break screen of LEC to give some highlights of ERL games. That was fun. That was good. Yeah.
That's sad that never continued on, because it was a cool concept to allow a bit of a pan-European look in.
Yeah. You need a break for any of them? Are you streaming later today, by the way?
I don't think so, no.
Right. Is it near Masters on, or is it?
No, it's not. It'll be back on Saturday.
Alright, cool.
I was thinking about doing some streaming, but I'm gonna go play some Magic this evening. So I'm gonna take
that play. I think I'm just gonna sleep. You
want to come join for Magic? It's an open invitation.
I will see. Sam, I have tax stuff to do.
Yeah, actually same.
Yeah. which is yeah.
在这个版本确实
No, not really.
没有作
No,
用的
not
情况下，
really.
这个英雄在历史还是太难
Give
发
me
挥。
no end of
当然，我们
anxiety
的
this
采
year,
访已
folks.
经准备就是我们
Like, turns out doing German
打野
freelance
选手
tax
路线我们
is
先把它
just
请出来
not
打
good
招
for
呼
your
吧
mental health, especially when you've got visa renewals, which need you to do it like
首先
pretty
欢迎
well,
Lucy
right?
的选手
Oh
先跟
god.
大家
Okay,
打
I'm
个
gonna
招
go
呼
take a
好吗
break myself then, mate. We'll put on. We've got 20 minutes of pre-roll, so we don't need to put on anytime soon.
That's fine. We're in a minute too.
，DK 打野Lucy。
好，欢迎你！首先恭喜你拿下了这一次的这个比赛的胜利，以及拿到了后续晋级的名额。能不能跟大家分享一下此时此刻你以及全队的一个心情呢？
오늘 승리로 이제 토너먼트에 진출하게 되었는데 지금 심정이랑 팀원들 심정이 어떠신가요?
토너먼트 진출해서 경기를 더 할 수 있어서 좋은 것 같고 올라가서도 잘해야 될 것 같습니다.
晋级淘汰赛非常开心吧？但是我们晋级到淘汰赛以后必须得发挥得更好才行。
确实这个还是非常的开心的。那能不能问一下你，就是在面对到 GAM 这场比赛选出来的龙女跟木魂，那自己作为一个打野的盲僧，觉得在面对到这样一个阵容的情况下，前期的规划有哪些点是比较重要的？
상대 정글 오늘 GM이랑 경기하면 상대 정글 이제 대회에 자주 안 나오는 챔피언들이 나왔는데 이제 정글 초반 동선 설계하면서 어떤 다른 점이 있었는지 부탁드립니다.
확실히 약간 다른 스타일의 템포도 많이 꺼내고 동선 같은 경우에서도 좀 흔히 쓰지 않는 동선을 쓰더라고요. 그래가지고 거기에 맞춰서 잘 했던 것 같습니다.
其实打到 GAM 这个战队，然后打野路线啊，还有跟常规那种打野，然后玩法还有刷野路线啊，动线都是不一样的。然后面对他的时候，按照他的动线来调整一下自己的游戏内的节奏吧。
还是得这个根据临场去做出一些改变的。那王松这边有没有什么？
没有问题了，
好，
交给你吧。
那我觉得最后一个问题的话，就是想问一下 Lucy 的，在后面啊晋级到这个双败淘汰赛的情况之下，队伍会不会有一些心境的改变来面对后面的这个比赛呢？
토너먼트 진출하고 이제 팀원적으로 팀 색깔이나 이런 것을 어떤 변화를 줄 것인지 궁금합니다.
그냥 하던 대로 더 그냥 잘 하려고 할 것 같고 좀 더 집중력 있게 할 생각입니다.
其实整体打法的话没什么太大的变化，但是主要是在游戏的集中力这种方面的话，必须得调整加强一下。
好，那也是感谢 Lucy 的参与到我们的采访环节，祝你们在后续的赛段表现更好。
네, 뒤에 경기 화이팅입니다.
화이팅입니다. 화이팅. 화이팅.
好，看得出来，确实获胜之后，整个队伍的这个氛围也非常的开心，而且也。 这个怎么讲呢？不吝啬的给我们分享了非常多，就是作为一个打野选手，在要怎样去面对对方选择到的这种阵容，去合理的做出自己前期野区，包括说 gank 上的一个设计。
哎，我感觉今天 DK 真的是抓住了 GAM 的弱点在猛打。因为 GAM 它的优势是我们说的小规模接战。
对。
I could see Rito trying to strike a balance for both of you. I mean, to be fair, if you can get away with it, it does reduce cost for you to get more games, which would be nice. I mean, obviously lands matter. I prefer lands are really, really cool. I mean, we've seen it from the homestead stuff, right? They've been really, really cool. Like when we've gone to travel to Madrid and all these things, I think they've been some of the best content leagues had in a long time.
双 C 的发力以及 Lucy 的完美节奏，包括说 Barrow 的找机会的能力 ，C5 在拿到特定的英雄的情况下，一样也是可以单线突破的这么一个选手。好，那也是跟大家说一下，咱们今天的3场。 BO3 的话，还有最后一场由 NIP 对阵到农心的比赛等待大家的观看。那我们先稍事休息一下，一会儿回来见。
这一回，那个男人将痛失生涯大满贯的机会。这一战，千万粉丝将见证亚洲邀请赛的绚烂。 有人说，职业选手1年的汗水与泪水都在失去全球总决赛资格的那一刻终结。但从今天起，这样的遗憾将不会重演。
军中无戏言，
不必等到太阳升起再忘掉一切，今年未尽的征途就在当下续写。8支棋差1招的战队，数十名热血难凉的少年，当然还有在他们背后默默抉择美味的教练。曾经，他们在峡谷拼搏，渴望着夺冠。 后来，他们是各自赛区卖票的销冠，而如今，艰难匍匐的前行者们将再次集结，只为证明那一句话：不强又强，也比再加强。这是一个荣耀与屈辱并存的守擂台。你想成为拿破仑中仑，还是沦为失败地中地？
巨难
这是一场赢了也不能复活的复活赛，但输了真的会被淘汰。尽管不能给你一次此生仅有的机会，但亚洲邀请赛也是世界赛，让我们一起踏上这条未尽之路。
Into the break we go.
Q 出来绿色的有 EQ， 过来直接被锁东西的，你的 EQ 不交就会被秒，没问题，微波打的，后面的话
Here we go.
没有锁了，这个艾口再打可能会出事啊！下到了放出来，后平口打3个，没问题了，没有伏笔了。
Yeah, it would have been cool to have him out there. I agree. Sorry, Grom. Alas, it's the way of the things. Steven, to be fair, LCP is not a minor region, and I've been putting up non-minor region results for a while. Like, I think to assume LCP is a minor region suggests a lack of ball knowledge. I think pretty much every major analyst out there agrees LCP are actually pretty good right now. Like, sure, the mid-table teams might not be the best, but I think you could say very much the same about LEC and NA. No, LCP is like, why are they giving 3 seeds? It's like, well, they're pretty much at the level of LEC and LTA as far as I'm concerned. And I think most people are in the same position.
Yeah, I think CFO are a very good team, and I think that, I mean, how many years did we have EU just having, like, G2 being good, say, for instance, or just having FlyQuest, or just having Team Liquid, depending on which ones were kind of peaking at the same time? There have been times where, you know, EU and A have been in a similar situation where it feels like a 1-seed region, right? And yeah, I think that, I think LCP, also, there's something to be said about giving the extra seeds to LCP gives them the chance to kind of grow into those seeds, because I don't, even if they're not quite, you know, if you don't think they're at a 3-seed region level, I don't think they're that far off. And giving them the 3 seeds gives them a chance to get international experience and potentially grow to that level, right? Right, Steve, to give 3 seeds to a minor region, is that the comment you were reading?
Yeah.
Because, and also, it is worth noting, they are not a minor region.
Exactly,
also,
they're not a minor region.
And also, realistically, before they weren't a minor region. Because LMS and VCS, sorry, PCS and VCS both had 2 seeds. They weren't a 1-seed region, which for me kind of changes the equation a bit. Like, I understand where the thought process comes from, because again, I think the messaging around those regions from the community has been, oh, they're minor regions, they don't get results, they are worse than EU and A or something like that. That has often been the messaging about them, but I don't think that's the whole story, you know? You know, when you think of teams like Flash Wolves, and you think of teams like PSG Talon, which have been very threatening in the past, when you think about CFO, these are very large regions for one. You know, the Vietnamese server is huge. It has been huge, and their top teams have been threats. You know, PSG took BLG to 5 games at Worlds last year, right? I think it was, or I think it was 5 games in quarterfinals. I think it was. When was it? Anyway, PSG had some good games versus BLG. That's what I meant. I can't remember the exact thing. No, sorry, it wasn't that. It was blah blah blah. Where was it? Where did they beat them? Was it 3 games in Worlds, or was it MSI? It might have been MSI last year. They I'm the aspiring caster. Oh, from the Philippines? Planning to run a tournament the other day. Do you guys have a tip that is not overused? Someone who's never been to any broadcast yet, looking to be a color caster. Learn when... Okay, the most simple thing to say to be a good caster is... Well, there are a lot of things, right? One, have fun with it. You have to be having fun. If you're having fun, the audience is more likely to as well. And then in terms of just basic stuff, learn when to speak and when not to speak. Make sure you're not getting caught out by the game. Like, for instance, when I'm looking at players, I'm thinking, well, like, when I'm looking at the game, I'm like, well, okay, is there a play likely to happen right now? Should I be shutting up and learning the play-by-play talk? Funnily enough, I do actually have part of a course on League Mastery, which is which has some notes on, you know, I guess the academics of casting and how you can learn some. You know, it's a very subjective thing, but there are some skills which I think every caster thinks about. Taipei Assassins won Worlds? Yeah, they did. Season 2 they did. And then Flash Wolves were internationally renowned for years. It's a subscription, the course, by the way. But yeah, if you're interested in becoming a caster and learning bits and pieces, you know, basically we were contacted to make some stuff for the site, so we have. I don't know whether it's a price like you deem like valuable, I suppose. I guess it depends on which part of the world you're in as well in terms of, I don't know, exchange rates and stuff, because it is in dollars. I don't know where it's really calculated for that, but it is what it is. I watched Worlds because of TPA. That's very, very cool. I don't think that many people in the scene now, as a percentage, were there at Season 2. I mean, I wasn't there actually thinking about it. I only watched Season 3 Worlds. That was my first one. Even then, I think a ton of people have become fans after, I think, you know, the last few years. I think with it becoming a lot more culturally mainstream again within, say, Korea, with all the K-pop acts involved in it, and, you know, I think the LCK becoming a very well marketed product. Everything is subscription now? Yeah, a lot of things are subscription, really. End of the day, when, well, oh god, stop fourth showing so long, I remember
Nasty,
that.
yeah.
Jesus, yeah. What age did I start League? 17, I want to say. I think I was 17, maybe.
Because I would have been 18, I say. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I was 17 when I started League. In 2013, at like end of 2013. So we would have, yeah, because we were up in Wales for the holidays and I started then. So it would have been just before Christmas 2013, I think, when I started playing it. I did watch like season. Oh, we need to run some apples. Doinby is the reason I started watching League. Damn, very cool. You started at November 2011? Wow, that's a long time back. Flash Wolves was a good team, but they didn't win series, only best of ones. Did they ever take series off of anyone? They went 5 games versus Damn one at MSI 20 something or other. Yeah, did Flash Wolves ever actually win series against? I know they went out of quarterfinals in 2015. They won some best ofs versus NA, I believe. I think Flash Wolves did win some series versus them. But yeah, typically it was best of ones. That being said, there were just bluntly more best of ones back then. There were more series than there were back then. I started watching playing right before MSI 2019 and got my heart broken as an NA fan that same tournament. Oh yeah, fastest international best of 5 at the time between G2 and Team Liquid. That was insane. That was when Wunder put out the trash talk of the exact time he would beat them in, and he did it actually down to the second in one game, which was insane.
Very funny.
I really miss the trash talk which Wonder brought. He was a very talented trash talker. Hey, Apple or Applic, how's it going? Do you remember the old tutorial with Ash in Howling Abyss? Is that the Thornmail Ash tutorial? I don't remember.
Yeah,
I can't remember. I don't know if I can remember the first tutorial. Not sure. Flash Wolves made quarters in 2015, lost 3-0. Yeah, we actually saw that live. Flash Wolves made different MSIs, and the max they did was 1-3. That's not true. Oh, in terms of series 1-3, yeah, because they actually finished first in. I think they were first place in MSI 2018 in groups, were they? Didn't they go like 8-2 or something? Or like 6-2? I'm pretty sure they finished top 2 in one of the group stages, maybe even first in one of them, and then lost to RNG in the semifinals, I want to say. Yeah, I think they finished first in the MSI that RNG won. The first one, 2018. Hey, welcome to the channel, man. I did tutorial with Ash on Howling this, dumbest tutorial ever. Yeah, I have to say the tutorial is still not fantastic. You know, there is a small speedrun scene for the tutorial in terms of how can you clear it fastest. Damn, big break between these games.
It is.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎回来，继续关注我们的2025英雄联盟亚洲邀请赛第4日的比赛直播。我今天就是淮南，我是王松。没错，我们终于要来到
getting pretty close to the game now. I think we're on stage now.
当然，还是再次提醒大家，本次赛事由虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播联合主办。感谢西安 WE 主场的全程制作。哇，我们今天在小组赛的最后一天，即将迎来最后一个 BO3， 同时也将决出最后一支晋级到本次淘汰赛的队伍，
来自 NIP 跟农心。 又是 CK 跟 LPL 队伍的对撞，
没错。到目前为止 ，A 组的名额已经尘埃落定，微博 Gaming 以及 DK 将会晋级到明天的淘汰赛阶段。
虎哥、许哥携手出现。
而在 B 组方面的话 ，BFX
so this is the last slot for playoffs now, by the way, knockouts rather.
为了8支队伍里面
Rip Dominion. Oh yeah, Dominion was the thing. They had to add a channeling animation to all champions for that mode.
Really?
Yeah, which is why there's a channeling animation, which is what they use for Herald now. But yeah, that's why champions have channeling animations. Use them for hex gates as well. Did the casters switch positions again yesterday? I mean the Chinese ones? I have no idea. I wasn't paying attention.
种子数都一样，顺位都是一样的。
第7名，所以说到底在这场比赛里面谁能够晋级？ 对吧？到底说是 LCK 有3支队伍全部能够
I got reminded of the Microsoft Paint from Wonder. Oh, the what is going on? Yeah. It's like, that was so funny actually.
是啊，当然从此前的战绩上来讲的话，显然在前3天的虽然说没有直接的对话，但是从队伍的表现上来说，农心是要比 NIP 要表现得更好，
因为他们有同样的对手嘛。之前我们也很好做一个横向的一个对比，但是现在战队准备就绪了。
没错，让我们赶快把选手们请出来吧。
Jungle! Nah, yo!
首先欢迎 NIP 战队上单 solo kill， 打野奶油，中路多云 B， 下路 Leaf， 辅助。
These cardboard cutouts, man.
这支队伍的上单和 AD 都是曾经来自一季，而野辅是来自。
So the winner of this series moves on to knockouts? Yes, it does. Yeah, the winner of this is the last team in knockouts. I don't know which... I guess they play against the top team from the other group. So the winner of this, I think, goes against Weibo, I believe. Yeah, the winner of this goes against Weibo. So it'll either be Nongshim Weibo or NIP Weibo.
欢迎农心战队上单 Kingdom， 打野据点。
What was the score of the first two series? 2-0 both times. It was 2-0 BFX and then 2-0 to Damwon. Or D+. I need to... I don't know, Damwon was just a cooler name.
但其实从立牌上你会看出啊 ，Kingdom 哥是真壮。
非常的
我的妈呀！
这赛前先活动一下，
让你看后面教练的胳膊也很那个，就什么健身传统文化。
对，主要每一次这个镜头切到 Kingdom 的时候，都发现他的表情相当的严肃啊。大战在即，确实对于两队来说，今天这场 BO3此生仅有的机会，唯一一次的机会，在本次2025 ASI 上能否再进一步？ 就看这一场了，
来吧，在我们的亚洲邀请赛上有一个绝对不能跳过，也绝对出现的环节，
我们的郭勇者
有请。
在此前的3000
God Guo! The most important part of any given match is what Guo Yongzhi will predict. We, for some reason, have a grasshopper which is predicting the outcome of our matches, and it's never wrong. It's either correct or lying.
Indeed.
我觉得这个应该是觉得两边队伍的实力真的很近
啊，让他非常的纠结。
Whoa!
What is he going to decide? It's looking like it might be a ninjas in pajamas angle.
NIP have been blessed.
It's fine, it's fine. I was worried there.
看回脚跟，哎呦
Do not undermine the authority and the ability of our god Guo-sam. Our green friend has predicted NIP to win.
How long do you think he has left?
Well, grasshoppers live about 2 to 3 months.
Now, how old
I don't
Guo?
know. I don't have that information.
Yeah.
Hey, Angie. I believe it is always the same grasshopper. I believe so.
Yeah, they've got the Guo as
Oh
a
my god.
replace.
What if it's
just
like
the spirit of the grasshopper?
Yeah, what if it's just like I don't know, just sort of the grasshopper behind the mask.
So the winner of this series moves on to playoffs? I believe that is true, yes.
The grasshopper is never wrong, we're just asking the wrong question. I love that.
Yes.
Hey Angie, by the way, hope you're doing well.
都奔着打架去吧。
Oh man, so last series of the day, quick day. Honestly, all of our days have been fairly quick so far. We've not had that many 3-game series. Honestly, I'm kind of thankful for that because 9-game days do take a lot out of you.
但现在有一个我觉得对 NIP 来讲不错的消息啊，因为现在这个版本的瑞兹是非常强势的。
Okay, back into it. Nongshim NIP. Nongshim on blue side, so I presume that means they had game 1 side swap. Okay. Nika Jarvan Wukong. Poppy Rumble. I mean, Oriana's been pretty big. Calyx looked really good in Oriana too, actually. If that doesn't go through, what do you pick after that point? Suppose with 3 junglers banned, maybe you pick a priority jungler, but maybe you wait to see jungle like mid lane pairings or something like that. Vi banned away. Wow, 4 junglers banned away in the first round. It does leave stuff like Oriana, Wise, which you can answer with a Galio. Azir is open, which Calyx will pick in. DMB, what's the answer to that? DMB, of course, one of our more creative players in the mid lane. What if it's actually God Guo the third? Well, I'm sure it takes on the spirit of the previous God Guos. Kiana for Nio. Now, Nio has been hit and miss on the champion, we'll say. NIP have struggled to use the champion that well. It's been better in LPL than elsewhere, but yeah, Nio had some misses on this one. Doinby's Rise makes it through though as well. Doinby, one of the best players of Rise in the LPL, and one of the better players of all time. One of the bunch of copy passes about Doinby 300 TS Rise hack.
It's true, and then obviously you've got the Kiana to go with it, which Nio has had one very poor game on in LPL and actually had a pretty good showing on it the other day.
Yeah, he did. for sure. So now you see Kiana Rise, fairly low range. You might want to play around that. Shinzo comes in, which is very good against low range stuff. Has the ability to kind of be that temporary front line as well, protect and also attacking the early game.
There's a pretty weird timing to Kiana though, because it feels like Kiana actually trades quite well with him and has the ability to get inside his crescent guard and blast him into a wall, and you get out farmed quite hard and you get a bit tough because again Shinzo, your points of power are a bit more limited against the Kiana than they are against some champions, purely because of how quickly the Kiana can become a problem.
Ooh, and best of a solo kill. That's a comfort pick of his as well. Now Kingen, World 22 Finals MVP. I'm going to imagine he's going to have the Renekton banned away from him. He had an insane Renekton game just the other day, and there's a good matchup into the Abasa. I assume that's going to go. What do you do after that? Maybe ban out the Sion. But then again, Sion has often been just kind of like a traded handshake pick between top laners a lot. Maybe they do focus another matchup for it, they're all the same. As, yeah, NIP looks like they're going towards quite an aggressive dive comp. Nongshim, even though they have the Corki, may still ban away, I think, Yunara and Kai'Sa. Yunara's good in lane versus the Corki, Kai'Sa fits the comp too well. I think those would be the two bans I would throw at NIP. Caitlyn, alright, that's a little different. Of course, Caitlyn very lane dominant. NIP, we were saying, you know, maybe you could ban the Sion. Yeah, they do. It's often been a handshake pick with the Ambassador. Choose to get rid of it. The King will have to go looking for something else for the team comp. Yeah, particularly when you have long-range backline like the Azir. Having stuff like Shinzo and Sion trading off frontline duties in different ways. Sion is a full tank. Shinzo is like a temporary tank with the ultimate. Makes it really annoying to get to the Azir, because you can't really go front to back. The Azir out DPSs you, and their frontline is very strong. The two champions they removed away, either very good for the comp or good into the Bessa. Banning away the Lucian. So you do have, you have Kai'Sa, you have Jhin, you have, what else do you have in there? Yunara, could go Yunara as well. So leave pick of the litter here. Could go Ezreal Karma to really bully down on lane. Corki Karma has been a lane that we've been seeing more and more of this tournament. Haven't really seen that before. It's been very, very strong in lane. Jhin get locked in for Leave. Leave is a very good Jhin player, in fairness.
He is, as more CC.
One of my favorite games of the year was NIP versus Top Esports from Winter Playoffs. Yeah, you know, way earlier in the year. I think it was game 2 of that series, where Leave was something like 10-1 and something, losing the game, but God was he trying. He was very much trying to solo carry on that pick. His upper level of Jhin performance has been very, very good. Nongshim looking to round out the draft, go for the Rek'Sai top lane.
And they do, and Rek'Sai top lane has been kind of a bit of a thing again recently, hasn't it? We saw a very good showing from, what was he, Breathe yesterday?
Yes, yeah, he was awesome against Shiwu when Weibo beat Downward.
Very significant when that one was the one that knocked JDG out of the tournament, which is kind of wild.
Yeah, true. John League of Legends. Yeah, John, but with like J-H-O-N. John League of Legends, much like, you know, John Halo. Jimmy Rings.
Jimmy Rings is
Master
my
Cheeks.
favorite. Master Cheeks, yeah, Jimmy Rings. I never watched a Halo TV show. I couldn't bring myself to do it.
It was really bad. Don't do it. Bar for Nycat. Nycat's been all over the place, bluntly, in terms of his performance. I think Nio and Nycat, they're a duo which I have a lot of heart for them. I like them a lot. Their performance has been up and down though. They're on Kiana Bard, quite a hard duo to pair, has a very high upper level in terms of playmaking. But you do have to hit your skill shots, you do have to position well, and that's
you do have to roam around, right?
Which they haven't consistently managed to do. So in terms of overall draft, obviously, clearly, big engaged dive comp from NIP. They've loved doing that. Even earlier in the year, they loved doing that. And then, wait, hang on, were there two wait. What do you mean double Corkies? Why are people joking about double Corkies? Was there a double Corki? Did I miss a joke? Did I miss something on screen? Wait, there was a double Corki? Huh? Did I just miss that happening on my screen? Huh? Nani? Two Corkis in draft layer. There are two Corkis on the draft layer. Okay, that's kind of weird. Oh, look at that. Oh yeah, so basically what happened was, as they were flexing the champions around, Corki, I think it's just a graphic overlay, by the way, folks. But yeah, basically when Rek'Sai tried to trade to another person, it ended up going, yeah, double Corki on the draft layer. That is very funny, actually. That is very funny. Hey, thanks for the stream streak, vid student. But yeah, the last pick of the Bard, who do I think has the better draft? Who do I think has the better draft? Let me have a think.
Okay, I think if this is LPL Kiana, then I think that's a very scary combo.
Naya was a bit messy on that champion.
Yes, that's the reason I had to say if.
Yeah, Doomby's Rise is very scary. I do really like Bard Ambassador. If Bard ever pings the ult and it hits someone, pretty easy if the Ambassador hits a hit afterwards, or the Kiana as well. I don't think this is a straight-up draft win. NIP have good... Oh, they tried to look for the W start on Jhin. Didn't quite manage to get what they were looking for. Yeah, I think I really agree with what Burnish is saying in Twitch chat. NIP have to outplay. I think the burden is on NIP to make plays.
Agreed, and they've got a lot of playmaking tools, to be fair.
They do, but I think NIP's playmaking skill or their execution has been hit and miss.
Very much.
So there's a lot of noise in this. I'm not going to be, you know, decisively think, oh, they're definitely winning or whatever. We have another Taeyun swap, by the way. Kingen and Jiwoo are switching lanes. As you know, Team WE pulled this out a month or two ago. They were doing it in scrims. KT Rolster's coach Score was talking about it, how Team WE were the first team to do it, and they did it first in pro play on stage as well. They did it towards the end of the regular season, where you change AD carry and top laner to bully out. And actually, speaking of that, Kingen will get the knockup at the level 1 W start from Kingen, which means that he has extra regen, interestingly enough, not going towards the Q for wave clip. Mid lane, Doomby pushing in with the E-start. And a little bit of damage onto Calyx as well. Calyx performed very, very well in some of the other games in this tournament. His Orianna was really, really good a little bit before.
Nio will be spotted out here. Early smite, actually, just to try and get things clearing off a little faster. I think was waiting on some cooldowns, so just trying to be efficient with timings. Gideon will know what's going on, but then again, so will Nio, having got that ward down over by the Raptor. So known quantities, both junglers right now.
Yeah, good little EQ there from Doomby. Gets the phase rush. Good skill shot accuracy. Doomby's had a strange old tournament. Had an awesome part of an Akali game, and then threw it a little bit towards the late game. One of their games.
Did they end up winning it or not?
No, that one they lost. They were ahead, and they ended up losing 0-2. And an invade coming through from Lahenz, who puts a control ward early in, interestingly. So the thing about the Taeyun swap is that you do get early support resets, which means you can come out onto the map with a control ward, which is very different to the way that supports were playing before.
Very much so. Jhin trading out with the Rek'Sai. I think Jin's got to be a little bit wary into the Rek'Sai, actually. Quite a lot of ways to buffer through the deadly flourishes that can leave Jhin in a tricky spot.
Does Rek'Sai get a smaller hitbox when she's burrowed? No, it's the same hitbox size, although it does look a little bit different, I do agree.
Yeah, and you're obligated to make the Jaws theme tune when you go. It's basically just two notes the entire time, just shortening distance, shortening.
Apart from the little like the little flare of the. It's very good though. Very good.
God bless John Williams. What a guy.
There was someone's like, oh, you know, I'm not good enough to do this, and it's like, yes, but the best director alive to do it. All the people who are better at it are dead. Can't remember who that was for, but yeah. Oh, John Williams really made Star Wars into a special product. I mean, he was also in the Indiana Jones, Jurassic Park. Gideon in topside. Yes. Oh, Kiana might actually be able to. If they stop the recall here, this could be pretty good. They spot Gideon here. Not going for the Q just yet is Nyket. Nio's up in topside. Nio actually getting the gold from the ward. By the way, wards don't give XP anymore, so there's no extra stuff from that.
Worth knowing that one. Of course, it used to be a big thing at the level 1 with people switching off for sweepers. Kingen actually trading pretty nastily. Does get a bit of healing here, and actually with the ferocious bite. Some work back. Queen's Fury. A bit of a slide back. Uses that passive well.
Yeah, leave. Tried to go for the Q auto for the even higher damage. Didn't quite get the auto off before the tunnel brought him out of auto attack range. You can see those. Yeah, if you actually manage to get good damage onto someone, there could be a flash knock up here. Leave needs to be careful. He has barrier, but the tunnel's giving an extra kind of set of mobility. Leave does need to back off, and see some of the threat early on of Rek'Sai. Hard to bring them down into kill range, and they have a crazy amount of base damage. Doomby doing his part to do the warding mission. Of course, warding is a team sport. Porky and Ambassador, the two carries stationed with their supports right now. Does mean that Jhin is getting solo XP, interestingly.
It does, and that can be quite good for the Jhin as well. Does want to get towards some of those higher levels. Again, his passive all scales off level as well, so giving yourself more AD as you scale up can be quite nice. One of the reasons why Jin's scaling is often quite hard to process compared to a lot of other AD carries purely off the items, because actually he gets a lot of value off pure levels of how much attack speed he's got, how much crit he's got, all tied into how many levels he's got at the same time. Ends up getting some pretty insane amounts of extra bonus AD actually from it.
Oh yeah, for sure. One of the funny things which I saw yesterday is that when Renata ult hit Jin yesterday, because it gives a bonus attack speed when you get berserked, Jin just does even more damage with the 4th shot, I believe. I think that's the case anyway, right?
Yeah, it will be. He did scale attack speed,
I keep forgetting the actual formula, but it was just very funny just seeing a 4th shot just do like a third of someone's HP. His ally. Dragon taken by NIP here, no contest.
So he gets 4 to 44% extra bonus attack damage based on level.
Oh, okay.
And then he gets an additional X% of the crit and an extra X% of bonus attack speed, adding to that percentage. So basically, late game, he's getting something like 80% bonus AD, which is why he gets a, it's like one of those ones where like...
multiplicative,
Yeah, so there is a sort of break point where you hit like 3rd item level 16, 17, where it's like, okay, between attack speed and crit and level, I now really hit hard. But that's partly why actually in the mid game, when you're just sort of stuck on rapid fire cannon at level 11 or whatever, it seems like you hit but like no damage, because you don't hit the breakpoints yet.
Ooh, Liv getting to level 6 early. If he hits a W now, Jiwoo could be in a bit of trouble. Luckily, Jiwoo misses it there. Jiwoo's had a strange tournament. He's had, because he has always been a hyper-aggressive AD carry, loves to use the Corki Valkyrie to go forward, stuff like the Ezreal and the Kai'Sa too. He is a psychopath AD carry in a way that...
we saw the Ezreal solo kills into getting inting back into the Jace after that.
Ooh, misses the W there. Good sidestep by Lahend. But I think those side steps, sorry, the front steps have been a little less well used in this tournament than they have been at points before. Jiwoo walking up and stacking the Conqueror.
The flourish just backstep there by Jiwoo. I keep seeing Jiwoo and keep wanting to go Jiwoo woo. Jiwoo woo.
Rumble going towards bot side. Doombi, Rise Hack. The public execution lands.
Oh, that was nice. Very well played. Out comes the Void Assault. Unfortunately, for King, it's not going to matter, I don't think. Borrowed for a second, misses the Overload, but I do not think Kingham, even for all the time he's buying, will actually be able to survive here for all that much longer.
Super sick from solo kill. He got ulted by the Rek'Sai, so walked to the other side so he'd pop out in the wrong direction. That was nice from solo kill, because he was trying to use the Rek'Sai ult to go under tower more safely, maybe flash away. Solo kill, step back from where he launched the ultimate from, which meant he would fly actually further away from it. That was nice from solo kill.
The only thing is it did take a fair amount of time to finally finish them off, and actually I thought that wasn't going to mean all that much, but it does give Calyx more time to get the wave in mid, which is at least something.
It's the Doranby special, right? Just give up some farm, get a play somewhere. It does mean that solo kill will get 1 or 2 plates in bot side. Okay, going forwards, landing the exhaust, and that's the Valkyrie use. This could be a little bit of threat here.
You can't make an omelet without cracking some eggs, and Jiwoo's cracked some. Will eat a 4th shot, which also has to flash, because that Cosmic Binding could have been seriously nasty. Doombi now trading a little bit around this one as the incoming supreme display of talent gets a little bit of damage, but not anything near lethal. Nice root, but a flash for the shuffle. Doesn't as much fun as I think it was with Leave, was pretty quick on the flash away. Calyx now in a ladder position. Lahens goes down. All the other side though, the flash for the audacious charge range is good. Now Leave in danger, though the barrier comes forward and Jiwoo gets over the wall with the Valkyrie and managed to trade out on Leave. Damage from Doombi, they're pretty scary because Nongshim have got very low health bars. Slow on down. Nio gets the kill with a wonderful audacity to get that additional kill.
That was a messy fight, but NIP, who comes out ahead? It's 2 for 2. 2 for 2. And it does mean that the grubs are at least contested. It's not 3 to Nongshim, it goes 2 to 1. Leave, very nearly getting a slick extra play at the end of it, but doesn't quite understand that Corki can come into the play. Great start to the fight from Nio. Managed to get some decent damage off onto the jungle support. A double water blade, and Calyx thinks he has the golden road, and instead finds it a little bit tarnished in silver. Flash away, only gets the support, and Gideon uses his flash to kill the Bard. Kingan's dying again in the side lane. Solo kill will get a kill this time.
Indeed, a little bit of an assist from Nymaera who comes across with a magical journey.
Magical player that shows the way.
The magical ambassador player that shows the way.
Someone mentioned the other day that LPL does have a history of kind of scaling up through group stages. Maybe that's what's happening here a little bit. We were, a little bit promoting LPL, like, are they taking it seriously? Because they probably should. The fans are not enjoying this at all. Seems like both Weibo and NIP, sadly not JDG, but Weibo and NIP look like they're playing a little bit more cleanly now. That being said, NIP, they've had good early games before, but haven't been able to capitalize. Now ahead, a little over 1.5k. Doing quite well so far.
And
the Ambessa is scary, because that is your big diving threat. It doesn't take that much extra damage to allow the Ambassador to clean up a fight.
And you've got a lot of setup from everywhere else, right? The public execution should never be freeballed this game. Between Qiyana, root from the Water Blade, from the Supreme Display of Talent, from Rise Rune Prism, from W, from Bard Q or R. There's a lot of tools to make sure that Ambassador is hitting someone important in the team.
I'm quite impressed with how NIP have moved Nio and Nymaera around the map. We did say, look, it's quite a hard duo to pair, to pilot rather, the Qiyana and the Bard. Made good plays so far. Nymaera had that good roam down their bot side. Nio is now going to be magical journeyed over, and as we were saying, this duo does need to be active. Great upper ability.
Good Fate onto the turret. That means his Supreme Display of Talent is nearly guaranteed. Flash from King, and there's a deadly flourish. Will Void Assault briefly. Supreme Display of Talent buffing through well, but unfortunately for King, and where do you go? Just the grey screen.
Again, they used the Rek'Sai ultimate to pull them away from tower. This time it is Jiwoo pushing in mid lane instead of Calyx as it was before. Solar Killer's on the weak side of the map. There's no teleport to help him. Do you stay on the turret and just hope for the best? He will probably die. He has 3 biscuits and a pot to keep him ticking, but there's a lot of damage to be thrown at him.
Yes, indeed. There's the headbutt, the pulverize, the equalizer, so the Eclipse Shield, that's the one I was looking for. Might buy a bit of time to rebuttal, solid enough, but it's just not quite enough damage back. Some words, but Nongshim don't fumble the dive.
He goes unstoppable with the ult, doesn't hit anyone, and of course with the Alistar using ult, very unlikely to get a kill in that dive either. One of the reasons why Alistar has been so big is because these side lane dives and how efficient Alistar is at getting them. First turret will be taken by NIP in the bot side. Dermby gets the local gold, and while Solar Kill does die, the tower doesn't on top side before NIP take theirs in the bot lane.
Chat member suggesting we put on the Ninjas song when they win. But of course, worth reminding that Ninjas in Pyjamas hired Chrissy Constanza of Against the Current and of course Legends Never Die fame.
That was FPX, Sam.
Was that FPX? Oh, she did one. So what was the Ninja? Did Ninjas get someone else to do a Ninja song then?
Sam, I don't know what the Ninja song is.
I thought Ninjas also got a theme song.
No.
Okay, man.
No, I don't know. Maybe they do.
Maybe I did conflate the FPX one that you were.
I was about to say, no, Chrissy Constanza did the FPX song, which is not Phoenix, but after they won Worlds, they're like, yeah, we'll get them to make a song. So every time they go on stage, they use that song.
That's the one. I was lying to you there. Unfortunate misinformation.
There's a CSGO one from like 10 years ago. Good to know.
I mean, I can see that, because at that point they were an insane team, right? Like the Forest Get Right roster was pretty insane.
Yeah, I miss Get Right. Great play. So 2 dragons for NIP. I mean, again, it's been a pretty good early game from NIP. I will say, you know, later into the game, where you do get worried for Corki Azir getting peeled for by Shinzao Alistar. I think a lot of this game will be about execution of NIP's dive. Oh, doesn't quite cancel the back there.
I think that's a fair shout from here, Laura, as well, saying that basically multi-time MSI winners get less respect than single-time Worlds winners.
That's true. I think particularly nowadays, now MSI is a double elimination tournament. There is an argument to say that MSI is more rigorous of determining a victor than a single elimination bracket because of the weirdness of seeding, right?
I think part of it is obviously Worlds has been around for longer, and it's always been the prestigious tournament, whereas MSI's come along and it's inverted commas smaller. I also got to put this out there. I think it's because of the teams that have won it have often there's been less popular teams that have won MSI, with the exception probably of
What's he won in 2017, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Dermby realm warping over the wall. Hens does have flash and ult. Leaves coming over. Great W. Cleanses it off. I don't know if this ult's going to save him.
He's gone. There's no real way out until he flashes and gets a bit of speed up for the Nimbus Cloak. You know what? Not bad.
Might make a play up here, though. Does have the ult. Calyx shuffling away. Now, if he can get towards the wall, could use the Supreme Display of Talent.
Dermby. There's a flash on forwards. Calyx now flashes, looking to get some more damage. The Supreme Display of Talent is just that. And Calyx is a dead man. The redemption coming on through. Just the time to keep Dermby alive, but not for that much longer. Good damage onto Gideon. If the Crescent Guard will time out, in come the teleport themselves. Nio can potentially grass later with the Terror Shape. Audacity forwards, looking for some more damage. Audacious charge. And a possibility from Gideon with the win becomes lightning mark, but will not go further forward.
And you can see some of the problems of Qiyana versus Shinzao. Early game, Shinzao's damage is just so ridiculous that even with Qiyana, she's not really someone that wants to go inside that Crescent Guard. It's not a bad response from Nongshim, actually. Calyx takes a long time to die and drags them under the turret, which means that Gideon can now end up being a 3-kill Shinzao. It is 2-0-2 on the Qiyana on the other side, though. So not like Nio is out of resources, right?
He's about a level ahead as well, actually, which is the issue that the Shinzao sort of runs into. A lot of times, the Shinzao that gets snowballed, sort of stays ahead, can bully through the jungle. The problem there's an issue with some of the AP junglers, like Shinzao often had a rough time against, say, Lillian, for example, where your ability to take your early leads against a Qiyana or a Lilia or whatever that's not fallen behind themselves can be a bit tricky because they clear jungle so damn fast.
I will say with the Shinzo and the AP farmers, I think a lot of it's about the range there too, in my opinion.
Fair.
So when you've got like Zyra, Brand, Lilia, it's like, okay, I have to dive in and then whatever. And so you're getting out farmed, and that also happens. With Qiyana, at least, she's going melee, let's be honest.
Yeah, true.
Herald's going to be taken by Nongshim, but I do accept the point though. Sometimes Shinzo can fall behind the game and it feels pretty bad. Calyx will finally get the top lane out its turret with his Nongshim Tooth? No, that's not what I meant to say. Nash's Tooth, yeah, that's the one, but Nongshim Tooth, maybe they do pull teeth and make them into items soon.
Nash's red.
Who am I to say? Herald using topside, not a great amount of people here to respond from NIP actually. Doomby has teleport, taking Krugs on the other side instead. Bartles, but if they can delay it long enough, they can maybe run the circle, misses the charge though.
Nice idea. They should still get this though, nonetheless. So not bad from Nongshim to get some value back. Actually does pretty much delete the gold lead. They're getting inside the Herald, which might get stopped here. Landed a horrible spot.
My dude.
The flash from earlier has got an unbreakable will. The Sun Disc is brought up. Curtain's getting called, looking for some damage here. Chunk out at least a couple people, but remember it's missing health damage, so won't get that much there. NIP a little bit sloppy actually in the defense.
Kingen damaged a little bit by Nio there. Dragging up in 20 seconds, worth noting. NS bringing back some of the gold lead back to even. Still worth noting that Ambassa is really strong right now, 1,000 gold up. The rest of the map much more even, slight leads across other roles. No 2 items yet completed. I mean, technically Ryze does, but doesn't have the full stacks in on the Seraphs. Other side, Ryalize almost in from Calyx. Dragon started by NIP. Would be a 3rd Dragon for them. That's dangerous for Nongshim to give over. I'm surprised that they're so slow to. They stayed a very long time in topside to take that turret. Might mean that the Dragon goes to NIP.
Should be able to pick that one up and do so. Lahen's flashed on in. Didn't have the spellbook smite, so wonder whether we might find some value there. Gideon has got the Crescent Guard rolling. Unfortunately for Solo, who misses the ult, but the Supreme Display of Talent catches a number of people. That makes some difficult angles. Calyx gets a shove back. That's pretty good. Deny will likely fall down. Tries to get the healing of the honey fruit, will not. Gideon, the audacious charge does it, and Gideon, that's not a great angle in the end from Doomby, who falls down. They do blindly bring down Calyx. Leave potentially threatening here. Health bars from Nongshim, not fantastic, but NIP down the member.
It's pretty good engage from Nongshim to kind of at least find some split off parts. Calyx dies on the engage. He's been really going for the aggressive shuffles, and it's been leaving him out of position. It is a 1 for 2 in favor of Nongshim, but the Dragon goes to NIP, so I think NIP feel happier overall. Even though they do fall behind in gold, they have that threat of soul later on.
Gideon again is the one who picks up a lot of the gold here on this Shinzao. They get the initial knock-up, and they throw down the realm walk from Doomby. He didn't get that much fighting solo kill. Honestly, the fact he doesn't hit that ult kind of sucks. It's a decent Supreme Display of talent, but this shuffle caused some trouble because at this point Nayo has no way out, and Doomby just can't quite finish up what he started.
And Doomby used the realm walk a little earlier, which did bring, the Qiyana out of the initial engage, but Doomby going a little too far. Ryze into Alistar, a bit of a rough one because he can often just walk at you in combo when you try and get your DPS down. Down to the top side now. Is a level up on Kingen, by the way. Kingen, actually, I was about to say, oh, it's, so little XP for Kingen. Actually, it's just Nio being really high XP. He's one of the highest in the game right now. 173 farm at 18 minutes. Yeah. Actually, hang on a second. No, he's got a ton of farm.
Yeah, but I'd say this Qiyana is doing Qiyana things. This is you hit a break point in Qiyana where things just disappear in front of your eyes.
Alex getting a side lane turret. This is the Azir special. Doomby doing the other side, though. One grub means it's a little slower to take, but I think with Kingen being chased off by Nio in the top jungle, Doomby will still get this. So both mid laners getting some extra gold. Doomby getting closer towards the Rod of Ages, which will bring him even more XP ahead. Well, he's not ahead right now, but it'll bring him more XP. And then he'll be ahead.
And then he'll be ahead. Tempered Fate caught Calyx.
Oh, that's big.
Oh boy, he failed to shuffle out. We'll try and get the Emperor's Divide down the display of talent. Plus a last shot from Lee brings down the Azir.
Azir has been he's been betrayed by his own wall. The wall extended the ult from the Qiyana.
That's how that works.
Why it went around everything, because the terrain ended up extending the Qiyana. Wow, words were really hard there. I was like, what the hell? Betrayed by the own Emperor's Divide, ended up connecting the 2 pieces of wall together and getting it to roll around the back.
Rare it is indeed that Nymaera is out of words. And yet here we are.
I do occasionally.
What is the worst word you run out of?
Well, I don't know, because I ran out of it.
Is it like, imagine if words had like a limited stock.
You have to pay, you have to actually, you have to watch an ad to get, watch these adverts to get 5 more uses of this word, or
which leads to more slang.
Buy your words booster pack.
That's exactly. This is how you end up with slang becoming increasingly common, like to deal with word shortages. This feels like a Jasper Ford.
It does feel like that. That one, you know, George Orwell. Calyx alone on the sideline. Ah, the Bardot's coming back up. Doesn't quite hit it this time. That being said, Nymaera's actually been having a hell of an impact on the Bard, so I'm not gonna lie, missing one. He's allowed that after the game he's had so far.
Jin also beginning to hit some important breakpoints. The Collector and the Ghostblade nice into some squishy members.
Yeah, no, I think in this game I don't mind the Ghostblade giving you also the on-call mobility as well. Atacon now started, and Bessa would have to teleport up, whereas Nongshim have all their members a little closer. They don't have the Bard ult to start engaging. This could be where Nongshim really pull ahead in the game before the Dragon, which comes up in a minute.
They do have the magical journey. How aggressively do they want to play? Leave gets jumped on, flashed away immediately. We're not going to see the Void Assault after. Calyx at half HP courtesy of the Atacon, though, makes things tricky.
My worry, hang on, NIP are now going to leash this. I wonder whether NIP should leave this and just say, look, we're going to go towards the Dragon in a minute. But if they take a big win now, they'll have the better angle towards the Dragon later with the extra XP and adaptive force they gain. They're still leashing it. They don't want to take too much damage from here, though. This is risky.
Kingen could potentially get towards Leave here with a really good unburrow angle. You see what they're trying to do. They got Atacon taken by Gideon. That's a good start for it. Supreme display of talent tags too, but not that much damage, unfortunately for NIP. Lehens, though, in the front line.
Calyx is so low.
Calyx so low. The Tempered Fate gets a lot of work done. Solo kill also now low. Trying to get the kill onto the Azir, and they do. All the while, Lehens desperately low Kingen trying to slide away with the tunnel. Jiwoo left out to dry. Deadly Flourish landing. Flash off over Nyket to get the Cosmic Binding. Magical Journey Chase on the Gideon, who hasn't got a Crescent Guard or a Flash. Trying to get to Volley back as he gets an audacious charge forwards. Nyket goes down. This Shin Sao is so damn tanky. Lee trying to go over. The Deadly Flourish lands. Can still potentially fight the Striker. God damn. Shin Sao from ahead is obnoxious. Will finally fall. Smite onto Jiwoo. Slowing down. Looking for the blade across the wall. With the edge of Ixtal. It's good. Deadly Flourish. Sidestep. Barrier just in case. Do him be no flash but can keep rolling.
The most important thing, Gideon died last. If Jiwoo dies here, it's even worse. They won't be able to fight for the Dragon. NIP lose. He's out of range. He won't get that now. The Redemption will keep him healed up, but the most important thing is the jungler died last, so the Dragon is not contested. NIP lose the Atacon, but get Infernal Soul.
They're going to try and play this out regardless. Nayo's desperately low. If they can bring him down, it might be an angle watch for Lehens. Has he got a spellbox fight? No, he doesn't. There's the Soul trying to run away, and I think NIP have done all the hard work. Just get out now is the suggestion.
That it is, and there's no Baron or anything for Nongshim to get themselves a revenge play towards. NIP, they do lose the Atacon. That is a bunch of petals that went out to Nongshim.
My God.
Well, they had about 10 before. They end up getting 20 from that, I think, overall. So it's good for them. Gets them the XP, gets them some adaptive force. That is good. NIP went for the Smite fight, lost it, but, well, I mean, Infernal Soul is Infernal Soul, especially with Jin, as we were saying before. Getting to that kind of multiplicative level gets really nasty. Lehens maybe looking for a dive over the wall here now. We'll see what they can do, but they are currently on a ward. Wait, is that not seen? Oh no, it's deactivated. It's deactivated. I didn't see that. Here we go.
The angle, jumping onto the Jin, who remember doesn't have the flash. The shuffle back on the top of the Tempered Fate keeps him alive for a second or two. What does it matter? Massive, the supreme display of talent. The Crescent Guard buys time, but Jin is free firing. 2 for 1 right now in favor of NIP. They turn it around though with a nice fast bomb. Jin trying to unleash with a curtain call. Should get some decent damage as Gideon body blocks.
Body blocker. What's it end up being? 2 for 2, but the tower falls. The Infernal Soul leave spacing out his shots, so he gets even more of that down. Nongshim trying to fight against the recent objective picked up. Nio caught a little bit in the meat grinder again. Do they have any flashes to force onto him? Gideon's actually kind of strong here.
He is very strong. They're going to jump onto the turret pretty well. Gideon trapped under it. Does go down. That's important. What about the dancing grenade? It's good. Calico to the backside. They do bring down Leave. That's not bad going. Will still likely die to solo kill and does. Nyket looking for Jiwoo once again, just about escapes with life. 404 has managed to thread the needle well, but they lose 2 in trade of additional 1 for the turret.
I cannot believe that Jiwoo's not died in this game. NIP do lose themselves 2 turrets in mid lane, which gives them gold and control over the map from Nongshim, but NIP are winning the fights with the Infernal Soul just a little bit. No, Sam, Baron's not alive for another minute really, and he's up in 10.
I was wondering if they can get control at least.
Yeah, so he's going to be okay for now. I understand the instinct though, because when games get messy like this, whenever the jungler dies, that is the right instinct, so I agree with that, but the timer not quite right in this case. Top right of your screen is lying to you, by the way. The dragon is actually down. Will be Elder though, I guess in about 5-6 minutes. Worth reminding, by the way, Nongshim BFX and BNK Fearex did also have multiple Elders in that game as well. We've had some good late games, and tell you what, I'm really enjoying this game. It's been very messy, very even, seeing a lot of players making their flashy plays, and I'm glad they're not being overly reserved. I'm glad they're going for them.
Gideon, now at 2.5 items, has been a surprisingly resourceful frontline. Very difficult to bring down in short order. The audacious charges to clean people up when they're looking to keep him down has been impressive stuff as well.
Very close to the Infinity Edge for Leave, won't be that far off of it. He'll probably get it. In fact, he might take red buff from Raptors and take it now. Another important thing as well is that the upgraded boots for the Swiftness boots, they actually give you AD, Adaptive Force, based off of your movement speed. So if you end up getting a crit on Jhin and you pop the Ghost Blade, it gives you some significant extra stats actually. So Leave with the feats of strength there, not just hard to outspace, but also get some extra stats as well. He's going to clear through not just red buff from Raptors, he's going to get himself the Wolves as well. He really wants to get Infinity Edge. Problem is, if Nongshim sniff this out, they might be able to get a fight before he can get a recall in for the Infinity Edge around the Baron.
That wave should be able to do so fairly shortly. The only thing is, of course, Jhin can get involved off a reset a lot faster than most AD carries, just by virtue of the W and, of course, the R.
Catch Gideon, here comes the Realm Warp.
Looking for the angle, Realm Warp in, there's a big stun, forces the Crescent Guard, don't overplay it. In comes the TP, actually, from King as well, in fear.
Yeah, I don't think they want to overforce. Leave is probably just saying, I need to recall now. Gideon doesn't take enough damage for Nongshim to back off. They'll push in the mid wave, and because they've taken both mid lane turrets, they can really hold a lot of presence here. Do they spot the recall? Do they spot the recall? I don't think they do. So they don't know to rush Baron. That would have been disaster for NIP. He gets himself Infinity Edge now, does the Jhin. Huge breakpoint. Nongshim, if they knew that Jhin had retreated, could have started this early, but because they don't, Jhin is back on the field in time to fight.
Ghost Blade was used to get out on the field very fast as well, so it's now here with the
Swiftness
Infinity
boots.
Edge.
The upgraded Swiftness boots and the Ghost Blade means that leaves bang back out onto the map.
Kingen using that passive, the Tremor Sense, to spot out NIP coming on over, looking for their own angles. Not the nicest corridor to be stuck in there for NIP versus this team comp.
King has not been farming for the last 3 minutes. I think he's felt like he's been forced to group a little bit. Even with that, ahead in XP because of the petals compared to solo kill. It's been a lot. Hang on a second, catch him. He didn't quite get the ult.
Public execution flashed away from. He gets out of all of it.
Jiwoo is so slick with it. Sidesteps, a flash in there too. There is no flash used by NIP for it, and it does mean that Jiwoo will have that summoner down. King and left alone in this top side. He might be in trouble here. Does not have a teleport.
Gonna try and find his way out, but Solo Kill's waiting, trying to get towards the other tunnels. Flashes away. How long until his next tunnel? Flash on forwards, goes underground. There's the Void Assault. Exhaust away. Deadly Flourish goes wide. He's actually surviving it so far. Looking at the shots, and Kingen is out. But what about the rest of the team? They're trapped in the Baron pit, trying to hit some shots. And that's at least the Alistair down in trade for Kingen's life.
So Kingen doesn't die, but it does lead to the death of a teammate. You've lost your support now, and that's a large part of your front line, which keeps your back line safe. Well, NIP, I don't know if they feel like they can start the Baron.
Needs to try and escape here. We'll be able to terror shape over the wall. Jiwoo backs away with the Valkyrie flashing forward from Doing B. Finds a really good angle. Calyx has to go golden. But what does that mean? Gideon with the Crescent Guard gets a knock up on the solo kill.
Leave is dead!
But he takes the Azir with him. Doing B goes golden, courtesy of, I believe, that arm guard. They're getting a lot of damage. Those Jiwoo and Gideon continue to free fire. That's so many kills for the Corki. Jiwoo unkilled and will ensure that everyone else is hit by the bomber. Trying to Valkyrie forwards, rocket! Pentakill for Jiwoo!
Jiwoo gets himself the Penta, the unkilled Corki gets so much damage off as NIP can't capitalize on the flash being down on the AD carry.
My days, what an insane sequence from him. Dodges everything before the play, and then comes into it and claims absolutely every left. That's Elder on spawn as well.
Huge for them. And it's another game where NIP can't cleanly play through the late game. It's happened a lot this year where NIP have had decent leads, good playmaking, and then something happens in the late game where they can't quite get it over the finish line. Jiwoo has been so importantly staying somehow safe in these late games. Really, really well played to get the damage out. Corki does so much damage if you allow him to free fire. He's not often seen as a hyper carry, but occasionally comes out with a crazy amount. Hang on a second, they get the Elder on spawn, but Gideon and Jiwoo die.
That's particularly big. Gideon just about surviving for now. That's critical. Leave looking for some damage. They can still look to outspace. It's doing below, not quite burning. Looking to go forwards. The Hens gets a knock up onto Nayo. Needs to back away a little bit here, but now the Alistair ult times out. Tampered Fate wide on Calyx. Backside Kingen keeping solo kill busy. Calyx could throw out some soldiers. Not the best spacing though. Nayo does get the supreme display of talent, and that means the Azir falls. Kingen doesn't get the execute because of the stopwatch. teleports. They're winning the wall. Elder means nothing in the face of ninjas in pajamas.
They end up getting 3 kills off the back of the Elder. NIP may look to end the game. We were saying the late game fumbles have been something that NIP have struggled with this year, but they just won against an Elder Dragon.
They just got a pentakill into an Elder and may still lose. Nongshim, what have you done?
Oh, they've noodled around a little bit too far, I think. They're going to use the Realm Up to get the minions a little bit further forwards, get them under tower. Can they end the game?
Double pulverized. G was back alive. He's got a GA, can do a lot of work. Trying to clear some people down. Execute from Gideon. Already the GA buying some time from G who's not going to die. Gideon into the backstab of the audacious charge. GA procs, getting some damage out. Doinby will still continue to try and free fight as he can. Gideon does put the crescent guard down, buying some time. Doinby not hit by the wind, becomes lightning. Jiwoo hasn't got Elder, has to back away. They don't lose the game, but it is messy.
We are into cinema territory now. We are well into cinema territory. NIP go a little too far looking for the game end themselves. Baron is alive. Nongshim will take themselves the Baron knowing that they've just killed 3 members themselves. Oh my god, so we've had pentakill into Elder, into almost everyone dying, and almost the game ending, and then the Baron coming up on spawn for Nongshim. So Nongshim are getting the objectives. NIP, you had a golden opportunity to potentially end that game. Couldn't quite do it. And I think Nongshim are back in the advantage. I think it is still Infernal Soul. Teleport onto a control ward. What happened here? Solar Kill must have just got the... Gets him over that. Jiwoo dies as Solar Kill flashes forwards. And yeah, I mean, you might have taken the Elder, but you were still low HP by not resetting. To get the Elder, don't safely get out.
You don't. And Nio managed to escape Lehens, who was looking to go on forwards. The temper fate to Sean Calix. Unfortunately for Calix, gets shunted on the wall in a second or two.
Oh, Nio gets a really good angle.
Yeah.
Really good angle here. I mean, Calix did have flash. I feel like that's one you got to do. It's a pretty slow animation, that one. Back in on live. Don't think anyone else has died. It's a full team of Baron for Nongshim. Elder is now worn off.
The problem, though, is their waves are not in a fantastic spot right now for Nongshim. They'll have a few minutes to get some things rolling, but I think at this point, gold is becoming increasingly decorative. If you get the death cap on the Azir, maybe that's a breakthrough.
Now, folks, if you're here for clean League of Legends, clearly, that is not always going to be the case here. If you are here for some goddamn entertainment, brought to you by our god draw, the Grasshopper Predictor themselves, well, this is the only place you're going to get it, folks. I don't see anywhere else with the Grasshopper predicting things over here. I also don't see many other regions doing whatever the hell this is happening in the late game as well. 4 items for the Jhin now with a rapid fire cannon. Leave, struggle to have some clean fights, and I can't caught out here.
Needs to get over the wall with Magical Journey, not fantastic, but Gideon, my days, this Shinzao has proved to be a bit of a menace.
Yeah, Bard, really difficult to play in terms of positioning. Nongshim still have 2 minutes left of the Baron. They're likely going to break A lane here. Can they get more than that?
Fate angle?
Not worth it, really, because let's be honest, it's only going to save it for a couple of seconds. Maybe use it for an engage afterwards. Try and catch out Calix, Jiwoo, force the flash minimum.
That's it. If you can get at least the mobility down, but you need to have a flank angle to go with it, keep people corralled out of. Imagine. That's the tempered fate. Oh, they caught him. Can they turn it into anything else? No, they can't.
No, they can't. There's the front lines in place. I think Lehens would have immediately comboed the first person to follow up. NIP, they are quite a low-range team if they're trying to dive in and finish the kill. Calix uses his shuffle in there. Nio W's forwards, my friend. That's not the play.
Ooh, the Supreme Display of Talent catches a couple. Not that much follow-up, though. Lehens goes a little low, but not down. Trying to get some damage back. Remember, they've got Infernal Soul still NIP, so they sting if they can get the combos down.
2 out of 4 hit, but the 4th shot missing from Leave. And Nongshim, they have enough HP to keep things around. They have some poke from the Infernal Soul, but the range and the front line of Nongshim is coming out on top.
It really is. I think they could have full sent on that temper fate. I really do.
Doing it into Shinzao Alice is immediately comboing you back, especially when we just saw what Gideon did to the enemy Bard. I think it's a risk. And I wonder whether NIP, after failing the Nexus kill, I wonder whether they're feeling that risk is a little too far.
Definitely be a problem for sure. Jhin at level 16 with quite a lot of crit to his name. Will be stinging pretty heavily with that Infernal. Another crit cloaks that will be sticking into the passive at this point of the game. Level 17 as well, and you start to really sting. We'll be on something like 80-ish% bonus AD.
It's ridiculous. And even though he's behind this amount of gold, I think actually at this point with Infernal Soul, just Jhin can start... I mean... It's not like, let's be honest, it's not like the Rek'Sai is tanky. If Jhin actually gets to hit someone, the damage is kind of intense. Same with Doinby as well. At this point, your combo does a ton of damage. If Nongshim allow the enemy carries to DPS, it's a big problem. That being said, actually, it's been mainly Jiwoo and Calix getting the DPS in the last one. More particularly Jiwoo.
some violence to occur. Nayo's on a bit of an angle here, looking potentially, but it's going to blast cone over the wall. Doomby gets tanked low. Oh, baby. Gideon should just about survive the look into his face there by the Tempered Fate. And he is tanky enough, actually, with the GA and the Sterax to not be under too much threat.
Nongshim just looking to control this wave and keep NIP away from setting up the objective. If they get some poke, that'd be really good. Of course, the Corki at this level does do a bunch of that. Not that Leave can't do it on the other side as well. At this point as well, actually the Alistair sustain becomes quite important versus some bits and pieces of this. Doomby importantly kept his flash, means it's a lot easier for him to get himself into a more important position after. Look, are they using the Realm Warp to bait out? Hang on a second, they're trying to counteract Kingen.
Couldn't quite do it, gets over the wall. Now looking for some more with the Magical Journey. Public Execution forced to flash out of Kingen. Now Gideon's going forwards, that's a little bit deep. Lehen's on the other side, just going to Solar Kill, doesn't get that much damage. Gideon down about 20% HP, by the way.
Solar Kill can recall and teleport back in, but doesn't have flash or ult now. That's a problem. Kingen also no flash, but let's be honest, it's a much more useful ambassador. Bartle missing, here comes Nio.
Supreme display of talent is immune by the stopwatch. Nio escapes, but Calyx not really hitting anyone valuable. Lehen's now in danger. Gideon goes on forward. Massive healing. Doomby goes golden. Jiwoo trading out well. Where is Leave? Trying to get somebody on the backside, but he's in a 1v3 and dies.
And even with Calyx chasing the Kiana, Nongshim have the damage they need. NIP almost clutched it out in the late game, but Nongshim just get a little more forward. Kill from the Rex side.
Does go down as a result. Calyx slides on in with the shifting sands, but Solar Kill and Nio alone against the remaining members of Nongshim. It's a 3v2 and then extra. Nio just about surviving. How long until a Supreme display of talent? Nowhere near. And that means Nongshim could just run at the Nexus and claim game one in what can only be described as a game of League of Legends.
An absolute noodle fest. Nongshim get themselves the first Nexus of the series. It was a banger though. NIP down in that first game. Reminder folks, loser of this series goes out. The winner of this goes to face Weibo on the other side of the bracket from BFX. And of course DK as well. Well, that was a game of all time, folks. Again, is it always the cleanest League of Legends? No. Do I care? Also, no. Incredibly entertaining League of Legends. Bad call on the Baron. Yeah, I think maybe if NIP had chosen to not end the game, maybe go inhib then Baron, maybe that's the play which wins them it. But, you know, too late to really cry about spilt milk now. NIP just couldn't quite clutch it out in the late game. Very hard comp to play later on. I think we saw that as it started to go forward.
Credit to Gideon as well. That was just a very good Shinzao game. Yeah. Jiwoo got the pentakill. I don't think Jiwoo gets MVP here despite having a good game.
I think he does because he was so safe at doing DPS.
Yeah, that's true. And he did escape a lot of picks on his life.
That being said, no, it's either Gideon or Jiwoo. It's one of those two. I think it is Jiwoo, but I can see the argument for Gideon.
Also fair. Hey Al,
yes?
you do the last game because I'm getting a bit of a migraine.
Yeah, no worries. No worries, mate. No worries. Don't you worry about that.
Do you want to get you a coffee?
I would love it.
I can do that.
Put your feet in hot water. Folks, for those of you who suffer from migraines out there, putting your feet in hot water helps your blood flow. I can't remember exactly the specifics, but it does help you with migraines.
那我们先跟着高光回顾一下整局比赛吧。其实中期，我觉得两队还是打得比较混乱的啊。
Doomby's doing okay. Doomby's been doing well. I wouldn't say. I would say that on the whole, for this tournament, Leave was the guy that was really pulling up NIP by the bootstraps. I think Leave was the best player on NIP for the grand majority of this year. Validation, feet can, sorry, vasodilation in feet could reduce blood pressure in the head, which causes the pain. Damn, good to know. Leave really struggled to have a clean fight. Leave's not had the best tournament on the whole, sadly for him.
团战画面上打到这里就会感觉到 NIP 没有前排的问题了。因为每个人吃的伤害都会很致命。
就甚至沙皇在这个时候可以进来推找你的后排的，因为他不用担心队友跟不上，因为你没有前排，没有人顶在前面扛。 不会存在队友跟不上的情况。
这波飞机一直在完美位置输出啊！对，等到残局时的 W 往前飞追击，
也是拿下了5杀pentakill。
I just want to see one game of Leave center. True, Leave is one of the best stacking players in the world.
我的 MVP 选票已经挂到了吉乌身上。
我的 MVP 也会投给吉乌选手。
这一期是顶着远古龙打了一波不错的团啊。
算是抢了一个回合。
对，这打得非常好，这一波顶着远古龙。
因为也知道对面。
Oh hey Fabian, how's it going? Good to see you.
就如果这一波这个大招指向纳什男爵，
要是能重来，
我要选大龙，
他要选大龙了呀。
Oh, that's why you were talking about Bard. That makes sense. I saw some people talking about Bard.
是，
其实远古龙是只要挂上 buff。
Oh my god, is that my Twitter mutual Fevinite?
对的。所以就是只要有一个人有远古龙，其实对于 NIP 来说就很难去接后续的团战。
这种已经算痛失好局了。
Oh, we could imagine having Doinby Rise hack and leave Senna hack at the same time. That would be too much for any League of Legends game to contain. Okay, so who's MVP? Is it Jiu or Gideon? It's Jiu. Makes sense.
这个五杀的飞机在中期帮农心撑住了场子，来到了沙皇时间。
盲猜5杠5，应该是5杠5。
这把的 KD 12-1-8，其中有5个击杀是在。
This has been our most entertaining match today by far. This has been a good one. I guess it makes sense on paper. I think both these teams have, like, let's be honest, we're definitely not seeing like the cleanest teams here, but it doesn't detract from the occasion. It's been very entertaining, and that's kind of what this tournament's for, right? Like, it's just good to see entertaining League of Legends, folks. Sometimes that's enough of a reason itself. Enjoying ASI here? Cool, thank you. Oh, very glad to have you around.
没有了瑞兹，我觉得这2个英雄没有以后，其实没有太好去打发条的英雄了。
是，
啊，看一下2队在第2局的 BP 博弈上面，先看到本局的 MVP 选票，最后是5票全票给到了 G5选手。NIP 真的好可惜这个。对。好，我们也接到消息了，接下来这一局
Pentakill feels like it was so long ago. Yeah.
选边蓝色方，双方的第2局较量即将开始。
Jiwoo. Jiwoo. Sam? Jiu. Yeah, that's why I kept saying it. Oh, God. Alright, I gotta go put some adverts on Twitch.
那个男人将痛失生涯大满贯的机会。这一战，千万粉丝将见证亚洲邀请赛的绚烂。有人说，职业选手1年的汗水与泪水，都在失去全球总决赛资格的那一刻终结。
What's the outcome of the first 2 matches? 2-0 to down 1 in the second match, and then 2-0 to BFX in the first one.
太阳升起，再忘掉一切。今年未尽的征途就在当下续写。8支旗叉一超的战队。
Yo, for any horse game enjoyers, I had a really good say in Skyrun the other day. I was thinking about skipping the next Champions meet, but I think I might just give it a try now. I'm probably not going to win it, but I think I've got a good enough thing to contend. Just about.
艰难匍匐的前行者们将再次集结，只为证明那一句话：不强又强，也比再加强。这是一个荣耀与屈辱并存的守擂台。你想成为拿破仑周伦，还是沦为失败地中地？
I feel scammed. I bribed the Grasshopper to say NIP win, and they still lost. Again, as said in Onovia's chat, God Guo is never wrong. We're just asking the wrong question.
也是世界赛，让我们一起踏上这条未尽之路。
Did Style play in game 1? It was... No, they played Shogun, then Shogun in game 1, Style game 2. LCK Fry's group is cooking in this tournament. They've been really fun to watch because I don't get to cast LCK teams a lot, right? It's been really fun. Like it's unique for me. I don't get to do this that often. Well, potentially one last game for group stage, folks. Leave's performance the whole tournament is just sad. Leave has really not been on great form, yeah, for sure. Which is sad to see, because I really like Leave as a player. Nongshim is technically not Fries. That's true, they were legends, but they got their ass beat in Legend, but they were there. Shame on me for taking a comment at face value. They're in Lehen's group? Yeah, they are. Damn, how did that happen?
但如果办了发条，那就得要考虑放出来的英雄还会有哪些了。其实猴子这英雄我觉得不太会放出来。
但我现在考量另外的一个点就是如果是硬币玩的话，他可能会拿塞拉萨卡利，所以蓝色方的一场很有可能是位。
也可以，就是找招式来去应对发条，但我觉得发条更加稳定一些。就是你塞拉萨卡利玩到游戏30分钟以后，你就会觉得心是悬着的，是没那么稳定的。但 长手法师就是会比刺客更让人安心，
而现在时光玩法又流行起来了。其实无论塞拉萨卡里打到时光发条都是吃力的。
当然我们没有考虑过这个情况，就是如果他前场有自己把发条摁了，那也存在就是这种情况下，然后我再去抢位拿。
Legends group was just Nongshim Torture Chamber. Yeah, it sounded like it. Again, I didn't get to watch much LCK this year, which is kind of sad. We kind of like stopped doing the LCK podcast we were doing. We kind of dropped Complaint Struck a bit, which is whatever. It is what it is. But yeah, you know, LCK was really the league. Well, OGN really. OGN was the league which really got me into League Esports. And I was, you know, I was part of the OGN Legion, and I really enjoyed watching that. I used to skip my 9 AM lectures in uni to watch LCK with Monty and Doa. Any reason I dropped it? Because I've had to cast like 900 games of LPL. Like I've had to watch like I say had to. I've been casting so much LPL this year. It has been just so hard to fit any other leagues in, especially with LEC as well. Because I've been on the LEC broadcast team. I've been doing LPL on my own stream because there's no official broadcast. I mean, God, how many hours have we done of stream this year? How many hours of stream have we done this year? It's been a hell of a lot. Let me go find it. I said it the other day, but let's Where are we? From January to now, what have we got? So this year we've streamed how many hours? 800 and well, currently 812 hours right now. 812 hours this year, and almost all of that's been on LPL. That's why I've struggled to keep up with LCK. So I've had 812. I mean, that's shared with between Sam and I. It has been shared between that. And then I've also been on, I don't know how many days of LEC I've been on. I don't know, say like 30, 40, something like that. It is very, very hard trying to cover these very large regions. I probably shouldn't have done it this way, but also I don't know. I have a lot of love for the LPL, and I'd feel very bad if I let go of it. Also, one of the problems with LPL is that as soon as you drop a league of that size, you can't catch up, almost ever. You have to work your way back up. There's just so much stuff which happens in a very short amount of time, feels like. Okay, into the draft for game 2. Rumble permaban, no surprises there. I think Rumble might be the most banned champion at Worlds, still. Could be Poppy though, you know. Poppy's been banned so much. Everyone plays it. Both between support and jungle. Occasionally top lane too. It's all over the place. Okay, Cassante banned. What does Cassante ban mean? I mean, unless they want to pick Sion and just say there are no tanks left, but then they're still on. Cassante doesn't counter anything particularly. Surprised at that. I mean, Solo Killer's a good Cassante player, but... yeah. It's strange, that. Maybe he wants to play Jax and doesn't want to play Jax into Cassante, especially if it's Kingen. I don't think that's a bit flimsy, isn't it? Okay, mid laners. We still have Orianna up. There's Aurora. Aurora's up there too. Caitlyn ran away from leave again. I really don't want to play against the Caitlyn for some reason. I don't think it's that insane, is it? Now, I hate to burst people's bubble. That will not be first pick. Oh yeah, Jarvan's up. Jarvan's an easy first pick. You can potentially layer it with the Orianna later. So now Calyx might want to go Orianna. He is a very good Orianna, so it's a good pick. Of course, for those of you that weren't watching LPL, God, was it last year? Gideon was in the LPL last year, by the way. He was on IG. He was on Victus Gaming. He was pretty good there, folks. He was pretty good. Oh, was it 23 or was it 24? Oh, it might have been 23 actually. My bad. It was 23. But he was over in Invictus Gaming there. The Orianna is the easy lock-in. Easy lock-in for that. Is that Kingen the guy who won World's 22 Finals MVP? I'd never heard that before. You know, never in my life have I heard that. Oh god, I'm gonna get Twitterettes again. Okay, so what do you pair it up with? Wukong's fine. Gideon was a very good Wukong player when he was back in the LPL as well, actually. Remembering back to that. So what's DMB going to go towards? He's been playing a lot of Akali. It's okay with the Jarvan. Don't love the combo as much. Solo kill going towards the Renekton takes it away from King, and he might go towards the Aatrox Renekton matchup. That'd be fun. Get to see King and Aatrox again. Was very, very good. Gideon was in LPL 23. Appreciate you. Cool. Yes, he was on Bro last year. Yes. You're right. Yeah, because he was on Invictus Gaming with YSKM. You should know me. That was a fun team. It was a good team of underdogs and misfits, that one. Sion for King, so he's not going for the fighter matchup. Instead, wants to go for frontline. Sion is really annoying for Jarvan and Akali to get through, because if you flag drag while Sion is between you and your target, it just presses R and he just instantly cancels you. You can't get across it, really. So once again, it feels like the meta at this tournament has been leave bot lane picks until way later. No Corki, no Jhin, no Caitlyn, no Xayah. We still have Kai'Sa. Still have Lucian. So we have Kai'Sa, Lucian. What else have we got? I guess there's stuff like Ezreal. Dual Ezreal's in there as well. Where did YSKM go? He went to PCS, so the feeder league into the LPL. So because that's his residency region anyway. The Lucian's gone, as we highlighted that earlier. Still have something like the Ezreal though, which I think could be quite big here. I think that Nongshim might go towards Ezreal Kami, you know. I think they can go towards that pretty happily. Suppose you could go something like Misfortune, actually, as well, if you're going to follow on from what BFX did earlier in the day. Diablo was very good on that earlier today. Can someone explain to me how JDG is a bottom tier team with all those players they have? They are worse than the sum of their parts. And have had like 7 roster changes in a year and 6 head coach changes in a year. In 2 years, rather. So they've just been changing everything and it's just not sticking. They've not had time to build chemistry. So Kai'Sa coming in for Jiru. So not going towards the Ezreal or something like that. We did highlight the Kai'Sa being quite powerful. It's very good at surviving dives, is the Kai'Sa at points. Because you can just ult backwards, can help a lot. Oh, Aphelios! Wow! Man, I love seeing good Aphelios players. Leave and 1xN are 2 very, very good players as champion over in the LPL. Okay, now that's a little different. Not going to lie, though. Really don't like Aphelios into Wukong, Orianna, and the Kai'Sa flying after that, too. If Gideon ever gets a good angle onto the Aphelios, I think the game just ends, because a bailout is not enough extra HP. Sam, we get leave Aphelios. Thank you. Fantastic. It's not quite 1xN Aphelios, you know, but we take it, you know? It's very, very good at it. Thank you for casting today, Sam. Always appreciate you.
Sorry, I had to abandon
No,
you.
no, 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 it's all
Oh,
good.
my head's
No,
really
it's all good. Honestly, I was very close to not streaming today because I was feeling so low on energy and sleep. But I'm glad I've had some fun with it. Hope you've enjoyed it too in chat. A little bit lower energy today than some, but it's been nice to cover this with you, and it looks like a lot of people are coming in and enjoying it. Len's going towards the Leona last pick. I get worried for this Aphelios. I just think Leave has to play so disproportionately well. Sam, do you mind closing the door, please? Oh, cool. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Cool. I think Nongshim come away with a better draft, honestly, folks. I think that it's very hard to work your way into the backline. Maybe a very good Renat ult, maybe a very good Renekton angle can solve things for NIP, but I think that they're fighting an uphill battle, even with the Aphelios being a very fun champion. I just don't know if he can safely deal damage. Yeah, well, thanks for joining, Bert. It's been nice to see some new people stop in for the tournament. Nice to get to know some of you all in chat as well. We're a bit of a smaller stream out there as far as things go, so it's nice to have... yeah, nice to have some new people file in and make ourselves known to you.
Come and subscribe!
Yeah, that's it.
Hit the subscription button!
Yeah. Appreciate you all. Alright, let's get into this, folks. Will this be the last game of NIP of the year? Oh yeah, I really hope this is as banger as the first game. LCK playoffs and 2.0 and ASI inbound. Thank you for the sub, Burnished. Godguo is completely down the middle. Are you kidding me? Godguo is undecided.
It is in the player's hands, young Nymaera. Fun drafts.
Yeah, these are fun drafts.
Thank you for the sub,
Yeah, I do appreciate you, Burnished.
It works. He's only got to
And the follows as well. Alrighty, what could be our last game of the group stage coming up next? I think, I don't know, NIP have got to show some better gameplay than that last one. Followed today, but seeing your clips on Reddit. Thank you, appreciate you. Yeah, we've been... hang on a second. Lane swap coming... well, not lane swap, but a little bit of level 1 coming through. W coming through, the handshake as well. I think this is at best a flash, though, right? I don't think it's even going to get that much. So they stop King from walking forwards, but that's it, actually. They'll clear out the ward here. Now, what's the play? Oh! Maybe that's why Aphelios is here. You can do the... you can potentially do the Taeyun swap. Put AD carry top lane. Yes, Aphelios is pretty bad at that. No, they're not doing it. Alright, fair play. I guess it is. I guess at the end of the day, Kai'Sa Leon is not fantastic at that. Instead, it's the Kai'Sa that's going topside. Oh, alright, okay, so I'm trying to figure out what the mind game was. Leave and Nightcat want to stick together. Aphelios Renata is far better as a duo. Aphelios level 1 is kind of ass. You don't want to put him in a solo lane at that point. But Jiwoo might have wanted to go top lane. If NIP predicted them wanting to go top side, what they did there is make sure they could stack up and remove a ward in that top lane brush to make sure that Jiwoo can't just hide in the brush at the level 1. In fact, if you look on the minimap, you can see that Renekton is in the first brush there, which means that he's got himself a little bit more safety from the Kai'Sa level 1, which can be quite annoying to play against as any kind of AD carry. Holding that brush at level 1 is really annoying. And actually, because the Sion's now down bot side, that nice mini stun there as well. Because the Sion is now down bot side, the Aphelios doesn't really care about the level 1, right? And Aphelios gets to escape the first few levels of the game where he's weakest. Nice. I think that's a good level 1 for NIP. I mean, the Renekton's not getting much out of the laning phase, but look, Aphelios, all he does at level 1 is switch weapons at you aggressively. That's it. Yeah, the Sion unkillable Killer Club. I've tried to put a lot of effort into putting clips on Reddit, and also some people have been posting our clips on Reddit, which honestly, it's probably been the best marketing we've had. Is particularly as a smaller stream, we're not an official broadcast, we're not an official stream or anything like that. We're not paid to do this. Stuff like clips on Reddit get a lot of eyes on our stuff. We had the Shy solo kill where he sidesteps everything. It was very fun. My cat's coming mid lane. Does have flash handshake maybe. I don't think this is kill angle though. I don't think that HP it is it. You might get flash. I think that's it. So Nightcat will just walk across the mid lane, not get much else there. Can't see. Probably have seen them come. Remember? Ooh, missed that on that play top side. Ghost was used by Jiwoo. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Unless you're permanently online, you're not going to see everything that goes on Reddit, right? Leave at level 2. Walks his way out of that queue there from Kingen. It's the Conqueror Aphelios, by the way. Very, very good when you have the Severum, because when you start doing the onslaught, spinning your arms around, very, very quick at starting that. Pretty good with the rifle turrets too. We also had the IG versus JDG Nexus to Nexus with a Baron steal was absolutely insane. In fact, it was I think it was really actually a Nexus to Nexus to Nexus at some point. Oh, we had some great games in LPL this year, folks. Very entertaining league. We're blessed to have good League of Legends all across the world, of course. Sad I missed out on a lot of LCK this year. I heard Group Rise was very fun. Ooh, good dodge away with the Warrior Tricks. Hang on a second, Doomy's in real danger here. Has to flash out. Doesn't Gideon just kill him with an extra Q? He does. Conqueror's now stacked. Gideon easy first blood. Doomby should not have flown back in there. I mean, I don't know. I just don't think you're ever killing him there, are you? Gideon has red buff. Now he has blue buff. Teleport back in from the Akali. Now he's trying to hold the wave so Doomby doesn't lose that much. Wasn't Leave considered a top prospect before his scandal? Yeah, he did have an alt account which he flamed his jungler on when he came up into EDG the first time. Look, Leave was actually very good this year, folks. He's not been good this tournament, but he has had a good year. He has been the best player in NIP across the average of 2025. He's been very, very, very good on stacking champions. His Senna and his Smolder have been very, very good. He stacks faster than almost anyone in the LPL. Faster than almost anyone in the world, actually. When is the second round match? I think we're just playing all days back to back. I think the next games are tomorrow. I don't think we have a break in the schedule. As far as I'm aware, anyway. Yeah, that guy was Leave. Leave had Leave was the guy who did the yeah, he did have an alt account on Weibo where he was flaming JJ's jungler. Which is sure something. Calyx now has a, bit of control over this lane. Doomby's still getting farm, but Doomby dying early is a little annoying. And giving gold over to Gideon is not what you want, really. Who is Doinby? Doinby is the 2019 mid lane world champion from FPX. How is Doinby's form as of late? I haven't followed LPL much this year. He was very good in Winter when he could play just loads of random stuff, and then it really felt like, if you gave him Galio, Talia, Rise with his globals, he was very, very effective. I think in Spring, he really struggled to have the same kind of impact. Actually, Fearless and just double banning him was fine. And then I think in Summer, he was getting a little better again. They had an okay run through. Actually, let me remember. How did they do in playoffs? Actually, let me remember that. The regional finals. Yeah, NIP took a game off of top esports and anyone's legend before bowing out in the playoffs. They did beat FPX in a 5-game series to get into playoffs. Good results in earlier in the year got them through into... Oh, they didn't get through into regionals, but they still had, a decent showing across the whole year. Fun fact, Doinby is also very infamous for his CS on Rise. Absolutely, the 300 Doinby CS Rise hack. Yes, I saw that, Omar, as well. LCK has merged with Riot Games Korea. I did see that happen a little while ago, but I think it's official now, I think. I've only seen what you've seen on social media. Dragon started by Nongshim. I've really enjoyed watching Nongshim in this tournament. Again, I've not really had much chance to get my hands on casting LCK teams. I'm a big fan. Always enjoyed myself some Korean League of Legends. I think anyone who's a fan of good League of Legends must watch the LCK, right? How does one even rate an ADC? Because you could rate one above the rest, but rating the rest is just who doesn't... It really depends on the meta. At the end of the day, AD carry kind of has to play within the envelope which their team gives them. You can't team fight as an AD carry alone, unless you are very, very, very good. Doomby, jumping forwards. Gets the Q down. Do you think Lost Returns will win Worlds in 2026? Well, I mean, if you remove all bans and allow them to play, like, just Scion every game, I mean, maybe, who knows? Who am I? Who am I to tell you that? Grub's spawning. Nio on the top side. Getting Scuttle Crab. Any huge leads about the place? I mean, a slight lead for the Renekton as to be expected with Renekton early game. Pretty quiet. We've had some pretty quiet early games from this series. I believe was it first game as well that was nothing happening for the first 7 minutes? Oh no, it was GAM DK, which nothing happened until Grubs. That's the one. Game 2, I think it was. Is that 3 Grubs or is it going to be 2 here? Yeah, it should be all three. I don't think there's any contest. So Nongshim happy to give all 3 grubs over towards NIP. Now that can be a bit of a worry because, less so against the Silent Link. There are some times where Renekton can crash a wave into turret, walk beyond the turret, and then get a demolish on the back end of the turret and then apply the 3 grubs as well. We'll see how much value Solo Kill can get out of it. Unrelated, but do you have any information as to whether Western pros are playing on the Korean server or the Chinese one? I have no idea. Does anyone else know if they're playing on different servers? Hang on. Roam towards the top side. No, heading up here. There's a ward on Gideon. Lehen's flashing away. But then he's flashed and can't get out of the baby cage. The Renata are way over the top, but they really want this kill. Oh, they get the Wukong. They get the kill with the auto attack. Betrayal. Gideon gets the last hit there. It does mean that the kill actually goes to leave. And even with that, God Guo has finally ended their apathy of this game and chosen Nongshim Red Force just a little bit.
那现在郭人还处于一个比较冷静的啊，就只能说伴随着游戏的进行，这怎么突然就跳过去了，跳到了农心那边？你要干嘛？你要毁了这场比赛吗
Solo Kill, just jumping beyond the queue there. Lehens is roaming. I think with the meta that we see with the Taeyun swap, where you change AD carry and top laner, where there are lots of early resets, I think that supports have a lot of level 2 roaming options. They often stay at low X, from what we've seen so far. So I think roaming support meta is coming up again. Saw photos of G2 celebrating Roman's birthday in China. Yes, and I saw T1 said that they'd gone to China today. So I assume that they're going to be going onto Tournament Realm / Chinese servers to scrim now, I assume. Thank you, Godgore. Honestly, that's the best thing about this tournament. If you remember nothing else about this tournament, just remember the mighty Grasshopper God with their predictions galore. 100% correct prediction rate. And even if you think it's wrong, it's just lying to you. It was always predicting the right thing. Clone has to use the Cyclone to stop the flag and drag. Important tool down from Gideon. Does he want to use the second part of the Cyclone? I guess not. No one really is getting in range for that. Not bad, actually, from Nyket and Nio. They were an LDL duo which came up together from top esports challenges. DMB going forwards, wants to get himself maybe the electrocute. Can't quite do so. Holding Calyx in lane. What is the Taeyun swap? Taeyun is the AD carry of Team WE, and they are the... Hang on a second, ult on top side. Force me flash out of Solo Kill. Taeyun is an AD carry that used to play in the LCK, currently playing on Team WE, and what it is at level 1, you don't lane your top laner top lane, you lane your top laner with your support bot lane, and your AD carry goes top lane instead. So Team WE did that a couple of months ago, and they started doing it in scrims, and that's what popularized this new macro which we see from the early game. It's not quote-unquote a lane swap, it's a role swap where AD carries for the first level or 2 lane top lane before they get to level 3, and then they switch back to wherever they need to. Some people were calling it the Viper swap. However, Team WE did it about a month before them, and we're doing it in scrims first. So I think it's more correct to say the Taeyun swap. So this is what happened there. Solo Kill was trying to use the demolish and the 3 grubs topside king, and good ability to get that flash back there. It's nice from him. That guy's a nobody compared to Viper, though. Yes, Viper is more famous, but it doesn't mean that Viper did it first or was the one that popularized it. So I think it's just correct to say, Just because someone has a bigger brand doesn't mean you should, put it on them. It wasn't actually that did it first or innovated it, or, anyway. You can think what you think on that. I like to call it the Taeyun swap. I think it's more fair to do so. Teleport behind, Dragon being used. Calyx caught out a little bit here. Nio, not going to get hit by the Zenith Blade. Solo Kill coming behind. Doesn't have flash, does have the Dominus to use. Some decent damage coming in from Jiwoo, and he'll follow him over the Flag and Dragon. Now caught out way too far. Separated from his team. Nongshim picking up the first kill of the fight. Solo Kill also doesn't have flash. It is a very split fight from NIP. They're struggling to get onto the targets that they want to. They don't actually have themselves any smite for this. Easy take of that from Gideon, who could hop over the wall if he wanted to. Does have flash and Cyclone. Choosing to not do anything with that. Solo Kill, gonna get caught out with the shockwave. No flash to get out of that. Dominus use, not a great Renata ultimate. It's not going to be helpful. Gideon starts spinning forwards with the Cyclone. Q will hit Doembi. Could fly forwards onto Gideon and does get onto it, but can't quite get the kill. Finally gets it with the bailout helping. A perfect execution gets onto the backline as well. Jiwoo is alive. Leave is also a little bit... Is he around still? What the heck's happening here? Doembi will go down. Leave is dead too somewhere amongst that. And NIP, I think, losing the fight overall in all. Bit of a mess. Kingan trying to get onto Nymaera, actually. Does he have the bailout back up? Oh, Kingan! Sion solo kill, no! The cage! The cage keeps him away. Nio will save his support. King is going to run at him. He's going to try with his mighty movement speed to get the extra order towards, and he'll get it. He can't walk into turret range. Nymaera will go down, and that will be a kill to the Sion. Oh, what the hell? It was named after the player Taeyun? Well, I'm naming it after him because he's the player which did it first. This is the fight replay again. Really not the best. Look, solo kill not having flash is a huge problem here. And Nymaera, I think he should have just left him to die. I think he should have left him to die. It's not a great ult there. I think with that ult being down, there's so much less disruption for Nongshim to care about. Like, they don't have to care about the hostile takeover anymore. Leave flash forward. Get himself the extra damage in there. He had the red and white for the Severum Crescendum combo. Did put the rifle turrets down. It's not bad damage. It just doesn't have the items behind it just yet. I don't know, he just doesn't have the items to play like that just yet. Not quite yet. Now he's 1,000 gold behind you, who's cashed in the coal just a little bit before him. Leave will get his in soon, so it won't look quite as bad. You know, if he does that at 3 items, it's a game-saving play. Doing it at 1 item, you just don't have enough sting in your auto attacks yet for that. Ooh, shockwave on bot side. Doomby has the perfect execution. Not bad damage, but does he have any extra cooldowns? No. Enough to force Calyx out of lane, but not enough to get the kill. I don't think Calyx can stay on... Can he stay on this HP? There's a flash on Doomby. It's a bit worrying. Goes for one last QW, clears that out. We'll be able to teleport back now. Doomby trading ult for ult. We'll get the teleport out of Calyx. Haven't seen Yuntal Aphelios before, so it was played a little bit in LPL so far this year. There has been Lethality, Early Max, and Collector, but I think against a Sion, it's a lot harder to do that. Yuntal scales better on 2-3 items. What happens is, on 3 items particularly. Hang on, solo kill. He's down a level. Kingan is pretty scary here, and he has himself an ult in 5 seconds. Is he going to have to force the Dominus out? He is. Solo kill going to start stacking up that. Jiwoo flies into the side lane like a bat out of hell. And solo kill left looking a little worse off than Meatloaf. Herald was taken by NIP, but solo kill on the Renekton is having a really bad time. But yes, what the Yuntal allows Aphelios to do is go towards Yuntal IE for really good crit DPS later. Nio has missed the knockup, flown into a solar flare, but he's using the Herald to get out. Battle Herald gets himself a quick turnaround, and we'll be able to get out that way. All right, Herald is not really that useful for them, though. Sadly, they would have loved to use that to go into mid lane, and instead have to use it as a getaway car. Coming back to the thread now, and someone said WE's lane swap in Game 3 just opened up the can of worms. That's true. Yeah. If you go back and look back at the post-match thread, it was like oh no, someone's found another way to lane swap. Because remember, the lane swaps in 2024 was started by Draw, who was playing on NIP. So he played against the lane swap in solo queue, and then Draw brought it out to scrims, and there was NIP that started it in winter last year. So it was NIP that did it last year. It was Team WE that did it, I suppose at this point now in summer here. Where just like one random team, it doesn't have to be LPL, but it's somewhere, right? One random team starts innovating and saying, hang on, can we lane swap like this? Maybe it happened years ago. Maybe it's something which has been done before, but hasn't been remembered for a little while. But occasionally it comes back up and you think, oh bloody hell, that's going to change things. And I think it does change drafts quite a bit, because suddenly if it's like, actually, I've got a weak level 180 carry, I can swap them out of it, and then lane at level 2-3, it changes a lot, right? Yuntal should be better than Collector versus Sion and Leona? Yeah, for sure. What a Collector Aphelios is very, very good at is going something like Collector Lord Dominic's Regards, maxing Lethality, and just one-shotting with abilities around about the 2-item mark against squishy teams. No, it wasn't Top Esports that did the first lane swaps back in 24 last year winter. It was NIP. It was Draw that did it over there. Arguably the most influential team to not make Worlds the same year. That's true. That's true. They did really change the meta there. Kingan is really, really scary on the Sion. Very, very scary. Kingan's been having a good tournament, folks. He's been having a good tournament. I mean, last game was not great, but actually, if you look at the other games outside of that, largely been very, very good on the whole. Dragon started by Nongshim. They have 2 already. This will be 3rd Dragon. Leaf's getting chunked out, which you need to keep an eye on, actually. He doesn't have the items to cut through the Sion just yet, and that's a real problem. NIP do not have DPS. Solo kill. Might go for another, well, it wouldn't be a solo death, it would be a team death, but, you know, oh, shockwave in on that. Solo kill, trying to get some extra healing down. The Renata ult's not bad, you know, but I don't think it's enough. Solo kill flashing out. Jiwoo does have his ultimate to fly into the backline. Who is he going to kill? Could fly in anywhere, flies onto the Jarvan. They get themselves a kill onto the Sion, though. It ends up, I think, being a 1-for-2? 1-for-1, actually. Top lane. Freddy Carry coming to, that's not bad from Leave. Gets himself the ult over the wall. Would have to flash his way back in for DPS, though. Close to killing with the Kai'Sa W in there too. Yeah, 1-for-1, all things said and done. Dragon was taken by Nongshim though, so they're very happy with that. They get themselves onto Soul Point at the Mountain Variety. Thank you for the prime, by the way, Stoltmeister, appreciate you. I mean, I thought that fight, I'm not going to lie, I thought that fight was going to go a lot better for Nongshim, but I think a good Renata ult and Leave being able to actually DPS that time in a better position worked out quite well. He had good weapons for the fight. We'll watch through it again. But, you know, at the start of this fight, I was watching, you know, Renekton get caught out, full CC'd, surely that's death. Didn't quite work that way, and I suppose the shockwave is only used on top lane as support, could have been worse. Jiwoo had to play very defensively because almost a very clean catch from Nio. Solo kill somehow managed to survive because of that. Kingen ended up going onto the rifle turret. It's one of the most dangerous things you can do against DFL is just step on top of a rifle turret and not kill it. Hey, NIP, how's it going? NIP Gaming in Twitch chat. Always nice to see you around here. We've been reminiscing about how you guys last year changed lane swap meta with Draw as the bot lane. The lane swaps of last year were largely innovated by NIP. This year it was Team W a little bit, but again, it could be any team all the time. This is the picture-in-picture. It looks like Naket died from a good pick-off from Lehens. Nongshim been pretty good at playing around that under Leodorot so far. Atakan started up, or in NIP in position to contest. Leaf has both summoners, doesn't have the Moonlight Visual right now, can't throw out the Moonlight Varus or the Mega Infernum Bomb quite as easily because, well, can't do it at all because of that. Atakan very low HP, now could flag a drag over, doesn't do so. The Hens doesn't have, is his ult back off of cooldown? I think it's just, hang on a second, now going straight all the way in, can he get a good dunk? They do have the Renata ultimate to layer over the top of it if they want to do so. And the Infernum coming through, not the most damage, so they kill Flash, not flashing force, dashing force. Doonby going in with the perfect execution, trying to kill Jiwoo, but can't quite manage it. And super carry Doonby is super dead. Shockwave from Calyx will lock up Nycat and Leave. The hostile takeover does come through, but I feel like that business transaction has been denied by the Financial Fair Play Committee. Nongshim clear through all 5 members without losing a single one of their own, and I think NIP might be saying goodbye to Asian Invitational. I think this might be their end of their run here. If they lose here, they are out. Winner of this goes on to face Weibo on the other side of the bracket from BFX and Damwon. I mean, I understand looking for this. And I was saying, well, you know, they did have the Renata ult to layer over it. Nycat wasn't there at the start of the fight. Doonby thinks he can maybe kill off Jiwoo. Can't quite get the damage in there. Jiwoo's had a very good series. Had a pentakill last game. And in this one, been playing fairly well on the Kai'Sa to survive the dive. So close from Leave. So close from getting that kill. Just doesn't have the gold yet. Too far behind as a team or NIP now. Oh my god, they're behind like... How much is that? 8,000 gold maybe? 8,000 gold. Now jumping forwards again. Lehens doesn't have flash. Kingen is really... where is he? Kingen's walking around. He's got ult in 10 seconds, so Gideon doesn't have flash. Does he have the warrior trick? So really good shockwave. Catches out both bot laners. The Aphelios is dead, and I think the DPS might go with it. Doonby's trying to get himself in again with a perfect execution, but can't quite get it. Only manages to get some damage on the clone. Jiwoo still has ultimate. Is there anyone with Plasma to chase down? Well, no. I mean, everyone's dead but Nio. So Nongshim, once again, walk away with a massive fight. Almost 10,000 gold ahead now. 9,000 as it stands. And the game's falling apart. Really falling apart. They don't have grubs, so Nongshim will easily take this tower. Walking in, down the mid lane. Nio's just doing his best to take away enemy jungle farm. Using the warrior trickster to tank up the tower a little bit more. With a couple of minions behind them. Is that going to be a full inhib down? Yikes. Nongshim blowing open the game.
这一局相较于第一局而言要更加悬殊一些。
So who gets the MVP for Nongshim if they win this game? Well, probably when they win this game at this point. Kingen's had a great game on the Sion, in fairness. I think Gideon's cycling's been great. And Godgwar has defected over towards Nongshim Red Force. He's done. He wants his noodles, noodling around now on the right-hand side of the box. With an NIP loss here, would leave it being 3 LCK, 1 LPL for the playoffs bracket and the double elimination.
真的可以说是步步紧逼。
That's a problem. I mean, it is only the top lane support. They might be able to force out an ult out of him. Good damage on Sturby. He'll have to recall off of that. Does have the teleport, but good damage. Calyx feeling so bold as... Hang on. Whoa, 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 whoa. They can push in 2 lanes and take Dragon at the same time? That is nasty. That's how far ahead they are. Aphelios is trying to trade out for an objective bounty on the top lane in a turret to try and get some gold back from it, realizing, look, we probably can't defend that well anyway. But you do need to make sure your Nexus doesn't fall. In a turret for Nexus trade is not the best, I hear. Ju is just continuing to go forwards. Oh, bloody hell. It's another great shockwave. Another great shockwave, and suddenly the Renata's dead. Without their hostile takeover, they're going to need some extra direction for this business. The Aphelios goes down to no bailout this time. Great Cyclone will take down another with them as well. Only the one surviving member of NIP. And all that will be is to drop a flag atop the gravestones of the ninjas. Nongshim will move forwards into the knockout stage to face Weibo as NIP will depart Asian Invitational. Calyx was really, really good. I think maybe Calyx walks away with the MVP for this one, folks. He was really good at League of Legends. Well, thank you everyone for joining for today. It's been nice to have everyone in here, seeing people follow the channel, both on Onivia and on Twitch, and on my own YouTube as well. Nice to see you all here. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast. It was a little bit low energy today, but yes, I hope it's been an enjoyable all the same. Thank you to Sam as well, who was casting with us earlier. Had to bow out due to a migraine, but Sam has done so much work. I think we've cast like... How many hours have we cast, did we say? It was 100... I think we've cast like 182 hours of League of Legends this year. It's been a hell of a lot. We'll wait until the MVP and then we'll leave you with that. If you're on YouTube, the stream will end fairly shortly. If you're on Twitch, we'll raid you over to someone. Have a good day, everyone. Have a good day. Donin, I'm just noticing you saying WE, NIP, and Draw brought in the lane swap in Pro in 2024. That was a different version of a lane swap. The Taeyin swap is technically a role swap very early on, rather than a lane swap technically.
Wow, 即使说在前面的对线端上，前几局有一点点的劣势，但是 Calyx 等到队友来的时间点，并且在那一波中野 RVR 碰撞里面，我觉得就像是一整局的。
The Knights who say Nim, yeah, maybe.
从那里开始，并且农心很轻松的把他滚到了游戏结束。阿卡丽打发条这个线，他只有第一波回家前，他有可能打到发条没蓝才会游。但在这个时候看两边的打野来打2v2，但那么2v2来讲，哎，就是全面溃败了。是，看一下本局比赛的高光时刻吧。是。对于 NIP 来说，我觉得这一局就是在团战里面没有得到任何的机会啊。其实这波已经是很勉强的赢下来，不算赢下来吧，很勉强的接下来了这波团。这把 MVP 的最后选票发条，我会给到 Calyx， 我会投给 Calyx。对，我把我这一票还是投给 G5的卡莎。那我们就双 C， 一人一票。 感觉 NIP 就打到这个时间点，其实没有太多可以还手的空间。而这
Damn, one of the only LCK team to drop teams to non-LCK teams. Is that true? Is that true? Did they drop any other games?
或者说我的感受是什么？我感受是，虽然说我们听不到队内语音，但是我感觉 NIP 大多数的决策是临时做出的。对。
Yeah, D+ drop games to Weibo.
早有预谋的。
Yeah, it was yeah. Nongshim went 1-2 versus Fearex. Yeah, so only Fearex and Nongshim, they lost games to each other. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Very close. I mean, NIP were close to taking games at points, but they couldn't quite manage it. Sucks for them.
而农心很多时候他们提前规划了自己的技能，提前算好了要在哪里接团，要在什么时间打团。 甚至要先打团战里面的哪个人，就所有的事情都已经早早的安排好了。而且这把我看到了很多画面，就是 Naked 跟 Leaf 为了跟正面的队友
Well, thank you everyone for being here. I guess MVP is coming soon, and then we'll yeah, we'll leave it there. Who's your MVP? I would give it to Calyx. I think their shockwaves are really good. There you go. It's Calyx. No surprise there. Okay, folks, that'll be the end of the stream. Thank you everyone for joining, and we'll see you next time.
他这个时光杖大天使出的太顺利了，并且出出来以后，他一直在变线吃线，没有人去管他。团战的发挥也 OK，波波拉爆。